Masters Reykjavik is still underway and will continue through the weekend. We're breaking down what to expect from the event and the rest of the VCT moving forward. Let's start with a quick explainer for all the new viewers out there. The Valorant Champions Tour is a year-long tournament circuit featuring the best teams and players from across the globe, culminating in an international championship event, Valorant Champions. Each stage begins with a series of regional challengers events, where teams will compete for a place at Masters, which is where we're at now. Masters events spotlight the best talent across the globe and give teams a chance to qualify for Champions, where the best teams around the world will compete for the title of VCT 2021 Champions. 10 of the world's strongest teams have gathered in Reykjavik, Iceland, to compete offline for the first time ever. Who will walk away with the crown?
He absolutely destroys them!
Let's take a look. Holding it down for North America, we've got the Titans of Sentinels and the rising challengers of version 1.
Once again with 10.
EMEA will be represented by the legendary Team Liquid and FNATIC.
Oh, dog! Just too damn good.
From Brazil, it's the dominant Team Vikings and the upcomers of YNG Sharks.
Três eliminações pra ele.
Argentina's finest, KRU Esports, will be representing Latin America. And from Korea, we've got the Kingslayers of NUTURN Gaming.
Oh, wow!
Japan is represented by the dynamic Crazy Raccoon. And last but not least, it's the Thai powerhouse, X10 Esports, playing for Southeast Asia. Now let's take a look at the tournament format. Masters Reykjavik is a 10-team double elimination bracket. All matches will be a best of 3 until the grand finals, which will be a best of 5. To create the bracket, the top-seeded teams from the 2 regions with the largest player base, North America and Europe, were seeded into the second round. The remaining teams were randomly seeded with the requirement that teams from the same region could not be put on the same side of the bracket in order to avoid matching against each other in the initial rounds. Sentinels and Team Liquid drew the first 2 seeds, meaning they'll have a bye in the first round. FNATIC, KRU, version 1, and Crazy Raccoon drew the bottom 4 seeds, so they'll need to face off in the play-in matches before round 1 begins. Teams at Masters Reykjavik will be primarily competing for circuit points, which will help them get into Champions. In North America, EMEA, Brazil, and SEA, the top 2 teams on the regional leaderboard will qualify for Champions. In LATAM, Japan, and Korea, the first place team will proceed. There's also an opportunity for another high-scoring team from each of those regions to make it in via the last chance qualifier events later this year. There's still many more VCT events to come this year, so qualification will be up in the air for a while. However, several of the teams here at Masters Reykjavik have already racked up enough points that they could guarantee a ticket to Champions if they took first place at this event. Those teams are Sentinels from North America, Team Vikings from Brazil, and X10 Esports from Southeast Asia. If any other team manages to take the crown at Masters Reykjavik, they'll still need to compete in more VCT events this year to acquire enough circuit points for Champions. Masters Reykjavik will offer the most circuit points of any VCT event to date and is a crucial milestone for teams looking to punch their ticket to Champions at the end of the year. There's a lot on the line in Iceland, and you won't want to miss it.
What is that?
The first international LAN in the history of Valorant Champions Tour begins on Monday, May 24th, and will continue daily through the grand finals on Sunday, May 30th. Check out ValorantEsports.com for scheduling in your local time zone. It's finally time to see which region is the best in the world. Tune in live every day on Twitch and YouTube to see who will take the crown in Reykjavik and move one step closer to Valorant Champions. Which team are you rooting for? Let us know down in the comments, and don't forget to follow us on Instagram and Twitter for more Masters coverage heading your way soon.
Finally, the time has come, the first international LAN. The biggest nerds in Valorant are gathered with their clan. They've qualified through a system that nobody understands. But the biggest task remains to fight for their homelands. Welcome to Iceland, I hope you enjoy your stay. Geysers, volcanoes, and a hot tub made of clay. Fighting for glory is how you become the best. Pretty soon a champion will rise. A champion will rise above the rest. There are many opinions. What region has the biggest chance in a week from now to lift the trophy in their hands? NAA or EU brain, or a mixture of the two? Best of luck to all the teams, let's see who makes it through. Welcome to Iceland, I hope you enjoy your stay. Geysers, volcanoes, and a hot tub made of clay. Fighting for glory is how you become the best. Pretty soon a champion will rise. A champion will rise above the best. One last time, welcome to Iceland, I hope you enjoy your stay. Geysers, volcanoes, and a hot tub made of clay. Fighting for glory is how you become the best. Pretty soon a champion will rise. A champion will rise above the rest. Good luck, everybody.
Hello and welcome to the opening day of Masters 2, our first Global Valorant Championship Tour tournament. 10 teams from around the world have traveled to Reykjavik, Iceland to ballot it out for the chance to be crowned the Masters 2 champions. Hello everyone and welcome to the studio here in Los Angeles. I'm Golden Boy. It's a pleasure to be back with you all once again. And I got my analysts here standing by with me from around the globe. We got North America's Veli, Korea's Achilleos, EU's Lothar. Gentlemen, are you ready for the day? Veli, how you feeling, brother? And I like the shirt, by the way.
Thank you, man. You know, I got to rep the best region, but I'm excited. And I'm actually excited that all of us came here together for this week for Masters 2 to watch NA just run through it all. But seriously, I'm excited for our very first international land. I can't wait to see who comes out on top, man.
Yeah, Achilleos, feel like you and I have done this before?
Yeah, we have. It's been a little while though, so it's good. It's good to catch up with you. But more important, how's DJ doing? Because I miss him.
Yeah, on esports broadcast, can't go by mentioning DJ. He's doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. How are you doing, buddy?
Good.
Good.
Oh, I'm doing well. Just hanging out here. It's almost midnight in Korea, but that's fine. I have the energy of these matches to carry me through the evening, so I'm ready to see who's going to be coming out on top today.
And Lothar, I've waited so long to finally get to work with you on something, and here we are. How you doing, buddy? All the way in Europe.
I'm so good, man. Who would have thought we're gonna work together at Valorant, right? It's insane how, you know, the Titan and so on. But I cannot wait. By the way, we're like in a secret level, right? We're in a waterfall.
Yeah,
Beginning.
Yeah.
You guys are in a waterfall. I got all this smoke around me and stuff. It's going to be a wild day. I can't wait. But we have a lot of interesting storylines as we enter into our first day of competition. Now, Achilleos, what are you looking forward to the most today?
I don't think I'm alone in this, but it's seeing how Korea is going to do internationally. There's been so much talk about the Korean region since they started getting involved in Valorant. Obviously, everyone is expecting Vision Strikers to be the representatives here, but it's in fact NUTURN who are the better team at the end of the day. They plowed their way through here, and now we get to see how Korea is going to compete against the West, against the other Asian teams that we have here, as well as Latin America, etc. A lot of it is on the back of Solo, this guy on your screen right now. He is an absolute veteran. 33 years old, one of the oldest players out there in just about any esport at this stage. He's the IGL. He's a veteran, comes from CS on teams like MVP, has beaten teams like SK, FNATIC, Mouse in CSGO. He is the foundation of NUTURN. He rallies this squad when they're behind. He tempers their expectations when they're ahead, make sure that they don't get complacent and can stay focused on the game.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see not just what NUTURN can do, but obviously all of Korean esports and attack FPS. It's something that I think we're all very excited for. But one region, Lothar, that has always stood above the rest in this particular genre of FPS has been EU. What's EU bringing to the table here today at Valorant Masters 2?
EU is bringing humbleness, you know?
Yeah.
Probably not. But, you know, we're known as the region that sets up the metagame, right? People are always making fun of the no duelist compositions coming from EU, but somehow the changes coming from EU are always adapted by the other regions. And I'm gonna anticipate that this is something that we're gonna see in this tournament. We might, you know, we had almost a month for FNATIC and Liquid to prepare something new for this tournament, and something that maybe other teams will not see coming at all. I anticipate a lot of maybe not even duelist, like duelist less compositions, maybe just one duelist, and maybe some Sky composition, Viper. This is something that I'm anticipating. The stylistic differences between the regions is something that is gonna shine today.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, EU, what better region to do so? Now, Veli, North America, you know, we've been struggle city in a lot of different esports for the last few days now. What are we expecting here from our region, North America? What should we be looking out for?
Not the predominance, but like Lothar said, NA is looking to shine right now. It is not just about Sentinels. I'm going to have to give a big shout out to version 1. I have to show them love. But you know what? We have to expect the unexpected. Jammies is going to be in for Whippy, and like Vanity was talking about yesterday, there is such a big difference in playstyles, even the agents. We're talking about a duelist compared to basically someone that runs the board on Viper. So to see the level of adaptation, to see a version 1 and Sentinels, along with these other teams, can rise to the top, that's what I'm looking for. It's going to be the clash of the meta.
You know what I'm looking forward to most, fellas? That we are, you know, representing all these different regions, and everyone's going to approach this with no bias, right, Achilles? No, everyone's going to be totally fair in their judgment of these teams, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh man,
I'll try to keep it. I'll try to keep it within some constraints. Obviously, I'm hoping that NUTURN can show up, but that's mostly for the region. You know, like even if they don't go far, I just want the Korean region to be taken seriously, and I want people to see that they are going to be able to perform and attack FPS.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. We'll be tuning in with them in a little bit. But not only do we have a $600,000 prize pool for Masters 2, we actually have a whole lot of circuit points that are going to be awarded to the 10 teams competing this week, with first place collecting 400 points. That is a fair amount, if I don't say so myself. And the action starts in the upper bracket today. First up is Europe's FNATIC versus LATAM's KRU Esports, followed by NA's own version 1 facing off against Crazy Raccoon from Japan. And finally, we end the day with a banger. Brazil's YNG Sharks will be taking on NUTURN from Korea. I mean, you got yourself some amazing games are going to be lined up. And we're kicking things off today with EU taking on LATAM, our first taste of international competition. And FNATIC find themselves in this position because they couldn't quite take the first place finish in the EMEA playoffs. Now, Lothar, why are they still a dangerous team in this tournament?
Well, if someone was watching the final against Liquid, they lost in split, basically, right? They didn't have the split prepared. They basically played like a free duelist composition then, and that's something that Boser explained, that they didn't just have time to prepare, right, that fifth map. But now, 22 days of, well, I would say off time, right? But it's not an off time for FNATIC. They work hard, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
They prepared all the maps. They go in here prepared with the huge map pool, something that KRU might be struggling with. And, you know, FNATIC actually made a lot of changes to the lineup in the beginning, so they're coming in hot, right? They got 2 new players at the beginning of April. By the way, KRU also got 2 new players at the end of March. So very similar timelines for both of those teams. But FNATIC is one of those teams that is setting up metas. You know, when they made basically the lineup on Bind with Viper, with Sky, with the Raze. That was something that many teams adapted to, and mostly Ascend with the difference on the Jet with CNET. But in general, FNATIC is one of those teams that is always prepared, you know, always. And this is why I feel like KRU will have a hard time against them.
Now, Veli, over to you, though. Want to get your thoughts on FNATIC and the kind of play we should be expecting from this lineup.
I love FNATIC. I think that they're going to be one of the best teams here when it comes to adaptability. And it's because they bring a plethora of different play styles, right? You take a look at Magnum Sky and Dirky Sova, and on maps like Bind, they're used so well. It is smart aggression all the way for FNATIC. Whenever you see a Trailblazer or Sova's Owl Drone, you can definitely guarantee that there's possibly someone behind them to get that kill. It is so smart, but the thing is, Golden Boy, they can flip the switch. They can slow down the pace as well. Mystic on Viper you see it on the screen right now. He can slow down attacks like no other, and I really want to see if they can deal with Latin America's really fast and aggressive playstyle.
Yeah. Now, looking at the other side of the field, we got KRU from Latin America, who are the final team to qualify for this tournament. As we look at their roster, what are the expectations that we should have for this lineup, Achilleos?
It's really tough to say. I think that a lot of people are coming into watching this event with very low expectations. Often people will associate the skill of a team with just like the history of a region in a genre of esports. You know, granted, you know, Korea with TAC FPS, that kind of stuff. I think that KRU is going to be a lot better than a lot of people might have anticipated. They clearly have their fundamentals down. They do study a lot of the European region, so we might see a similar clash of styles here on the maps. We'll have to see what they've developed in the downtime getting ready for this event. But I think that they're a little bit of a dark horse coming into this. I don't think that they're going to be able to make a run into the grand final or anything of that by that measure, but I think that they certainly could really exceed people's expectations and potentially make a run into, you know, the comfortable top 5.
Yeah, that's right. Here are the map stats for KRU. Bind, obviously, Lothar, has not been favorable to them, but something to note there in the footage you saw, this team had to qualify on land in order to get to Reykjavik. So this could very well be what they need, Lothar, in order for them to get themselves over the hump.
Very young players coming from KRU Esports, right? They're all, if I'm not mistaken, below 20 years old.
Wow.
And playing on LAN already, environment, that's a huge advantage. Maybe something that FNATIC will not have, but at the same time, KRU is a team that is a very well-balanced team in my eyes, but they're probably too easy to read for FNATIC. So they're going to have a hard time because they only had 12 days of off time to travel also to Iceland after the finals against Infinity. So they might not have enough time to be well prepared against FNATIC, and they start over with such a big match, right? So this is going to be a big test ahead of them, and I hope they're going to change up a little bit of their pace that they were playing in the past, because they are a little bit on the slower side, you know, and FNATIC is one of those teams that preys on those teams that give them space.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be a very unique approach playstyle-wise here for KRU. Veli, how do you feel that could potentially shape things up against this FNATIC lineup that's looking to really put EU in a very dominant position at the start of Masters 2?
Well, the thing is, I think the biggest issue for KRU is the simple fact that they don't spread around the map much like you see with a lot of European teams. And FNATIC, they could funnel in and take advantage of that, right? If I'm on KRU, and what I see what they do on Haven, which is FNATIC's second best map, there's a lot of utility synergy that we have, and it's going to be all about Delzik and his Astra. You can see those gravity wells try to pull people in through toxic screens or even nano swarms, but they're going to have to make sure that Delzik stay alive, because if Delzik dies, that's a big part of their utility game plan.
Correct,
and he's going to have to bring it every single round.
Yeah, well, we're going to see that in a moment here, folks. But be sure to join in on the fun using the hashtag Verizon 5G All Chat, and we'll feature your tweets throughout today's broadcast. Should be a good time. Make sure you get out there and you're talking about the games. Speaking of socials, we had a poll on Valorant Esports, and fans believe that FNATIC will win today's matchup by 83%. Now it's time for our trusted analysts to do the same. So, gentlemen, Veli, we'll start with you. Let's just go down the line because I know we want to get into the matches. Who do you got winning this one?
Oh, FNATIC 2-0. No doubt about it, GB.
Wow. Okay. Spice coming out of Veli. Achilleos.
I have to agree. I think this is going to be a 2-0. I think depending on what the map draft looks like, it might be a 2-1, but either way, FNATIC taking the win.
Okay. And Lothar, finally for you?
Well, if we would have 5 analysts here on the desk, one would have said that it's KRU, right? But it's not me. I'm gonna say FNATIC. They're gonna take it probably 2-0, but close matches.
All right, well, it's going to be some great games, without a doubt, folks. But that is it. Are you ready? Because the games begin in Reykjavik right now.
Welcome to Masters, ladies and gents. FNATIC facing off against KRU to kick things off. I can't imagine a better way to test out the global talent coming into this tournament. FNATIC, of course, deemed as the mad scientists of Europe, constantly evolving that meta, pushing boundaries, changing it up, and KRU. I've not heard the word dark horse thrown around since 2013 Katy Perry. These boys are the real deal, and we've got to see what they can bring to the stage. And of course, before we get to that, we've got to also look towards the map veto. What do these two teams want to do when it comes to the stage that they play towards? The battlefield is going to be set any second now, and of course we've got our expectations. You're probably not going to see too much play to the likes of, you know, if you're playing FNATIC, you might want to take out Bind. But I'm of course not alone in bringing you this and theorizing what's coming up. I'm joined by the one and only Hypoc. Now, how are we feeling today coming into this, especially with that map veto now just moments away?
I mean, yeah, it's going to be a very exciting matchup. I think, obviously, the big talking point, obviously, already covered on the desk briefly, is FNATIC and obviously Split. I don't think, you know, when we look back at the improvements overall, I don't think it's going to be underprepared this time around. But is KRU the team really? There you go. No surprises. Straight away comes through. Here's their permaban. So not going to see it at all today, Lauren.
Yeah, as part to expectation, whether or not they've worked on that behind the scenes. And there, as highlighted earlier, KRU going to take away Bind. A very good veto to start with so far, I think. The safest beginning, but this now leaves it up to KRU to set the pace on that first map choice. And it looks like Haven's going to come through.
Yeah, and that's actually a more interesting one. We can break that down in a second. Obviously, wait to see what FNATIC come through and select here next. Actually going to go ahead and pick attack on Haven as well. That's,
okay,
that's
not too unexpected, but it's...
Yeah.
It's okay. It's going to set maybe a tone.
It does indeed. As again, expectations-wise, I mean, the rest of the map pool. Icebox coming through is an interesting one. That's
okay.
I mean, that leaves an interesting dynamic for the decider here. Obviously, being Ascent, which actually leans a little heavier in KRU's favor, I would say. I mean, FNATIC no slouches at all on that map, but definitely makes it interesting. I think FNATIC potentially left this open to expect the 2-0 closeout, Lauren, honestly.
Yeah, if it goes all three, that's when we are gonna have to put a question mark potentially beside who wins it. But the man on the screen winning hearts and minds, it seems. The press conference for him, they discussed the map veto. Boaster aware that there was some faults, there were some flaws, and yes, in a best of 5 grand final, you could see them being pushed. However, best of 3 to begin with, they should be able to operate comfortably. But again, for the people out there who depend too much on statistics, for example, they'll look at Icebox, they'll look at KRU and go, they've got it sewn up in the bag, but it's only 3 played games. Yes, they were good games, but again, that's within a region we don't get to see too often. And this is the chance to actually see, are they really a dark horse? What is that level of competition coming in? These are all questions we can start reiterating once we get into the game. There's no point over hashing it. I know everyone's been out there kind of dedicated to the crumb trail. They've been trying to hoover up of both these teams. Oh, what's going to happen? But there is a real threat with KRU. I think Achilleo said low expectations, and I almost disagree. I think they've actually got some quite high expectations from not only their region, but a lot of the analysts out there. I mean, you've got your plat chatters out there, you know, a couple of pieces and a couple of people definitely giving them a little bit of room. Maybe because of the playstyle that we've heard of, maybe because, hey, they run very similar comps to EU. They've got a little bit of that stylistic matchup that could be interesting, but do you think it's enough to best FNATIC?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? In terms of expectations, yes, this is a huge opportunity for effectively put the region on the map, right? A big kind of, is anomaly the right word? To be drawn up against FNATIC as well. Like you said, we're taking inspiration in certain aspects from strategies, compositions, but this really is the real test. It's like, you know, can they do it better than FNATIC, right?
Isn't that just the quandary on most of our minds? And of course, as the players settle in, we will start looking towards the agent select as soon as they are comfortable. There's no rush on that, really, because I'm just happy we get a LAN. Like, can we be honest here? Like, I know we're doing the whole, like, hype thing and it's Masters, but, like, we're on LAN. We get to see regions now playing each other that, again, you can theory craft and you can analyze, you can pore over the replays and you can read into it what you will, but finally we get that real litmus test of, okay, are FNATIC going to be able to get over those nerves, right? It's a big point for them. They made big roster changes and it worked out. to at least get to here. But now they're on the stage, they're young guns, they brought in new firepower. It was a bit of a plug and play, as Bosa did say. It wasn't a super hard change up in that aspect, but still, it is new players, new environment. And, well, they already said on the desk that KRU, they've already kind of, I guess had their mettle tested in a LAN environment, and hey, they won the thing. So this is going to be a little bit of a telling sign as to what to expect in the bigger picture. And from what I've heard, FNATIC haven't been showing too much off here. They've been trying to keep a little bit of their practice quiet when it comes to scrimming other teams at Iceland.
I think it's no secret that FNATIC are going to play their cards very close to their chest in this aspect. But again, game one, day one, do we see FNATIC really dig deep in the playbook, bring out some of the, that's Summon FC geekiness, right? That was initially what put them on the map. Whether or not we're going to see it early on, really depends whether or not KRU can test them. That's my honest opinion here, Lauren.
It's going to be tough to decide between the two, and I don't envy the analysts having to make predictions, and I'm gonna just not do it. So I'll just say I'm excited to see how it goes, but I'm trying to think of agent select here when it comes down to these maps. Now, of course, FNATIC were one of the teams that did bring the new meta into effect. They were one of the first to kind of highlight what can be used. However, they do shy a little away from Astra, for example. They do utilize her when needed, but not constantly. It's a little bit of a here and there thing. For example, Brimstone gets brought in instead, and even said that they just feel it's a little more viable in what they want to do with it. Do we think we're going to see any big meta changes on the agent select, or do you think it's going to be playing to safety here?
Much as the point I just made, I don't think we're going to see anything crazy in game one here, unless, things get, we start pushing towards the desperation strats, right? We start digging deep and start experimenting with things. If we look at composition-wise, I don't think there's massive differences in terms of, play style-wise, what we're going to be expecting to see out of both teams, KRU and FNATIC. Obviously, previously, on Haven in particular, FNATIC started messing with some of those kind of set plays with Astra that looked fantastic, right? And expectations-wise with KRU on, particularly on defense, if they leave that to chance and they kind of give FNATIC any space at all in the early round, we know how quick FNATIC are to punish that.
It seems as though they are just going to get themselves set up here. May take a second or two, but this does mean that you guys at home can start telling me your predictions. I always want to hear it. Use the hashtag, of course, get on Twitter. I want to know who you guys are predicting this. And don't just give me a name. Give me a little reason as to why. Give me a little bit of a... See, look at this guy. See, you want to vote against him? No, you can't. You can't. You can't. The moves. But there is something to be said about having someone like Boaster to lighten the mood for the team. These are young players, and we'll say it time and time again. We'll have to constantly go over because it is a big point that at this point, you do need someone who's going to be that emotional lift. And I think a couple of people were surprised seeing the likes of Yampy, for example, through it was like the vlogs that Liquid were doing, being such a huge element of a mood lifter, a refocuser, someone to bring them back to that element, which is incredibly imperative. So I feel as though Boaster does play a big role in this, and it does add to the weight on the shoulders, right? It's something that is gonna have to be brought up, that you gotta hope for Boaster's sake they're all in the right place and the mindsets are right, because it's gonna be hard to lift them back up if they do start on a downward trend. Emotional players, highest highs, lowest lows, but they have the structure, and that's something we can't say enough. And I've got to say it, KRU do as well. They're a team, to me, that have constantly seemed phenomenal when it comes to that. They have that kind of surround to them. They have the strategic approach that gives them that safety as individuals, that they don't just need that, I guess rolling it back, tens and friends screaming team, right? You can play as a collective, you get to have all of it.
Yeah, I think, if we look back, we start talking kind of concerns or win conditions, right, Lauren? It's whether or not KRU can really find value from some of these more unorthodox rounds. Some of the biggest losses we've seen from FNATIC regionally have been versus teams that are able to really embrace the chaos of playing a very fast and loose game, switching things up constantly round by round. Now, for KRU, they need to be able to nail those rounds consistently, but also be prepared to remain very disciplined in terms of the rounds that they play out slower.
Okay, so let's then talk about win conditions. As of course, we are filling a little bit of time, so keep yourselves locked in. Don't worry, we know it as well. We're here with you, but it does mean we can kind of talk a little more nonsense. Now, win conditions for, let's start with FNATIC, right? It's the easier go-to. We've seen them a lot, especially as we are more predominantly EU casters. So in your mind, let's set the bar, right? Let's talk about those win conditions that get them this game, and then we'll flip the switch and talk about KRU as well. What do you see being, let's say, 2 or 3 just very key components that would create that avenue for them to collect this victory?
I mean, honestly, the win conditions for FNATIC are being able to really nail those choreographed rounds. I think overall, those are the ones that make it very, very difficult for a team to adapt to on the fly, because FNATIC have so many of them, right? We know the playbook is so deep for FNATIC. Now, really, again, from what I just mentioned, it's some of those unorthodox rounds that are the ones that can be FNATIC's demise, right? And then you see a kind of snowball effect of they keep doubling down on this early round aggression on defense, and it gets punished time and time again because they're so eager to try and condition the enemy team into doing certain things. If that doesn't happen, then it's almost like, actually, in terms of being versatile and adapting to those things, FNATIC have struggled in the past.
Okay. So then we'll take that as a starting point. Let's flip it to KRU. Let's talk about what you see being potentially their gateway into this, because I think the map pool definitely caught your eye in that regard.
Yeah, particularly on Haven, it's going to rely a lot on KRU finding value from kind of their default setup, because there's not a lot of contingency plans in KRU's gameplay, right? It's very slow, it's very methodical, but they play very, very deep, and they respond to any information they're given, right? But it's not usually 2 or 3 players coming in. There's not really any secondary layer to that default, right? As soon as they find contact, it's usually a 1-for-1 trade or a 2-for-1 trade. And actually, more often than not, when that doesn't go in their favor, it's very difficult for them to recover rounds.
Okay, so we'll keep our eyes on it. And I think this is something that could be a misconception for potentially some people who've maybe either watched previous games, previous FPS titles, especially, the likes of CS. When you think LATAM, when you think of these sort of regions, you think hyper-aggression. However, I don't think KRU necessarily play to that. They play a very considered game style. Now, for me, when I think about this, I also then consider, well, how often do they get tested in that region? How often does someone know what they're doing, have a counter to it, and potentially run it themselves? I'd say FNATIC play very much a similar aspect of game as their opponents do. This isn't necessarily a massive mismatch of playstyle. This is quite similar, but I just don't know the depth of KRU yet. And that's my big point that I'm going to be looking for, is when things either get worked out, get considered, get maybe even countered, where's that next step going to come from?
And also, you talk about KRU and the default setup. That's really going to be tested here. We know once FNATIC are able to set the pace and take rounds on their terms, then they just continue to punish. They could put you in a stranglehold, and things really, really spiral out of control. So, FNATIC are playing confidently. Expect them to really flex out on their defensive half.
And expectation-wise, let's kind of drill it in on map 1, which would be Haven, if I'm not mistaken. Where do you see this? Let's talk about kind of expected favor of map, right? Like, let's just kind of, I guess, take account for results and kind of ignore the fact of potentially the different regions having varying results. One may look a little stronger and one may look a little weaker, potentially, if they have better opponents, for example. However, would you say this map is favorable heavily towards one side? Do you expect a win there, or do you think this could be a close call?
I think Haven will be pretty comfortable for FNATIC. I think that comes down to just the way in which they're able to improvise in the early round. And again, it's the level of success they find on defense. The fact that they're starting on attack, actually, I think is more of a concern for KRU, right? Because they play very, very deep. They play very, very reactively, which with a team like FNATIC, you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And they will continue to push and exploit those gaps.
No, I'm with you on that. And the results say somewhat the same. I mean, take what you want from that game against Liquid. It was a good look for FNATIC. I think that's the big telling sign to me. Now, again, of course, I've watched bits and pieces of Crew's approach on Haven. We've all poured over the same old, I guess, footage, right? We've all seen the game against Infinity especially, and it was a good game. Their Astra looked solid. I liked what they did with the utility on Killjoy, for example. I'm curious to see what roster they bring out. I don't know how many times they've run that Astra kind of Killjoy look that they brought in that Infinity game. However, it could be time to now see them refining that, for example, because yes, the boys did mention on the desk, they haven't had as much time to maybe acclimate to these opponents or maybe kind of work out and flesh out more of that idea, but they seem to play it very well. They really understood the theory. I do want to know how deep their understanding can go now.
Yeah, I think really, yeah, actually, and coming back to the map pool briefly, obviously, I mean, Crew didn't actually play Icebox across challenges, at least the final stages. It's like, actually, some good news there. Somebody's got into game there, Lauren.
We do like to see that. It does mean that Agent Select won't be too far away, or at least we'll get to have confirmation on what they went for, hopefully any second now, and there we go. So right into Agent Select, of course, brought to you by Prime Gaming. Now, anything standing out to you here? I'm going to leave this one to you. Just briefly run me through anything that catches your eye.
Nothing actually standing out too much. I mean, expectations-wise, different. Potentially, yeah. That's a slight adjustment on the side of Crew from maybe what we're expecting. And actually on the side of FNATIC, a little bit of switch up as well. I'm potentially looking to pull something out of the bag here. I mean, I said I wouldn't expect it in game one, but it might actually be on the cards here for FNATIC, as just about to get game one underway here, Lauren.
All right, deep breaths. We are about to dive into game one of Masters. FNATIC up against Crew, LATAM facing off against the EMEA, the European side, of course, of FNATIC here. Going to kick things off, and it'll be Crew on the defensive side and FNATIC on the attack. And you've got to keep your eyes on those young guns coming in. You've got your Dirk, you've got Magnum. These two are heavy hitters. And it looks like a quick piece to begin with. Already Dirk just going to put his body on the line, fly right in towards the site.
Actually come through, yeah. It's 2 for 1 in favor of Crew, actually, and B&J actually gonna find another one, and we'll find the third. Doma falls now down to just Magnum as he comes up short. Here come through, try and swing on. We'll get that headshot through. Tag down to about 7 HP. A lot left to do, and Klaus actually gonna close that one out. And actually, like you said, a very fast piece coming through towards A side, but well handled by Crew, in particular B&J.
FNATIC, did you just try and go quickly against a LATAM team? FNATIC, hey. No. Don't be doing that. Don't be hold your horses here. But a great start, and I think that just proves the firepower that we know is with this region specifically. But we have to now see what they can keep doing down the line. This will bring the economy favorably, and of course we get to see the new UI as well. Look how cool this looks. You get to see everything. This is great, but also huge shout out as we are going to be seeing a bit of a lighter investment, no armor to supplement the sheriffs and bits and pieces for FNATIC, whereas Crew, of course, going on the full-on SMG buy-up. Unless FNATIC start to turn some of this, we can kind of give a big shout out to our observers as well. Prius, Sapphire, and Yeti bringing you all the action live from in-game, and you gotta love your observers. They're the ones that make it look damn good. Exactly, right? Like, can't mess around with that. But into the game we go. Looking at the utility usage, this looks very similar to what I came to expect, at least watching Crew's previous games coming into this tournament, especially Delzik being such an integral piece playing in towards Garage, and I'm sure FNATIC have looked over the same things, but Doma going to claim a quick kill out of nowhere. B&J, the danger man from the last round, is now down.
This is on the back of actually all the presence shown on the side of Crew. I mean, B&J and Exit actually showing their face over on A. Delzik now just anticipating Magnum drifting through into Garage here, but we'll
this
back
contact
away.
on A.
Yeah.
If they just go subtle, now, yes, Nagzet does find one, but they're going to lose position on long. This is where they could maybe overwhelm, but no! Out of nowhere, the huge deny, shut down. There was so much opportunity for maybe a spike plant, get a little bit of a punish, maybe take away some of that economy, but now it's just in tatters. Magnum, great player, but this one, way out of check.
A really, really nice round once again from Crew. And I love actually, just in the early round, making a really good read, right? The fact that FNATIC are going to come in, try and take close contact in sewers, just throwing the wall down, just to put the brakes on. We know, obviously, FNATIC like to get early round control in terms of forward to this. Lines up perfectly here, and the last comes through. Doma able to trade that one out. Actually, a little weapon switch onto the classic for the last. A really nice round from Nagzet.
Okay, so we do have the rifles. Now we do at least have the, what we like to call the bonus round for Crew, so they will be sticking on the lighter purchase, but so as expectation should be, this should be a FNATIC round, but let's see what damage could be done by Crew here. So far, looking for potentially the fight, or at least the shoulder peek towards long, and that's going to get Durka at least on notice, but they are still holding a default for FNATIC.
Little jump spot there. Durka will find ahead at least. No damage put through. And FNATIC now, I guess, anticipating them trying to convert these weapons. Nobody from crew actually overextending too far. They come through, find no information, but information nonetheless through sewers here. Actually, that's going to force a drift away from A site and some aggression elsewhere.
You've got to keep this clean. If you're on the fan side of FNATIC, you want to see them not get, I guess, lax in this by any account. Klaus on the other side waiting. Boaster starting to build towards, at least indicating the hit may be coming through. You can see the utility put towards A. He's facilitating that. Maybe a quick flank for him. BNJ, though, going to get all the information. And the dash does come out from Durka. He's on the side. The snap comes in. No damage done yet for crew. And here comes that lurk from Boaster. Lovely work from him. Good read on these rotations. Going to be outnumbered now. Needs to keep that rifle if they want to keep this clean.
Yeah, Klaus comes through, pinched perfectly. So we get one upgrade here. Will they consider coming through and finding, or trying to find a little more damage? You creep through A link, but the wall down over spawn, I guess, going to change viability, at least to make it a little harder for them to come through and find it here. Maybe just try and keep some of FNATIC on the site to die to the spike, but I don't think anybody's really going to make any moves there, Lauren.
No, this is... Klaus can keep that rifle. Delzik, if he could get an exit or two, that's kind of the game plan. Not going to be able to get any FNATIC out of there. Actually does get a little closer. Nah, no one to be found. Going to just opt for the spike's way out. And Klaus can at least bring that through to the next round. I guess this is a tick in the box for FNATIC. They did do a nice clean round. They kept 4 rifles up. They convert and get themselves on the board. Crew did a little bit of damage. I'm sure they'd have liked a little bit more out of that.
Yeah.
You know, if they could have cost them a couple more rifles, that could have been huge for the economy. But this is as we expected. Now we get to the fun part, right? This is where it gets a little bit more interesting, is this first real buy round coming in. And what does crew look like in these? Because we know what FNATIC look like. We've seen a little bit more of them. It's kind of been tried and tested to an extent, but crew are a little less of a known quantity.
Indeed is. Going to trade out Sky Flashes at least on A here. Nags once again set up to greet this aggression on short. Actually doubled up with the Trailblazer. Durka will find it.
Yeah, Durka's looking pretty loose here. That's great for him as well. Just that confidence is key. Young players starting off really well, building up confidence could be massive. So that's big work for him. The Seekers, as you highlighted, going to come through. And it doesn't give too much, really, at this point. Sky is left to isolate and kind of hold A on their own. And you can see the kind of causation and the effect now of just being that player down. And FNATIC looking elsewhere for that next step. Delzik could be on the chopping block, but solid at holding this.
I mean, other than the first blood, it's... I was going to say, other than the first blood, it's a big win there for FNATIC. They could drift away with the Seekers invested also. Nobody from crew actually going to come over. B&J now trying to tuck in towards sandbags.
Yeah, timing works out so perfectly for FNATIC. They're going to get everything going for themselves. And once again, that constant pressure now in the back of their minds of that mid-lurk coming out from Boaster. But Klaus with a really good shot towards Durka denies that quick start. Now it's going to at least kind of slow them down for a second, cause a little bit of a pause for thought, but the rest of the site's going to be swarmed, but Klaus denies. A huge 3K from him. Those 2 kills were integral. Now Boaster feels like a mile away. The spike's now going to be lost. Boaster has to pick up the pieces. Finding Delzik is the first step. Klaus a little less than ideal on HP. Big work from Boaster. This is scrappy. And somehow FNATIC pull it back.
A great recovery on that. Klaus does absolutely fantastic to find all those kills over on A, but somehow, I mean, I thought Boaster was potentially going to be lost in that lurk. There was a moment where, again, the situation comes through where they're able to potentially pinch him in B, but he somehow finds both of them through A link. And right there, I got to say, that's kind of a miracle, a blessing for FNATIC to close that round out with how things went down on A site, because they lost the spike as well, Lauren. It was deep on the site.
I thought that was done for, but yeah, Boaster pulling it out of nowhere for this, and that's a huge bonus for these boys, having your IGL not only operating on that sort of level, but also bringing it through in the game as well. So, already Durka going to just try and keep that economy looking healthy for him. Going to depend on the knives out for this one. Of course, on the other side, we do have Sheriffs. A little bit of armor around it as well. Klaus and Nagzek going to at least opt for light armor and the rifle in the hands of Mazzino.
playing much deeper this time around, and FNATIC kind of leaning towards Garage initially. I guess just trying to get a feel for whether or not there's a stack anywhere. Maybe playing with lesser weapons, trying to close the distance and get the most value out of them. But 50 seconds left and no real moves made by FNATIC as they now look to creep towards the entry of B. Now, there is an alarm bot there, so crew are going to have an opportunity to recover, should they? But Klaus actually going to spot both members outside B. A little bit of damage goes through, but no kill.
Yeah, the Viper Wall can at least temper what could have potentially built off that Sage Wall, but there's Magnum still finding the Danger Man who did have the rifle. That won't be able to be filtered back. Now we look at potentially the damage to the economy, and at the moment they're not finding too many chances. Durka's going to slowly fall away from this, get himself the rifle that was lost, so at least going to keep everything tickety-boo for them. And the last three still just looking for a chance to do some damage here, and really FNATIC aren't giving them many opportunities.
No, they now find themselves in a 3v5 retake here, and not an awful lot left to do. Once again, I just looking to get some damage on both the catches. Nags inside Garage, Durka comes through, the pinch is perfect. Magnum close things out, Delsic falls, and a flawless round there from FNATIC. Really, really well considered. Once again, like taking all the time that it needs to in mid, anticipating that aggression from crew, and it never actually came through. It's only really Klaus taking contact on B that, on both sides of the coin there was the turning factor. As soon as that comes through, FNATIC lean back in towards Garage. They know that nobody's holding close there. It leaves C wide open.
I want to see what this double stack on short might do for crew here, because they're at least going to come back in with the buy. See if they maybe get a little bit aggressive. It's going to be Durka on the other side as well. So yeah, B and J going to be posted up for the fight, and yeah, just straight up loses it. Durka is on today, and he's going to double down on it as well. Massive entry work from Durka. And you can see the pace he's going to work with. He knows the two that have been playing the site. Yes, Klaus does lean over here, but with it being so quick and so successful, they've got it all. This is a wrap in my mind. They're already backing away towards this. Yeah,
30 seconds in, you see already crew have gone all the way back towards C site. Just going to give this one up. Yeah, maximum progress. Actually, I'm just going to retrieve the orb as well. They know they've got the time and the space to do so.
I mean, I wonder how good's FNATIC's money at this point? Could they go for a chase to get some of these guns away?
I think at least three of them, yeah, are going to have the opportunity to come, but whether or not FNATIC want to punish this. I mean, Doma's now one away from the res. Durka 3 out of 6 on the Blade Storm as well. Could potentially come through and get a little more ult progress, and like you said, punish the economy of crew even further. And utility-wise as well, if you look at crew, other than the 2 snake bites, see, going to be a little bit of a repurchase here. FNATIC do creep towards Garage. Might just take a little poke. I don't think they'll try and commit to this.
Yeah, you can see Delsic desperately trying to hold on to this. Doesn't want to lose these rifles. 3, you can kind of spread the wealth around and kind of drop out the rifles, maybe try and build up a bit of a buy around it. But we've also got to highlight Mazzino and Delsic off to a bit of a quiet start. Mystic the same, but again, if you're facilitating the pieces of Sky, I don't mind too much. But Delsic, I mean, the hits haven't really been coming their way. They have been predominantly towards that A site, I guess, apart from that kind of buy against a little bit of a half buy towards C, but still, I'd like to see them both finding a little bit of form just to see the full power of crew, because right now, FNATIC are starting to look comfy. Like, the money's getting a little bit too comfortable for me. You've got 8.4, 6.3, 7.7. They're starting to get all of it building their way, so hopefully they can maybe find an answer to this. And I don't know how you shut down someone like Durka, who's just already off to a belting start. Yeah. The man is just flying through this.
And I mean, the big thing is, economy-wise, now FNATIC can start taking a few more risks, right? They now have a little bit of freedom to play around with things on the attack. As I assume we do have a little bit of a tactical pause coming through. Probably on the side of crew, maybe to just reconsider things here. I think you make a good point, and really, again, look towards the new guys for FNATIC. Yes, we could talk about LAN experience and maybe a few jitters along the way, but for me, it's a huge positive. It goes without saying to see Durka, put on those, just stringing together a couple of kills early on. Those, I guess, regionally would have been the concerns, right? Coming in would be, there is a chance that, FNATIC, I guess, transition from the roster changes. There's still going to be issues.
Now, the thing that comes to my mind as well, and this is something that I guess you can talk about when it comes to younger players especially, is the difference a couple of good rounds can make. That confidence that, oh no, I'm good. Like I've got that hot hand today, everything feels fine, like I'm smooth, I'm feeling the game out. And for Durka to have a good beginning, that's just a huge confidence boost for him. That means that suddenly all that pressure that maybe he was feeling, just going to be alleviated instantly. Just going to be feeling out the game. If he keeps that up, fantastic for him. That's a really big tick in the box for FNATIC. Now for KRU on the other side, I think I want to see what answers they come up with here. I want to see how they try and deny these stunning entries from Durka. I mean, the guy's found form early and it's hard to deal with. We've seen other teams having the same problem, trying to shut down big boys on the entry, right? It's not an easy thing to instantly counter. There's something about it. You know, you got Yampy doing something similar as well. So, well, I want to see what the answer is from KRU.
Yeah, and the problem is the other side of what we just saw with that little bit of aggression into sewers. I call it a set piece if you like. That being shut down straight away, I don't want that to be, you know, KRU just thinking, oh, we're not going to get away with that. We can't do it again. Because actually, like I said before this game started, before this map even started, KRU need to find value in those unorthodox rounds, the ones where they just make a slight adaptation, right? Because I think if they just sit deep and try and react to what FNATIC are doing, we know how quick and how well rehearsed and choreographed some of the site hits from FNATIC can be. And actually with Durka hitting shots like that, again, they don't even need to rely on that. They just need to rely on Durka kind of going in and bread and butter playing entry.
I just heard that Viper just constantly jumping on the box. Thank you, Observer. It's just Yeti's like, no, we're going up to the rooftops. Get away from it. But all said, at this point, it does seem as though it's a technical pause rather than tactical. So, yeah, I was like, well, this is a long one, but hopefully it all gets resolved nice and quick. Again, I'd rather have these players at 100% than anything less. So we can kind of maybe take a step back. And I'm going to be honest, the start of this, the first couple of pistols are like, oh my, these boys built different. They've got some wild aim, and they did. And FNATIC coming in with that mad aggression on the pistol, I was getting a little nervous, if I'm honest with you, but it seems to have kind of fallen into the right place, at least for Durka. But yeah, I'm looking to see if KRU do side to maybe get some. It's hard to find an answer though. Like we talk about, okay, defensive side of aggression, right? Well, if you go for the fight against Durka, you're going to be met by sheer force, and it seems as though he's on today. So we're about on the rest of the map. But bear in mind, FNATIC are holding a good default throughout this. So it's going to be tricky for them to find that kind of avenue of approach. You could sit deep on the site potentially, make FNATIC take side control, but these boys are solid at executions. They have really good set pieces. This is where I think we were always constantly going to ask the question when it came to KRU that we highlighted at the start. How deep is their knowledge when it comes to being pushed out of their comfort zone? Because we know they dominate when they don't get tested on these things. But if they start being pressured, how deep is that answer? Do they have that strat boot, that little bit of kind of maybe a go-to that they could maybe look towards?
I mean, the other thing is that again, I was call it a criticism if you like, but talking about KRU not having kind of a contingency plan behind their default, just a small thing like Magnum always playing that flank control. Always having the turret outside, garage, double doors, and being there. The thing is, FNATIC are always ready to react on that. Every time they fight for this A lobby control or A long control, if there's contact anywhere else, they're ready to capitalize on it. And actually just switching things up as soon as they then don't fight for A lobby control, you've got the problem with then it's potentially 3 or 4 players stacked up outside garage, and that's so easy to overwhelm.
You get to enjoy how cool the stat looks, at least. That's one bonus. Like, we can stop being super serious until the tech pause is showed up. They've got branded coffee cups. Like, why don't I have that?
Yeah, I was just saying,
like drink cups. Like, give me some of this.
Yeah.
Hook me up. I'll hit the start game again button if you send them over. But it does seem as though the tech pause will be carrying on for a bit, and we've kind of discussed our thoughts at least on this matchup. But there's plenty more to be said today. Like, look at that. They can keep that Red Bull in the cups and everything. Oh, unfair, unfortunate. I just get my little sippy cup so I don't dribble on myself. But at this point, we do have to talk bigger picture because, again, a lot of people are touting this to be not necessarily a huge chance of an upset, but it could have been something to maybe catch FNATIC off if they weren't on their A game. They look fine so far, but it's only map 1 and we're barely into it. So you then kind of look towards the bigger picture of things, right? Like, how much do we read into Scrimbucks? Are you all aboard the Scrimbucks conversation? Like, where do you sit on Scrimbox? I gotta see it now.
It's a difficult one. I think when you talk about
don't half
like,
it. Come on, all in, dude.
No, I'm staying on the fence here. I'm staying on the fence. I think when you think about teams like FNATIC in particular, they're not a team to ever really show you in one series of scrims kind of everything they've got. I just can we again? I petitioned for this. I petitioned for this in EMEA. We need Boasterpov just the whole time. Just a camera fixed on Boaster's desk.
He puts on a show, you know, the dance moves. There's so much to go through, but yeah, I mean, as said, I think for me, when I look bigger picture now at the tournament, if FNATIC can deliver in this, I think at least we know where EU somewhat stands to an extent. And I think people have not overcommitted to their hype behind Liquid, but I think if anyone followed Liquid's trail into this tournament, this was a good run, but it was pretty dicey before that. But it does seem as though we're back underway, so I will shut the hell up and start talking about the game in front of us, because yes, there's the timer. Look, I wait until you see the timer go down. I'm like, all right, no worries. Here we go. 4-2 here, FNATIC up against KRU. It's hard to bring myself back in, but we will be seeing if there's now adaptation from KRU. Their money is in a little bit of a spot of bother. They have 2 SMGs now to supplement those 3 rifles.
Blinded.
Yeah, actually, again, just talking about that again, Nags. Off the back of that flash in A lobby, just straight away invest the wall to slow things down, just in case a fast hit does come through. Now, Magnum and Durka going to stay put for the time being, and see elsewhere. Mystic and Oster showing a little bit of presence over towards C. Now, that's going to bring one player in the form of Delzik over towards site. Doma actually looked as if, I guess they're waiting on this wall to fall, and actually Durka going to show on long as well. So this is really interesting here. FNATIC actually now don't look as if they have a good read on the setup. Again, nobody from KRU really overstepping the mark, leaving an opening.
You can see the information wanted to be garnered by BNJ. There we go. Gets, again though, it really is just seeing Durka, so it's kind of hard to work out how much there is on this, but the Seekers do go in, so this is pressure across the board. Now look at this misplay, look at this misread, potentially coming out from KRU. Yeah, they're committing to these rotations towards B, but that spike is slowly creeping up through A long. This is sick work. Now they need Durka to at least be the kind of tip of the spear in this. Now look at that. Perfect bait and switch. Put all that attention towards C. Slowly crept up towards A. That's stunning, but there is a chance of a retake here for KRU.
And Boaster way deep still on C long. Durka now gonna be the front man, like you said, the tip of the spear by the Sage Wall. And actually, counter lockdowns on both sides, both invested here, so it's gonna be chaos on the side. Boaster gotta come through, potentially shut down that lockdown, Lauren.
You got 5 seconds. One's been shut down, the other's still going 2-on-1. So that does mean KRU's gonna have to get out of there, detained. 2 players now caught up in this. FNATIC reaggress. You can see a Magnum just takes the ball by the horns. Huge work from FNATIC. Denies the retake with a perfect execution. Every analyst, every fan of your thinking man's Valorant will adore what we just saw.
Yeah, beautiful. And actually in the early round, again, like I said, FNATIC didn't look as if they'd got a good read on the setup from KRU, but they run it out long enough. They show presence on both sides, and actually utility invested. Now the Astra divide comes up on C, and it creates this chaos. KRU are left second guessing. Now with 2 players shown, the flash comes through, they actually assume the hit's coming through. And that leaves A wide open. BNJ throws a flash over from A link. It doesn't actually flash, but here's Durka dash on behind it. Now that right there, it's just so good to watch around like that back, like you said. It's so well considered when you look at the early round.
Oh, that was gorgeous. I could watch that time and time again. Durka going to be waiting on that heal to work out for himself. Back up to full, looking like a glass cannon, but he'll be just fine with that op. So the first time we're going to see the op coming out for him. A bit of a hybrid when it comes to it. We kind of highlight it on the likes of Icebox, which I'm sure we'll talk about, how varied he can be in that approach. But for now, the first time we get to see it here, so looking to see if he can maybe punish, but it was a little dicey when you're playing it up against the Sheriffs, and there we go. First one to come down, Durka gonna find Klaus. Just slowly but surely, you can see FNATIC trying to just work away at KRU. No rush on it either. FNATIC still have about a minute to play with, so Durka's still happy to be the first one forward. And Delzik trying to find the timing just right, but Magnum's... Oh no, the timing. Oh. That could have been bad, but it wasn't. We're fine.
This is the sort of thing I was talking about here. Magnum having complete control outside double doors makes it so difficult for any aggression. As I say that, Nag's going to find 2 on the way in. Doma and Boaster actually trade back. But damage done on the side of KRU as FNATIC try and bully their way onto B site.
There's a little bit of danger in this. B&J does at least have light armor in that, but now he's gone. It's done for Doma. Gonna find Delzik, and Op could be recovered? Question mark? Doesn't look as though it will be. For now, across the board, there was a little bit of danger, sure, but it was dealt with immediately. The trade did come back in eventually after that nice old 2-play pickup, but at 6-2, we can't be looking at bits and pieces anymore. You can't be looking at, oh, but that was a nice shot. No, we got to see a little bit more than just that. As you can see, that was Doma just shutting it down at the end. All the contingencies in place. But at 6-2, as said, we can't look at those small wins for the economy. Now. Yeah, this is getting a little bit rough. Oh, and Dirk has got so much room. Coupled with that Astra utility, he can just start building up on this one. Going to try and back away a touch, get the utility work down before he has to get involved here. Sky going to at least slow down the progress, but Magnum's got his back, and in we go already. FNATIC just bullying their way through. This is just brazen aggression, and KRU don't know what to do with it.
And the problem here, I mean, this is the sort of pace change we talk about with FNATIC, where they sit in the default for so many rounds and they show little bits of presence here and there that they'll just stack up as 5 and instead just bully their way onto A site here. Isolating Nags perfectly on long. B&J, nothing really to do there with 2 players stacked up in sewer as well. It's beautiful from FNATIC. Magnum actually. Oh, there's pants down in the window there. Got to respect it with 10 HP now.
He's fine. Boaster, help me out, dude. I don't want that fight. Actually, tell the lie, he's gone. Oh,
he's still challenged.
He had 10 HP, dude. He had 10 HP. What's going on?
But this is the sort of thing I was talking about, right? You can put this under the banner of, you know, unless you're set up to deal with just how many different looks FNATIC have, it's so difficult to find, you know, map control in the early round. And, you know, early on, the things that I kind of like to see was this wall on contact in sewers, right? I mean, we haven't even talked about Mazzino's setup here. The default with the Viper wall coming all the way across B entry, covering sewers, and then also A long. It should give them a lot more control than they're getting. They're not really finding anything from that. So I do want to see a little bit of an adaptation, a little bit of a switch up. Because it looks as if FNATIC have got a couple of different ways to address this formation from KRU, and I'll be honest, right now KRU don't look as if they have enough in the playbook to stop FNATIC.
No, and this was the worry that I think we came into this with, was they seem to understand some of the concept. They run very similar compositions, but how deep is that knowledge of actually executing those ideas? And FNATIC are just flexing on them now. This is a big display from the boys, and it should be a bit of a call to the rest of the tournament saying, well, no, FNATIC are very much the real deal. They look solid. Delzik can be forced away from Garage for now. Magnum can start progressing through if desired. You can see the little sky flash to help out. Boaster be the first man forward, and Delzik does get spotted, but Boaster doesn't look phased by this at this point.
It's just anticipating somebody peeking through from window, but nothing. Actually, Delzik and Mazzino, they come through, try and clear through Garage. Now it's just one. Delzik left solo, so we might just catch Boaster. He does indeed. Seekers come through, so got to back away now. But the damage is done. First blood in favor of KRU.
Yeah, brilliant timing on that, but there's that mid-low coming out from Durka this time rather than Boaster. It does get shut down by Nagzit, but there's the res on both sides now invested. Back up to a 5v4. Durka still lost, of course, but Boaster still looking to try and progress through. Garage finds Delzik this time, double down on it, looking for the triple on it. Boaster is a madman right now. Insane work from him. And Mazzino is a mile away from trying to deny this. Maybe he could find one of them, but can he deny the plant? No, Magnum's got the back, and there it is. FNATIC just flexing now.
Boaster. That was beautiful. But also, just talk about it a little bit earlier on than that. Delzik kind of being isolated in Garage. The Seekers get invested, and as soon as that presence is shown, FNATIC try and lean away. They see the 2 Seekers go directly towards C site. They try and isolate that 1 player on B. This first peek here, beautiful shot at the cloud, and then finds the wallbang as well onto Nags. FNATIC starting to feel themselves, Lauren.
Yep. The confidence is looking sky high. They're starting to just, it's like everyone's just having that on game here. They've started, it was a little bit of a shaky start. They lost the first two, but by that point, once those rifles came out on deck, it has been pretty much flawless at this point. And we do have the op back out for Durka, so have to keep an eye on what he can achieve with this. It does seem as though, yep, Viper going to invest in towards C, just going to lock that down. Pretty standard at this point.
Again, though, we're 10 rounds in, and we haven't seen Crew kind of dip their toes any further than the top of short on A. That's it. And it's the only area of the map. I mean, yes, you could say, Garage and C, maybe even C Link. Double stack.
Magnum's free.
Might find one. Actually, yeah, Magnum good for the trade, though.
Yeah, Magnum's been pretty decent at the trading, and the spacing's okay. A little bit of a shame to lose both like that, but Durka's going to be just fine finding Klaus. You can see Mazzino, yeah, you can check C long, but that's not where the problem really lies at the moment. And FNATIC have good map control. B&J still going to be dedicated towards long. Going to have a chance to maybe find one on this, the shoulder peak, and then the reaggress is going to force him off the angle. But FNATIC are keeping the opponents guessing. They show towards A. They've now hit towards B potentially. This is still very much up in the air. It looks like that commitment towards B now comes in. Durka up on top, but Nagdet does finally have a good read on this. Getting a little bit trickier, but Doma going to at least keep the site safe. Spike going to go down, a 3v2 post plant.
And B&J actually spotted out here. Maybe isolated in window. Mazzino got to get something done to draw the pressure away from B&J. Will actually find Magnum off screen somewhere. Mazzino comes through, going to clear all the sides. So they should know that actually they've got a decent pinch opportunity.
Yeah, these are scary times now. FNATIC back to the wall, both of them there. Now Mazzino's going to be the first one out. Spots one. Might have heard the secondary gunfire. B&J needs to come around. Can't do it. Mazzino! Oh, tried to dig deep enough for it, but Doma denies. And FNATIC just going from strength to strength now.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, comes down to the final round. And again, I got to say it. We've gone this long without seeing Crew dip their toes in fighting for any of this territory in the early round. Yes, ultimate invested there from Mazzino, and he's able to explore C long, but that's it, right? Explore, and it's solo. So,
they'll take him at this point.
Really, really cheeky kill actually on the window there. But yeah, I gotta say it's just way too passive from Crew. You cannot give FNATIC this much space to operate in.
Yeah, we said it stylistically. This isn't a mismatch. This is actually a pretty close matchup in that regard. But FNATIC are known as one of the best at it. They're the ones who kind of set a lot of this concept towards meta, and for now, they're just styling on it. That's going to be the first pickup towards A long. Now, yes, Klaus does hit those rotations early, but they've now been conditioned to worry about that flank, or at least they should be, because already Boaster is right there. Peeking through on the divide, though, Mazzino going to do the best he can. He does catch the rotation. That's one bonus found for them this round.
They're going to wait out this wall. B&J actually nearly caught off guard, but we'll still find something with the Guardian once again here. Magnum going to invest the lockdown in sewers here, so they've got to respect this and back away from sight for the time being. The flash actually to force them off that angle as well. Going to give them complete sight control here. An opportunity to set up in this post plant. Dome already, it's that wall down. It's going to be able to reinforce with plenty of time left.
Nice post plants coming out. Mystic finding Klaus to begin with. We do see the divide coming in. The last flash put through by Mystic. Going to put it down towards CT. The retake going to start coming through, though. You can see the utility trying to divide it, but Mystic's having none of it. Doma's still there. This retake is going nowhere. FNATIC just holding perfect post plants. They are making Crew feel so uncomfortable in every turn. And for a start, let's real talk. This 10-2 is a huge scoreline.
Yeah, it is, especially when, for me, FNATIC's win condition on this map in particular is having a good attacking half. We know how punishing they can be on defense, how proactive they can be. I mean, their defensive executions here are just absolutely relentless. It's every single round, Lauren. And really, this is the map that, yes, you can talk about Bayern being their strongest. This is the map that I think actually, playstyle-wise, they can flex the hardest on. It really plays to their strengths in being able to be versatile and capitalize off that early round information.
All right, it's got to start with a pistol. Crew fans, you've got to be hoping for it. The deep flash goes in. Mazzino going to start progress up towards C long. Keep your eyes across the map, though. We do have work towards short as well for Crew. Nagzet there going to try and get a little bit of control building, and we've said that KRU do play that quite, not necessarily super slow default, but they play a good default. They don't really get caught off by crazy aggression too often, so again, expect a little bit of a considered piece here, and Mazzino's going to punish. Brilliance from Mazzino, waiting so well. Yes, he took damage for it, but going to claim 2 and force rotations. You can see it. Sky's on the way over, Killjoy's already on the way over. This is now going to put Doma on an island.
He's got to find this first kill clean. Or at least find the information. We'll actually get the time in there, and he's going to wall off and respect the push for the time being, but stacked up here. He's actually going to dip back in. We'll find the first, we'll find the second as well. Doma, he's gone huge for FNATIC here, leaving them in a 2v3 retake.
He's just made that possible. I don't know how he got away with it. He looked like he was dead. He was a dead man walking, but still. The post-plant positioning should be somewhat okay, but there's still utility. That's going to be a bit of an issue. Magnum going to try and work back in, decides to just go for it, gun out here. Delzik, though, going to agree him with a smile. That's Mystic gone, now just in the hands of Magnum. A 1v3, not going to happen, and KRU convert the first. It's exactly what they need to build back into this game, as they need everything now.
Yeah, they do. And at this point, I mean, with this round deficit, you know, plays like that from Doma, that kind of unexpected to see him kind of re-peak on the short when he knows that it's 3, potentially even 4 players stacked up behind that. But again, FNATIC, they have rounds to play with. They can do things like this to catch KRU off guard.
Still can't believe Doma got away with that. That was absolutely nuts. We do have the scout looking, you know, we've got the kind of classic purchase to come through. I'm not sure if I love that from Durka and Doma. This is, yeah, I'm not sold on the Marshall at this point, if I'm honest, but you can see it's done absolutely nothing. And it's gonna be a quick lean towards A. Yeah, the chase is on, but at this point, Bulldog recovered. That's gonna be for Mystic, but Boaster left with very little. And yeah, no real impact. Yes, Mazzino's down, but that's about it.
And let's look for them to do as much damage as possible, especially in these early rounds here, to kind of stop that momentum building for KRU. Again, it's the big thing KRU are looking for here. They're clean round wins, right? Saving as much as they can going through, not having to worry about armor repurchases, weapon repurchases. Klaus playing perfectly off the turret there to deal with Boaster. Mystic, I expect, actually, with that Marshall purchase, potentially to save this through. Okay, he's actually going to come through and try and dive to the spike as well. Maybe keep somebody on the site. Yeah, he tries to send out a sound cue to make him believe, but not going to work, and he will fall.
Okay, 4 alive. Second round converted. Not too much damage done off the back of that investment from Durka. I mean, you know, they've got rounds to play with. Fair enough. But I guess why not try it? Like, I'm normally such a proponent of people trying to kind of switch things up a little bit and actually go for, you know, unique plays, but these flashes just... Was that a team flash, or did that get popped, or was it shot? It did look as though he was absolutely team flashed, but Mystic just still able enough
still
to convert at least the kill. Yeah, it's like, alright mate, fair enough. No worries. But rifles are out completely for FNATIC now. This is where, if there is going to be a comeback, it has to start now. There's no two other ways about it. It has to be now, and KRU going to opt to stick on what they've got. They don't have many other options, it seems as though. So this is a huge round for KRU if they want to have a chance, at least in map 1.
I love this as well. Durka instantly walking mid, and as soon as he gets to the bottom, FNATIC know they can lean towards A. Again, they got the Killjoy set up over on C. You can sit in garage and comfortably control that side, but FNATIC now can put a lot of emphasis if there's any presence shown. Actually, Doma investing the wall on sewers makes it pretty much only A long that KRU can make a play on for the time being. That wall expiring, Boaster gonna pop a star at the top of ramp there. You can see that gets popped as well, and they're gonna be in a good position to greet KRU on the way in here.
And the fast flank from Durka is gonna be there as well, so I want to keep my eyes on that. Mystic, happy to stand here. He's going to get the advantage on the fight to start with. Big trade for Mazzino, but still, Doma's still in place. This is a shutdown. The flash came out, but didn't blind him enough to be able to get away with it. Boaster now on the site as well. Mazzino with it all to do. A 1v3 presented. This would have to be an ace to save the side. And FNATIC deny. They keep 2 standing, and they get to 11. KRU needed that, and it just fell to pieces.
And actually, timing-wise, that played into KRU's favor because I think Boaster actually drifted back into A linker. I guess to reset and put that star over on short when I guess the information was relayed from Mystic that, you know, actually nobody's pushing through yet. Plays in the side yet. Actually finds 2 on the way in. Doma will find the 3rd as well. And again, just a really well-considered round for FNATIC off the back of just walking mid. Honestly, Durka walks down mid and they know they can lean away from the side of the map.
They don't care about the turret. They're just going to instantly start this. Magnum takes the fight. They are playing like the favored team here. And I like that. The confidence to come in and play to your level rather than the opponent's. Klaus is down. Durka's still pushing up here, looking for another fight. Finds it. Walks away, says, I've done some damage. I don't mind anymore. But they did lose Doma in the meantime. Now, that's actually something that could cause FNATIC some struggles.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this match, I mean, the one thing FNATIC are known for are these defensive executions. Yeah, Jay, actually will find Boaster. Like I was saying, being extremely proactive like this, if they can keep finding success, they will just dismantle the default from KRU. Oh, okay, actually, Mystic had an opportunity to line 2 up there and actually find that. Magnum gonna catch the audio cue though.
Hold on.
He's gonna be in a perfect position to catch coming out
Have I told you about Magnum's 1v3? It starts like this. He gets the first, that's a spike now. Lost, but the trade came out as a different round. Nagzit's gonna find it, and KRU managed to stay alive, and they met the ungodly aggression, and they've managed to work their way forward. So, as it stands, 11-5. But I don't think we've seen a normal FNATIC round. We've had Durka walk in mid, we've had this madness, that re-aggress constantly. They are just pushing KRU now every single time.
The other thing is and usually we would see FNATIC just throw everything on the line to fight for A lobby control. And it's usually, you know, Magnum to hold down mid, garage, and C in the first kind of 15 to 20 seconds in order to achieve that. Here, actually, we're seeing a complete switch up, and I guess actually they're respecting KRU's setup a lot more than I was anticipating. Dirk actually going to find Nags here very early on. The wall gets invested.
Toxin screen down.
Now, there's a little bit of danger to this round. Looking at the armor with Doma, looking at a little bit of light armor with Magnum. There is a rifle with Durka who's got his HP back up now. You can see KRU now taking their time. FNATIC, would you dare go? I guess you don't have much to lose. You want to try and thread the needle, find that timing, but KRU seems so aware of the possibility. Klaus is going to be on red alert after those last couple of rounds.
Yeah.
KRU really need to be watching everything. They can't take it for granted. Boaster's already going walkabouts in mid. He's got Durka by his side as well. So as KRU do progress towards A, there is going to be that little bit of a notion in the back of their minds going, okay, maybe there's a time limit on this. Okay, and there's a flash. So information found for FNATIC, but Mystic's going to be outgunned in this one. Flash comes back in from BNJ. And actually, investment of the ult, but with the slow towards short, going to deny quick progress here. And FNATIC can just wait at the back of sight.
Yeah, 2 players being tucked in hell makes this really difficult for KRU. They've got to come through and deal with these players. They don't have sight control just yet. Durka with a Magnum in hand as well. The 3rd on the round for him.
He can't get away with this! How on earth has he been allowed to get away with this? FNATIC turn it to 12! And in any essence of KRU, just for a second having a lapse in judgment, FNATIC punish from the backlines. Durka finding the space to operate when he really shouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, and I mean, with the lockdown being invested, all they need to do is have somebody come up long. And they spot that out. They spot that there's going to be 2 players in hell. Just, yeah, really, really strange. But Durka gets away with murder, you got to say it. Finding the 3rd on the round initially there, and then finding the 4th. And
they're walking mid.
Invested as well.
Durka's just walking mid at map point, and he's got 2 kills. He's on fire right now, and he wants to keep going, but Klaus denies it, extinguishing the flames, so they're starting to build through mid. Domino on the push as well. This is dominance from FNATIC at 13-5. Map 1 is a wrap.
And that ends in the fashion that I would have expected early on from FNATIC, right? And again, you give them an inch, they take a mile, and those are the sorts of rounds that they just look so damn good. Boaster, happy with that one. Very, very happy with that one. And a brilliant performance on map 1 to open the series here. This was, for me, the perfect map for FNATIC to get the ball rolling on, Lauren.
All right, I need to take a second to get my thoughts together. I'm sure FNATIC want to get all of the considerations in place for map 2, but before we get there, we'll be heading to a very short break, and when we're back, let's see if KRU can double down and bring this one back to a third, because they're gonna have to try and deliver here. It's all on the line now. I don't know which way this is going, but FNATIC have turned up and made a hell of a statement in map 1. So guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment's time with map 2. Prizes, anything standing out to you here? Because this looks par for the course for me.
Yeah, it does. It's actually the only real difference here is actually it's no apologies. Yeah, Mazzino is on the Viper here, and again, composition wise, it's going to be difficult really to make any sort of expectations on the side of KRU, with this obviously not having any fresh data to go off from the Challengers finals at least. But no surprises on the side of FNATIC. You know, the last few times we've seen them play Icebox, it's been Durka doing Durka things, right? And actually, you know, Shower as well, Doma flexing onto the Sage. We know actually that's more of a recent change for FNATIC, and it's looked really, really good for them.
Okay, so a little bit of a mirror matchup. Quite like that. I guess you get to see I guess it's not the agent that makes the difference, it's the player behind it, which is always a nice concept to keep in mind. And it does look as though we are almost ready to get this one started up. Now, all eyes turn towards KRU to try and bring this one back. Now, keep in mind, this is FNATIC's choice coming into it, and I think that we all said if it goes to a third map, that's where maybe those win conditions for KRU could kick in, but they need to close this down. FNATIC going to be kicking things off on the attacking side, and KRU on the defensive side.
That's early on. Zeno and Delzik. Actually, Delzik going to wall up and potentially get onto the top of green here, but at least for the time being, the double wall on B lane going to give them lots of control. Delzik actually going to opt to play close contact with Mazzino.
I mean, it's a one and done if they get checked on, but Mazzino straight up and over finds Boaster. That's a little bit of a shocker. Boaster's probably not happy with that, going to have to peel away, and again, that Viper Wall's doing wonders for them here. Magnum, yes, can keep patrolling on this, make sure there's no aggression on the other side, but at this point, FNATIC are looking for their first step in. Mazzino spotted again, but this plays well for Delzik. Just being kept quiet in the cubby. Straight up Harry Potter here under the stairs. And Magnum's slow progress, but now going to be noted.
The alarm bot actually chasing Magnum all the way back through main say, got to respect it for the time being. FNATIC actually going to send a spike over towards A site now, and I think they've identified that at least the weaker side of this setup from KRU in terms of numbers. Nags actually comes through, finds a headshot but no kill, and the spike will get planted uncontested behind that wall.
Look, we have seen, though, KRU on these pistols have been pretty solid. The vast majority of their rounds. Delzik, though, does lose out to Mystic, who's keeping this one in check, but Mazzino's also doubled down. Yeah, and I don't... They're kind of checking on it, but they haven't noted him at all. Durka's still here as well. And look at Doma just keeping himself quiet, surrounded by KRU players. Nagzit's going to find Durka. Mazzino does find Mystic, but keep your eyes on Doma. What can he do from here? Now going to be feeling the burn. Has to try and do something. Nagzit denies. Now Magnum left. In a 1v4, denial would be difficult. Does get the first cleanly, but the defuse is coming in. Whether he wants it or not, he can't do anything about it. And KRU going to keep that pistol record high, at least.
Yeah, it's unfortunate as Mazzino just slipped through, and I think that Nags was picked up, and the timing was actually really unfortunate for FNATIC, right? Because they find that kill and they think, oh, there's probably going to be one more flanking, right? Mazzino's able to just sit and survive on Bell, and you can see Mystic actually resetting for the lineup. See right here, does get it off, but unfortunately doesn't find that kill. Only 4 shots left in the Classic as well for Mazzino, so right down to the wire there, but well played nonetheless on the double flank.
Now, by coming back in, it's a buy from FNATIC on this, as much as they can at least. Marshall out, Sheriff's bits and pieces, SMGs as well with light armor, then they're not going lightly into this one, and a tag is going to be a little bit of a problem. Nagzet can back away, try and get that HP back up, but now going to be put on notice. They know something's astray, and FNATIC trying to just take map control here, take site control. You can see the dividing line coming out, at least from Viper here, trying to keep the enemies further back. The wall going to keep safe for the spike plant, and now into the post plant. This is where FNATIC can become an exceedingly strong team.
You can see them reset back now and rely on the strength of this post plant utility. Let's see. Kill comes through initially. Nanoswarm going to force them off that initial diffuse tap. And KRU have got to come through and clear this here, Lauren.
Yeah, they have to get aggressive. You can't sit back on this. We know these post plants, you've got to fight them. There's no two ways about it. Now, Boaster and Durka, the last two alive here. And the flank from Boaster could be big. He does just about see the cape, but as the player taps away so gently, gets him off the spike defuse, but it is on halfway. And now all three start flooding through. There's nothing he can do. And Klaus comes back around, and they do convert the second up against a bit of a force buy.
Yeah, I mean, FNATIC come through, they get the plant, and really with a purchase like this, they're looking to get that clean spike plant, come away, reset, and play clean on that post plant. But right there, I mean, KRU are able to, I guess, damage control-wise, back up, respect it initially, and then come through and use the numbers to their advantage. Just, I guess, take the fight with the right players early on.
Poison's gone. I copy.
Voiceover lines in slow-mo just really bring me life. Poison's gone. For now, though, back on a little bit of a piece-together purchase. Durka may be opting to try and kind of keep his economy working in the right direction. He is one of those hybrid oppers. He does not heavily depend on the op on this map, especially. It's something you'll get used to. He will run a rifle. There's been a couple of really nice statistic pieces done about him and specifically his work on it, so don't be too worried in that regard. On the other side, going to stick on what they've got. A couple of Spectres out, Sheriff for Mazzino, and Bulldog for BNJ to try and deal with this. Now, for now, it does just come down to Mazzino on this corner. Going to get the contact, fall back away, depend on the utility, just to create a bit of a one-way that he can utilize, and just slows down the push if FNATIC try to maybe springboard off the back of that.
And for the time being, FNATIC have to respect the one-way, but still only Nags and Mazzino over here. And only one member of FNATIC noted, so I guess that's why they're keeping one mid and two on A. But Boaster swings out, finds the freebie, and straight away they're going to go for this plant.
The rotations weren't leaning early. They were pretty far back. Now Boaster wants to take space and he gets it. That's huge work from Boaster. Now he can infiltrate enemy lines. He is behind the line of defense that they'd love to work back in from. Now 3 on the play back through. BNJ just received a tag. That sets up Boaster. He just needs one of these shots to come through. He can't make it work for towards Nagzed, but now that's the first line of defense broken through. This retake still got some time on it. This is not going to be easy. Durka happy to take fights. Information found for BNJ. But now we are down to the 3 that did only have those sheriffs and the utilities there. But Nags is trying to get aggressive. He knows how to fight these post plants. He's doing whatever he can for it. Magnum needs to face this. The defuse is on halfway. Takes a second, and they're running out of time. Magnum tries to buy it. I think the round is all wrapped up. They somehow turn this around.
It's actually a really, really well-timed utility usage. Again, we know exactly what FNATIC are going to do in a situation like this. They're going to reset back to lane. A couple of players take close contact and try and run the clock down on yellow, and they do just that. I mean, Doma gets picked up for free, basically from the top rope, right? And actually on the back of that, Nags pops the Blade Storm, I guess, to take full control of lane, but at that point, the damage is already done, right? They have these snake bites. It's got like a 4 or 5 second hang time, and right there, just mathematically, it becomes impossible for KRU to recover this round, regardless of what they can get down on lane.
I'm surprised they didn't sit the defuse. If I'm honest, they had, what, 2 on the play back in. They got it halfway, sure, maybe I missed something there.
I don't think they can stick the half because they were both down to like sub 50 HP. So I don't actually think they had the HP to do it.
Interesting. But 2-1 though, FNATIC going to take that every day of the week. They're more than happy. And now you can see the economy has been kind of shaken up a little bit here. KRU going to be working with a little less than ideal. 3 lighter buys coming in. SMG. Or 2 SMGs, excuse me, a Marshall, and then 2 rifles, at least with Delzik and Mazzino. Think of them as the heavy hitters. Jump peek on the corner. A bit of info found, not too much though. And it will be waiting on the other side. The killjoy here, Klaus. Maybe here in the spike plant, can't deny it though.
It comes through behind that double wall setup, and again, FNATIC going to get that clean plant. No damage down on the way in. They're going to be able to sit very deep now. Once again, expect Durka and Doma to try and run the clock down here. Force KRU to push all the way behind yellow. And actually, Durka comes through. Doma as well. They're going to find 3 kills.
You gotta love Doma when he has rounds like that. Doma just goes full turret mode. Does not need support. Does not need help. Just goes straight to clutching out. Easily done for some. Doma making it look so simple there. All lining up for him, and he just makes it look easy. 2-2 now. FNATIC finding a little bit of that form, and I want to watch this back. So this was just off the back of that trade coming in, just straight up man-moding this. Look at that aim.
Dude. I mean, this is the thing. this is the thing, right? The beauty of this setup is you have two players like Durka and Doma, the ones that are like, well, yeah, we'll put them on yellow. If they find some kills, it will kill some time. But actually, they just come through and absolutely destroy crew before they even get that retake going.
Ults out for Durka. We've seen this before. He loves to counter any oppers that might try and get a little saucy with the peaks down towards B long, but he's got a lot of attention towards middle here. Delzic's
close.
Side. They're both super close. Durka, hyper aware of his angles, though, going to dip back around, trying to play it as safe as possible. Now, again, they are up against pistols, and only light armor on BNJ, so not too much of a threat, but let's see if they can keep this clean. Durka can at least win the angle now and start building up, but you could probably see a quick flank from those two pushing up in mid if they feel bold enough, but even then, you still got Magnum lingering around.
That's the thing here with, I was going to say, yeah, they need to find something on this mid push or come across and back up Mazzino because he's going to get overwhelmed very quickly. And actually, Mazzino able to escape effectively. Delzik now not able to escape. It's tagged on the Aljo and Durka there to punish him.
Spike planted.
Durka's just taken so much map control, so much space is his. He's such a nuisance. Yeah, he loses his life, but by now, this is where you have to see if crew can find some more. They've maybe cracked open the first step. That's big, though. Doma goes down. Now, the last three, let's look at these positions that they currently hold. They're not ideal, but Magnum, there's that mid-lurk from him coming in super valuable at this point. Boaster takes the fight, loses the fight. Crew are doing everything they can for this Mystic. Didn't need to go for it, but he just styles on them in the end. The defuse was kept safe regardless. The utility still in play, but Mystic just making it look stylish, even though Crew did get close.
All right, so the big thing to note here, and I was just about to say, they need to find something from that mid push because, again, here's another round where they've not been able to pressure this deep setup on B lane, right? We know, expectation-wise, they must anticipate what's coming, right? They get the clean spike plant, they know they're going to reset all the way back and just play utility. The hit needs to come through much earlier from Crew. Yes, pistols on that round, a Frenzy, a Sheriff here or there, but on the buy round, I want to see them adjust and address this post plant.
Nagzet straight on the op here. Let's see how he looks with this one. He's sitting deep towards back of A. Rinse and repeat. It looks like somewhat for FNATIC, still leaning towards that B site. Klaus could be the one tasked with dealing with this.
Yeah. It's actually as well with Magnum sat here again. The Viper's bit invested on A. Magnum can kind of read into this that there's not really going to be any aggression. Mystic actually going to respond with a Viper's bit of his own on B over default. Hunter's Fury also invested from Boaster. It's going to allow this plant to come through. And once again now, I want to see Crew send somebody flanking. They need to come through and pressure the back line.
Yeah, but by now Durka's already finding frags. You could have maybe seen that flank coming out from Mazzino, maybe, but even then, look at them, they're just funneled in. Both Killjoys investing. This is messy as anything. So many ults online right now, but Boaster doesn't care, neither does Durka. This is going to be Crew having to back away. They have nothing to work out of this one. They can maybe make it costly, but that's not the win that you want here. Yeah, it's time to get out of there, but you could already see the hunt starting to begin. Mystic's happy to try and take some of these rifles away if they can get to them in time, but so much was just invested in that round. And it still works out at a 4v2, and it's going to be down to just one rifle remaining for Delzik, and Magnum's closing in as well.
This is brutal. And the problem right there is you invest a lockdown on B, it only gives you control of sight. Now, knowing that FNATIC are playing on lane, that lockdown in lane is always going to yield a better result, because they have to come through and push. And especially if they get planted, you know, a 1 second offset, it's always the attacker's lockdown that's going to last longer.
Straight above the ult. Durka just lovely.
There. Actually, it was on. Was actually on yellow? No, it wasn't. It was on lane. Apologies. So the mini map actually on rotation there caught me off guard. I was like, they actually put the lockdown on yellow for a second there.
4-2, and we need to see Crew break the trend of the rifle rounds just not being their friend.
Yeah.
We really need to see them get a rifle round on the board here, and it looks like Mazzino wants to take matters into his own hands, gonna try and get aggressive and lose his life. Mystic happy to take the attention away. It looks like they want to get aggressive, and they're trying to do this at range against rifles. That's lovely from BNJ, but it doesn't make for much at this point. Nagzit gonna have to fall away from this too. The aggression, yes, it found one. Not particularly that impressive at this point.
No, and the fact that the first time we're seeing Crew really explore in the early round territory is on a round like this with this purchase is kind of unfortunate to see. Yes, it's a big risk on a buy round, but they have to. They have to fight for this. They can't keep giving up the plants. It just plays into FNATIC's hands. Is BNJ actually going to land a nice couple of shots with the Sheriff there onto Durka, remove one weapon off the table at least. Magnum there to greet Klaus in mid. BNJ actually got the armor here, so could potentially go hunting. I don't think actually on a round like this. Okay, not going to matter at all.
Domus says no. Here's the thing, right? Like, here's the actual kind of scary part to me is that FNATIC haven't been doing anything wild. We've seen a solid B-Tech so far with a little bit of a late mid-hold coming out from
Look at the numbers, Lauren. Look at the numbers. Like, there's not a lot of this in terms of actual kills. These are going back and forth. It's the fact that, like I said, clean rounds come through. FNATIC don't even need to fight in the post plant. They don't need to.
We go again. KRU, look, they have timeouts available. I'd love to see them call a tactical timeout if they really start feeling they don't have a simple answer to this. And it looks like a different look coming out this time as well. We spoke about what they traditionally do, but you can see the switch up. It looks like maybe off the back of the chance of that op purchase coming out, or just simply thinking it's time to go for the switch up here. And Doka outdoes him! What? He just Ferrari peeks an op! Like I said, just got deleted. The body bag's just being zipped up as we speak. That's nasty from Durka.
That's the first time somebody's played on top of yellow as well. So Durka's literally just full swung. Oh my word.
Unreal stuff. Must be nice to have someone like him. But now Klaus, again, we haven't seen too many of these rifle rounds leaning towards this A site, so KRU are going to have to be sitting a little bit deeper. They've lost part of the side control enough of the extent that they'll probably give up the plant. But FNATIC taking a pause for thought here, clearing utility as they go. Not in a massive hurry just yet.
They're actually playing this deep enough. Actually, Klaus will come through, find a trade. I was going to say, I think they're playing deep enough to allow the Hunter's Fury to come through, but no tag on the plant here, and BNJ will find the second and third, and the res comes through, so man advantage in favor of KRU on this retake.
Mystic is still alive. Keep your eye on this post plant. This is where things start becoming a problem. They do have the extra body to put down to at least try and pull this retake off. BNJ could be the first one forward. Trade comes in. Delzik stays alive. Mazzino does find Magnum. Is on Durka now. Diffuse could be toyed with. Not just yet. Durka just checks on it for a second. Goes back. No way. Dives out. Slices him up. Huge work from Durka. Again, he starts the round with a bang and he closes it. Just shuts the book on them.
Oh my word. What a round from him. Like you said, opens it up with an insane headshot over on B lane, closes things out. The Red Bull clutch coming from Durka here. The Blade Storm absolutely on peak. It's beautiful.
Enemy remaining.
Unbearably good. Durka has had a performance. Welcome to the big leagues, boys, girls. This is something else. Truly, this is Durka saying, yeah, no worries, boys. I got you. We got this. And KRU, yeah, they can get aggressive right now. We see them do this in their kind of half buys, their force buys, but they need this to land. And Durka's just on one. Everything's just feeling right for him. We do see the Vipers pushed up in the form of Mazzino, taking a little bit of space, but keep in mind, they've got the SMGs, they've got Sheriffs, they've got Frenzies. It ain't much to play with, even with this slightly above average position. This could be nice. No, Durka just turns on him. This guy is having a series now. He's just feeling it. He wants to just go in, and they might as well here. They've got the numbers. So, a 4v3 towards the site.
So, Delzik and Nags are actually pretty close already on default here. Durka goes exploring. We'll find another one. He spots one out coming through from Kitchen. Klaus. Not much longer for this world, I think, if Durka decides to swing once again. Actually, as I say that, we'll find the Sheriff headshot, but all the meanwhile, Magnum got himself a beautiful lurk all the way into Kitchen here. Going to be able to cut off this rotation, and all this information plays into FNATIC's favor. They have control of A site, get the plant down for free, and Magnum can just play deathmatch here.
And look, if you're new to FNATIC, if you maybe hadn't watched too much EU Valorant, hey, look, I don't blame you. I get it. NA's exciting. They have all the flashiness, but you got players like Durka out here, right? Now, these were the firepower upgrades that FNATIC invested into. Durka and Magnum, they brought them on at a really risky time. This was a huge investment of them to try and bring this firepower. Now, Klaus does very nicely, but very unlikely the round goes anywhere other than expected, of course. So at this point,
You see both.
Just checking. I just wanted to make sure I could hear the sound then. I'm like, oh, no. I've seen weirder things. It's not going to happen. Don't worry about it. But once again, this was Fnatic investing in two, not unknown players, but not, you know, metal-tested players. You think about some of the other names out there. Exactly. Unproven players. And they were young guns coming in who definitely caught the attention of other EU teams, but at this point, they are worth their weight in gold. We've already seen that come through, so big moves from Fnatic at the right time. The plug-and-play players of these guys just looking fantastic. Look at that snap from him. And now, again, we asked the question, KRU in these rifle rounds, where have they been?
Well, once again, then Mazzino goes exploring B lane with a Spectre. I want to see a little more of a setup. Now, the problem is, the one time they've tried to make an adjustment, Nagset got absolutely destroyed with that operator. Again, you're going to see him post up deep here on B. But again, I don't think it really addresses the problem at hand, right? Which is Fnatic getting so much control on front site, on B, that they're able to just run the clock down. They're able to just reset. They're able to just basically wait for KRU to make a move. And every single time it's this kind of disjointed retake where there's no real utility investment. It's just a couple of swings out on the back of Mazzino's wall if he's still up. There's no real challenge towards the back line of Fnatic.
No, they're not displacing any of it. It's, again, to the extent they're challenging the post plants, but even then, I want it to be earlier. I want them to...
Exactly.
They need a little more to it, a little bit more of a fire burning underneath them.
The thing is, Mazzino's happy to give up B side, which I like. Again, it's not as if he's dying and leaving it wide open, but the fact that he's backing away and then everybody comes through mid, they're all stacking up in kitchen, they're stacking up towards Snowman. There's nobody coming through to challenge Magnum on that lurk, and he has so much information. And at that point, Fnatic don't need to move at all. The fact that Durka and Doma keep just... I'll say it, overstepping on yellow and finding a lot of value doing it. Don't get me wrong, they're finding kills consistently doing it. But right there, again, it comes down to the fact that KRU just peeking one by one in the retakes. And they're peeking with the wrong players. It's Durka and Doma, which don't matter at all when you think bigger picture.
Yeah, and they're happy to be frontline players. They'll take that hit. That's absolutely fine. They'll just try and, you know, as they put body on the line to protect Mystic. But at 7-2, the tactical timeout does finally dissipate. KRU, hopefully they've come up with an idea. We've got to see what they change up, what they do in this, because they have been overrun. We need to see a stop to the rot. 7 rounds sitting in the pocket of Fnatic, 2 towards KRU. And it looks like they are trying to show a lot of presence towards long here. They're looking for those early fights. Maybe this is a switch up and they lose to Durka. For now, he stays alive with 56 HP. There's still another player here. Finally, Mazzino gets it. The double down from Mazzino's big. That's map control. Fought for and won. But Klaus is going to hear all this. He knows this player's coming his way, and now there's a time limit on it. What does he do? He looked lost.
Boaster?
He looked... I don't know how Boaster gets away with it, 1, and how 2, Klaus just looked like he wasn't ready for it. At this point, now we're down to 2, BNJ and Mazzino. Magnum spots him out on the flank. Fnatic, just, they're all encompassing right now. As finally Mazzino wins that fight on long, the instant flex on the push towards A.
It's beautiful to watch as Mazzino's going to get caught knife in hand, but the contingencies in place from Fnatic, it's actually crazy. Again, you know, in another scenario, Durka finds value there and finds the kill onto Mazzino, finds the opening on B. Yes, Delzik comes through and actually repeating what they did in the pistol round, right? To try and contest control of top green, and Mazzino puts down actually a snake bite on there, and Delzik comes through to try and challenge inside the cloudburst. Somehow, again, through all that, Durka still wins the 1v1. Again, that's a different story. They find that, Mazzino comes through, finds 2 kills, and they're set up to then just completely collapse onto A.
Okay, we go again. Let's see if this can maybe change something up here. Ult now invested as well. Several ults invested into this one as best they can. KRU are going to throw everything that they can into this. However, no early victory off the back of it, maybe thwarting a little bit of that B lane control, but at this point, we have to wait and see where Fnatic take themselves to. The first time they've been kind of fought away from the extremities of this map.
We see the same adjustment here with Mazzino over towards A side with the Viper's Pit. Going to try and garner some territory control. He's going to spot out the alarm bot inside. Actually going to get dealt with as well. But 3 players of Fnatic stacked up outside. And actually, it's Mystic and Durka tucked in behind the wall in tube. So again, a little bit of little bit of a fake here from FNATIC to show some presence on A, as if they're going to contest Mazzino's ult.
I mean, this is a whole new look to things as well. We haven't seen a mid-piece coming out from FNATIC. Yes, maybe Crew have addressed the issues in the previous rounds, but let's see how much space they get here.
30 seconds left.
Down to 30. That mid-piece. Oh no! Tilzik gets caught in the middle of it. Klaus and B&J still going to do well, though. Klaus playing so well, trying to make up for all the problems that they've had here. Nagzet just with the pistol in his hand, just trying to buy the time. 15 seconds. Where is that spike? It is with Mystic right now, on towards the site itself. Tries to get a quick plant through, and it looks like so he's going to get it. Klaus is right on by. Nagzet by his side. There's a 3v2 now. Play back in. Mazzino just trying to keep this one in check, and you can see the pit's a little unique here.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but this Viper's pit is actually pretty toxic.
No.
It's
Mystic. Oh,
so awkwardly
they
set
can't get
up.
on it. This is horrible, and Doma is just being such a problem. He doesn't even need to repeat this. He's just biding time, keeping the pressure away from Mystic again. And you can see Mystic don't need though help. He's fine. Nagzet goes down. Klaus gonna be down to 1 HP. And just, yeah, there's nothing to be done. This is one of those strats. It's one of those little pieces, those pocket pieces from FNATIC that just terrify teams, and for the right reasons. This was a switch up. This was a bit of a different look. We'd seen those pieces run through towards B constantly, a little switch up towards the A hit, but then that mid look coming out, the setup coming through. Mystic, again, great play on the Viper.
Yeah, it is. And the big thing here is FNATIC showing versatility versus Crew that are just unable to really show us. I mean, yes, comparison to Haven, they're showing a few different setups here on defense, but it's their inability to adapt to what's going on. Yes, they can find these kills, but like I said, it comes back to the contingencies. FNATIC are so well set up to deal with any variable that doesn't even go in their favor. They still recover the round.
And I don't think we need to sugarcoat the pill on this one. This has not been a good display yet from Crew, and I feel as though they're running out of options and time and rounds. At 9-2, you can hope, you can pray all you want, but at this point the rifle rounds are just evading you. Quick plant comes in. Doma does manage to keep his life for now. I don't know if escape's going to be an option, but Dirk is going to try and bail him out. Nagzet on the other side, and it's going to be Delzik to find Doma. So into the post plant we go. Let's see if they can disrupt this. First layer of utility now toyed with. Klaus did find Durka in the meantime. Now there's going to be further layers to this. Mystic invests his piece of utility. Mazzino needs to get involved in this now.
Lurk comes through though. Magnum perfectly positioned and actually going to be able to put the turret on the top. Mystic and Magnum combined to find the final two, and it's just so beautifully considered from FNATIC. Again, Magnum peels all the way away from that execute, and the entire time, nobody from Crew comes through mid, nobody once again comes to challenge Mystic, comes to challenge the backline, and Magnum absolutely punishes them for that.
I want to talk about Magnum a little bit as well, because yes, Dirk is obviously your highlight player, right? He makes the, flashy plays in this, but the work that Magnum's been doing in mid, as just being able to deny those flanks, be a constant nuisance, always showing presence towards A if they're going for those B pieces, basically stopping them from ever really being able to do too much, and then him being late game proactive is really very impressive. He's shown really high diligence in that, and I think it's a skill that may not be rewarded enough, but I want to highlight here that Magnum's been playing his role very well. Now on the other side, we know Crew are pistol gods apparently, but again, they need to get all of the others that follow.
Come through. Actually, the wall going to go up through mid, and they're going to try and split through onto B. They might actually get a clean plant and connector here. Magnum pop one down. Boaster, okay, somehow finds a kill. A shot down to Nagzet there. I don't know if that was a lineup onto default, but the plant wasn't even there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened, but Magnum now going to be fed information. Zeno trying to work around this. This is messy, it's scrappy, it's an unorthodox piece, but Delzik going to find another, and this is looking like Crew release trying their best this time. Zeno surprised, but again keeps his cool down to 2 now, and the angle's perfect from Zeno. There's wait. Oh, okay. We're all good. We're all good. No threats came through. No problems came around. Everything was kept in line. I get scared when I see like a little sage just fusing away, but no problems. It's all
Tucked
good.
in
It's all
between
good.
two walls
Yeah,
as
I'm
well.
like, hold on. No. It's all good. It's all gravy. We're all gravy here. But it was scrappy for a little bit of time. But again, Crew and the pistols are great.
Yeah, really quick piece coming through, and again, there's not an awful lot FNATIC can really do to react to that, again, they kind of just have to scrap, right? They just have to take that brawl over the execute. See, this time around, no, actually a bit of a different force up, but Sheriff's got a shorty on the side of Mystic, actually. Again, one thing to keep an eye on here, Lauren, will be how FNATIC deal with B lane. You can see here, again, on the back of no contact shown. Actually, Mazzino playing very, very deep, actually, to just deal with any threat coming through, but especially on the buy rounds, I want to keep an eye on how FNATIC deal with this B lane control on defense.
Clean work so far from KRU here, coming up with 2 good kills. Spike's slowly working through, and yeah, Mazzino very aware that they might be trying to get a little bit cheeky with this, but not going to be going for much of it. And waiting down below, there is Mystic with an interesting choice of weapon. Nagset will be tilted off the face of the earth. Yep, onto the back of that. You don't love to see it unless you're a FNATIC fan. Tries to dive back in for more, but not going to get it. And now Boaster. Last one here. Does get Mazzino, but okay, 2 kills. It's not enough to really make me worried for KRU's economy. They should be okay going forward. No spike plant to really write home about, but at this point, we can't talk small picture. You have to talk big picture when you've only got 4 rounds, right? Like, that's the sketchy part. It's like, yeah, we can talk about the economy, kind of the effect of it, trying to have to, you know, work out how to balance out the rifles you're going to be investing into. When do you invest into them? Because, again, you can't really afford to play long con here. You've got to be all in as soon as possible. And this is technically your bonus round, but you really need this one.
Yeah, they really do. The 6-round deficit here. And they got to win him clean as well. FNATIC. It's a 5-man lean from KRU. They're going to try and walk through maze here underneath Mystic. He's actually going to get spotted out by the Alder. I'm going to come away and back up, but early information at least gathered here. And Boaster actually a perfect crossfire to deal with that dash through from Nags. Oh, the crossfire beautiful from Mystic and Boaster there. 3 kills on the round already. Klaus and BNJ got to back up, but the spike's already lost.
It's deep into enemy territory, and the back's already covered. Yeah, the turret's there, but it doesn't matter. That whole retreat is covered off. They cornered in. B&J and Klaus, they needed some damage, maybe a spike plant, get some rifles away, get some upgrades. That would have been perfect. And KRU watching their chances here slowly just dissipate, slip through the fingers. Klaus and B&J, what can you do with this? Doma right, waiting. Mystic tucked in on the corner.
Player standing.
And well, B&J gonna have to just face the music here. Flawless round coming through. Prime Gaming flawless round at that as well. But that's the, I guess, the most heartbreaking way for KRU to go through that one. You'd wanted those small bonuses, those little benefits that could maybe echoed into the next rounds, but now you're facing a disaster in front of you, which is FNATIC at full force with 11 rounds by their side, and you not having the bonus of at least a couple of rifles to bring through.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, this is
30 seconds left.
This is when it gets really, really tricky for KRU, because effectively it costed 1 more round, and that's gonna pull together a buy on this one. Only ultimate available on the side of Mazzino, and no decent progress elsewhere. Durka, again, look at it here. Gonna lean away with Durka playing this deep. He gets on top of green, and actually now Doma can drift all the way away from B site. Especially now with Durka finding Mazzino at the back line.
Well, Mazzino was playing spawn again. Durka well aware of that from the previous rounds, and he's happy to be this pest. He can be the nuisance. Yeah. He can keep them constantly paranoid about the back lines, let alone what could be happening in middle, through tube potentially. And now they're having to back away. They've lost time potentially. They have to re-clear this if they do want to go back towards B. And there's threats. You can see them having to shoulder peek in, jiggle peek the corners, trying to hope for the best here, but waiting a little bit deeper now will be Durka. He does have as well, I think it's Doma by his side, so the D&D combo. But no, they opt to fall the other way, kind of reaggress towards A, maybe feeling as though they've pulled enough of a rotation. Magnum did go towards B, so they do get at least now a favorable fight towards the A site.
Still got the wall, so potentially can run through and try and brute force this plant. I'll say that. Mystic actually going to fall off the rip here. Klaus finds that one. The wall will be invested on backside. Boaster actually able to poke a hole in it.
Spike planted.
It's an awkward plant actually by Delzik. It's tucked in the corner, so they can't actually play deep. It's not in sight. There's actually the Hunter Fury going to come through, nearly actually catching 3 members of crew there. But elsewhere, Magnum, Durka, Doma all firing kills. Delzik, last man up now.
He has to just stand and fight. That's all he's got left. Booster outdoes him. It's going to be 12 on the board for FNATIC. And bear in mind, this ain't just map point. This is now going to be match point coming through. Crew, this is going to be heartbreaking in a round's time if they can't find an answer soon, as FNATIC have looked formidable thus far. There were question marks. We definitely theoried maybe a little bit of nerves could come into play. Some of these younger players, would it hinder them? Would it hamper them? But no, none of that has happened. They have looked exemplary so far.
They really have. And on a fundamental level, again, the other thing where we've seen FNATIC kind of fall short in some series is where they've just kind of lost that discipline factor. And right here, everything's so well considered. Like I said, the contingencies in place for everything they're doing, even if they lose 1 or 2 members.
Oh, Durka. He's pushing up. Keeps himself at least unchecked for now. If you crest that corner, he knows that they're right around there. He's seeing a pixel out of place in this man. That might be all he needs. Sees one. That's going to be the start. The second, the Reaper from up above. Durka just like a guillotine right now. Slicing through crew. But Delzik at least puts up a fight back here. But you can see it just looks like right now FNATIC are just going to take this from them, rip it out of their hands. Magnum happy to take the fight as Naxa is the last one alive. And FNATIC destroy crew in the first game of Masters.
It's just simply outclassed. That's the only way to describe that. Crew.
Welcome back. It's time to start eyeing up Game 2. Game 1, I guess you could somewhat call a blowout, which I kind of don't like doing, if I'm completely honest with you. I wish we'd maybe seen a little bit more from crew, considering the expectations coming in. However, that's all done, said, we can move on. We now need to look at Game 2 that we have coming up, which will be version 1 against Crazy Raccoons, and this is where I'm going to find it really hard to manage my expectations. Version 1, a little surprise to the North American region, but now they're with a standing, no Whippy coming through, and that guy made a difference. His Viper work was exemplary, but it is what it is. We have to move with that. And Crazy Raccoons, I mean, what do we make of this region as a whole? There's so much to be said about these two, and it's so hard to categorize where we stand with both of them.
Yeah, I think this is probably especially in you know, the Game 1 action, this is going to be probably the hardest matchup to place. I mean, version 1 effectively ran the gauntlet through the challenger stages to get here. Literally had to fight tooth and nail in every series versus some teams that I think preemptively a lot of people would have written them off against. Then to add to that, they have an emergency sub issue on top. I think version 1 will be the team under the most pressure to deliver here at Reykjavik because they've made that dream run, right? Now they've almost kind of set that storyline in motion, and now they just kind of need to get over the final hurdle. And really, when you throw all those other kind of variables on top of then coming to LAN and it being, you know, the synergy issues obviously are going to be apparent with somebody that was such a pivotal part of this roster. It really does beg the question, you know, what else have they got left to give? What's left in the tank?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? And version 1, I know if maybe you've paid attention to the North American scene, even through their previous games, you know, in Counter-Strike, for example, they were the up-and-coming names. They were the players to watch. So we're starting to bleed into those Tier 1 teams, starting to get a lot of attention through the various rosters that they'd been in. And, you know, I was starting to get to know them a little bit through that, but made the switch into Valorant and clearly kept some of that firepower, that star ability that they'd had in previous titles. So I'm excited to see how that looks standalone, let alone against an opponent that I don't know where to put, because Munchkin to me was a super exciting player to watch over when I was watching kind of the demos back, when I was watching over the, you know, the VODs, just kind of having a look through how they play. They don't play a bad game at all. So this could be an interesting one, and I do wonder what version 1 have done to kind of prepare for this as well.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Is how do you prepare for such an anomaly? I think when you talk about dark horses and potentially actually the term wild card is more appropriate here for Crazy Raccoons is especially from a region that very early on in Valorant's life cycle were the ones to experiment the most, right? They were the ones to get a little bit funky and throw a little flair in with these wild agent compositions that really now you come to an international LAN. And all those factors then become apparent once again. It's like, well, actually, you know, this is a region that you'd expect to say right out of the gate, just pull something weird out and catch you off guard.
You never know. This is the one thing we're going to have to wait and see. However, we can take you through the rosters in case maybe you're not too familiar. So we'll catch you up to speed on that. But expectations, let's just kind of put it out there. I do feel as though version 1 do have the upper hand in this, at least to my expectation. And maybe because I come in with the previous experience of them in other titles, watching their run in North America, they really got a grip on that new meta that came through almost earlier than other teams.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think, again, like we said, in terms of expectations, this is probably the hardest series to gauge. Obviously, you say Jammy's obviously stepping in, and big shoes to fill. It goes without saying. And again, that's to address the elephant in the room, really. Like I said, there's going to be the most pressure on this roster to deliver because they had such a fantastic run that, like I said, in a number of series where we could have written them off and they kept on fighting.
Yeah, I was thoroughly impressed watching them with those post-plant setups. I love their Viper work coming out. Their Astra is great. I feel as though they're a really good team to highlight what you can do when you get time to work. I think something that Shazam said really well, especially about North America, was how that if you're one of the top tier teams, the top 3, you are constantly in games. You are constantly doing deep tournament runs, which means it's very hard to reinvent yourself, to get that time to kind of sit back and go, okay, let's catch up on that meta. Let's catch up on what we want to look like coming into this. Whereas I feel, at least with version 1, they were able to kind of take a second or two, maybe build themselves into the qualifying tournament, and they looked fantastic doing it. I want to see if they've been able to maybe rekindle some of that with the stand-in, of course. And it's all with that caveat, is how good do they now look when it comes to playing with that stand-in? And again, I don't think it's necessarily a plug-and-play player either. That's not just straight-up firepower. That's a lot of kind of, in the lab work now having to be redone with a player.
No, again, when I say big shoes to fill, it's not. I'm not talking from a a statistical standpoint. It's actually all of the things that kind of fall in place behind the agent composition. And yes, synergy is always going to be a problem when you talk about the duelist role, but really as a controller, a lot of pressure falls on the timing of executes comes down, and yes, if you are going to fall onto that reliance on a post plant setup, there's a lot of pressure on that individual.
Yeah, and I think some people who pay a lot of attention to the North American scene coming into this did put a little bit of a question mark by the firepower that this team does currently maintain. Is it going to be enough to potentially, I guess, offset maybe the big dogs? Do they have that pop-off player potential? But we don't know if Crazy Raccoons are going to be the team to even push them to that, mark. So again, that kind of brings it back to that. We have to really manage expectations because game 1 was already the fine example of it, that it's very hard to tell. And there's the opposition in front of you. And Munchkin is the player that stood out to me watching through their games. Incredibly pivotal to their play. Definitely has that pop-up potential. I love watching them on Sky, some brilliant pop flashes. I like what they can bring. I just don't know how deep that runs and how good maybe their practice pool is.
Yeah, and again, I think they have a big opportunity to cause an upset here. Again, to really characterize this team, and again, it's good that you mentioned Munchkin because I think he's probably one of the variables that's probably got the biggest upswing potential for Crazy Raccoons. Again, they're a team that can be very, very proactive when they want to be, and really when they can build around individual performances, that's when they can really take control of series. And again, actually on the flip side, that's just coming back to the synergy factors, right? If you've got a duelist or an individual kind of popping off and finding, multiple first bloods and ultimately capitalizing on that, it's things like the teamwork, the communication, and anticipating exactly what your teammates are going to do in certain situations that really can fall apart for you.
Yeah, and this is when, again, I'm waiting to see how regionally this looks different, stylistically how different this looks. We know that NA and EU will look towards each other as to how the meta's kind of evolving. Definitely it'll look towards LATAM, the Brazilian teams, how they're kind of playing. And again, from a region that doesn't get much attention in the FPS world, I'm curious to see how they look in comparison, what they've come up with in the meantime. So again, this is one of those, we're in a little bit of a black box when it comes to what to expect really in intangible senses. We have a little bit more of an expectation, I guess, attached to version 1, but even then, of course, with the stand-in coming through, it kind of tempers a little what we can expect. Now, map pool wise, where do we take this conversation? Because that's the next part coming up, right? Is where do you go with this? I mean, if version 1 stick to their plan, we know that they have some great maps out there. We've seen those post plants coming into effect that got them through this tournament, which definitely caused an upset through the run to this point. But Crazy Raccoons, do we say the same thing, or can we even take that into account because the opponents may not be as strong? It's super hard to kind of balance this one up.
It is, yeah, and I think I would expect version 1 to maybe lean away from some of the maps where there is more of a reliance on that Viper role and potentially, I mean, actually, you know, across Challengers Final, Split was their most successful map, if you like, and actually, when you look back at the individual series, those are the ones that, you know, kind of turned into very much a brawl. There wasn't a lot of, you know, well choreographed executions or anything in terms of like preparation wise, but they were able to just win out in kind of a war of attrition, so to say, against some of these teams. So I would expect them to lean towards that. And in terms of the first series, actually, I think that's a big tick in the box. If they can get a map like that out of the way, then actually it might quell some of those initial concerns.
I'm glad you brought up the word brawl, because I think a lot of people, especially leading into this, looking at those initial matchups, went, okay, this one could be very brawly. This could be very, not necessarily puggy. I know everyone always associates puggy with such a negative connotation, but if you look at team characterization,
It works for some teams.
It does, and I feel as though these two teams have the ability to do so. I think version 1 can lean into it, but I don't know if they want to necessarily at this point. Maybe they can try and create that structure to work around, but again, there's no point to undersell the fact that they're working with a stand-in, and it's not going to be just your fragger. It's not just your, you know, one player that could be an easy fill. It does seem as though the players are almost ready, so we can start discussing once again how damn good this stage looks, and also that map veto coming up in a second. Coming on up now, we have to look towards version 1 and how much have they been able to achieve in this time. New player coming through to stand in for the loss of Whippy here. And on the other side, the Crazy Raccoons, a region not known to be so prevalent in the FPS world, but maybe we can change our tune and be singing a whole new song after this one. This is going to be a hard game to predict, I do feel. People going for the maybe easier choice in their minds of version 1, but I wouldn't put it aside from being a bit of a scrappy affair here, Hypoc.
No, I think really you got to stay open-minded to that. I think both of the teams are going to be kind of aware of that factor as well. It's not a massive amount of time, and you talk about, you know, having a short turnaround to kind of reinvent things. Really, I think version 1 just need to lean back to kind of fundamental comfort zones.
All right, first ban coming in, going to be bind straight on out of there from V1. And we'll see what Crazy Raccoon do here. Again, I'm not too familiar with their map pool, but it seems Split, they don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, that's a big one. Again, this is one we just talked about in the kind of the build-up to this that I think actually would have played into version 1's strengths in terms of what we've got to deal with here today. And actually the first map selection going to come through is going to be Ascent, and V1 going to pick out defense there. Now, again, for the Crazy Raccoons, this was, across this and Icebox, their most successful map across the Challenger final stages.
Interesting, and you said Icebox, and here it is, map 2.
That's a little bit concerning initially, if I'm going to be honest. He's kind of leaning heavily towards a Crazy Raccoon favor in the map veto, at least.
Okay, and Haven as the third if required. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad you bring this up. Those maps that have come in, what, Ascent, 78% win, Icebox, 88 around that. I guess if you are going to be a Crazy Raccoons fan, you're going to be pretty happy with that veto. I mean, again, always take into account what is the quality of opponent when we consider these things. Are they all coming up against your tier 1 teams? Are they always being pressured? Or are they just quite comfy in their map selection? On the other side, version 1 though, how do you think this fares for them now?
I think, and again, we can kind of throw expectations of agent compositions out the window until we see it. I want to see version 1 lean back towards more of a bread and butter composition. I mean, typically we'd see Astro, Killjoy, Phoenix, Raze, and Sova here for version 1, but again, that composition, like I said, there's lots of kind of, you know, micro synergies to a comp like that to really make it work, unless you're going to go just kind of all out and sit in a default and hope to find value and really find strength in that. But again, it's so hard to call with this last minute. I don't even want to say roster change. Sorry, emergency sub situation for version 1. There's so many different dynamics to this.
Now, Ascent, I think, could be quite maybe a telling marker, maybe a good litmus test between these two teams, because I wouldn't say it's necessarily a bad map for version 1, but it's not one of their strongest. Again, though, you've got to take into account, we know that NA has incredibly good teams, right? Like, we know that if you're playing within that top 10 on a regular basis, you don't get slouches up against you, you don't get walkthroughs, you get hard games. So, again, when you look at when they do get the wins, it's not against lower tier teams, it's up against some really good teams out there. So, it's sitting around that 68% for them. Again, that's rolling back a long time, but even as of late, it's been a decent map for them. A couple of good victories here. That loss against Cloud9 Blue definitely stands out to me, but
yes,
the famous, the infamous.
The ears are out.
Get your ears out for the lads.
Not sure that's how it actually goes, but
no, it is. It's exactly how it goes. But the one thing is, we love a personality, right? We had Boaster. You got to have
that's
the cat ears out now.
Up on stage right there. If you got glowing cat ears up on stage.
Oh, okay. Prime Gaming Agent Select coming in hot for you. Let's have a look as to what to expect.
Now, this is interesting, and again, it shows that maybe they've kind of doubled down on this prep time, and they really want Jammies to kind of slot in and. I got to say, a fairly pivotal role, at least in this composition alone. Killjoy here on Ascent. Zelsis, again, no real surprises. And actually, Penny alongside that. Penny, obviously, ACS-wise, the top performer for version 1 in the Challengers Finals, at least. On the side of Crazy Raccoons, I see a little bit of an adjustment here from what I was expecting, at least. No Omen, and actually the Astra coming in on Rion.
Ooh, V1 almost being in a spot of bother, but we are live into this one. It'll be V1 on the defensive side. See our Crazy Raccoons on the attacking side, and let's see what these regions look like. We know North America comes with a heavy tag of expectations, but they have to now stand up to the test. They have to deliver. And Munchkin go and walk about to mid. That's going to be Jammies instantly getting info. Doesn't quite find the shot he wanted to begin with. Going to call for a rotation from that Phoenix, but now Munchkin happy to take the fight.
Oh, actually slips through. We'll find Jammies on Switch, but an awkward engagement. And I gotta say, Munchkin kind of out in no man's land taking that 1v1 and will lose it. That's going to be the green light for the Crazy Raccoons to try and swing back towards B main here. See, Effie's just posted with the shock dart right now. That's just going to be on the. It's going to be on contact from the turret.
Go. Oh, it's good. It's really good. 3 of them looking worse for wear, just kind of falling into the hand so perfectly. Effie's putting on a show just for Jonas in that watch party, but for now we wait patiently to see what the Crazy Raccoons can do with this. They've been given a little bit of room to work towards the side, but it's all being watched. Zelsis towards one, Effie's with another. This is looking lovely stuff. Just enough room to keep them cornered in, and 4 HP is not much to play with, and V1 with a great start.
Yeah, very, very strong start, actually, and it's the discipline that stands out there. Again, a little bit of a weird engagement between Jammies and Munchkin, but that whole time, Effie's just got the confidence to just sit there with the shock dart pulled. And that's a nice little setup there on the back of the turret contact in B main.
It's really
Doing
nice.
just about enough damage to chip away. Yeah, again, even if it's, 20 HP across two players, and a pistol round in particular,
it's a pistol.
that
It makes a big
damage
difference.
adds up. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's sick. Well, bits like that will always make me happy, but V1 with a good start might shake off some of the nerves that could potentially be there. A good beginning can help you build, but start, see how this goes on. You can see the ideas are there. V1 is setting traps everywhere, these small little set pieces just to be kept in mind, and aggression out of nowhere. Neft's now going to be in trouble. He's got to fall back away from this, the turret, trying to keep him safe, but Jammy's unafraid, happy to post up here.
Again, even the trade back and forth will give V1 the initial control. Medusa actually going to send a few shots through. The turret's still in spot as well, but Crazy Raccoons still want to kind of tassel with V1 here, as the alarm bot in mid going to pull them back off main for the time being. Vanity still posted with that judge. Actually, yeah, Penny drifted all the way out through.
No.
Munchkin might actually be able to chase this down here.
He's trying. Run as you might. Doesn't quite get there in time, but he's going to maybe lean towards the side. You can see Astra trying to pick up the slack here, trying to give themselves a little bit of respite if needed. Penny at the back of side going to have to just keep his head down for now. They've made it a little dangerous, but It's still just pistols, no armor to supplement, no spike to be planted here. You can see the judge and just rattling off the shots, and now just Neff left alive in a 1v4. Nah, not gonna get it. 4 standing, gorgeous work from V1. I like the aggression, they didn't get punished for it either.
Again, these little set pieces in the early round here is, again, probably the biggest opportunity for V1 to make things as easy as possible for them.
1 enemy remaining.
Let's see, bringing through 4 weapons here. I'm anticipating exactly the same thing once again for them to try and maintain this pace early on, maybe get some momentum built in terms of the economy.
See how this one goes on the bonus now for V1. First real test for them as the Crazy Raccoons do come back in with that full purchase at least. But it doesn't look like the aggression's stopping. Look at this extremity control coming out from V1, pushing out towards that B side of things, getting a little bit of deeper utility put down. Not unnoted potentially, but still happy to do this. And Vanity right on the cusp of something here. Munchkin on the other side. Out-timed, outdone. Munchkin takes advantage as much as you want. The man's just got the shot done. So now already a little bit of an avenue open towards short. Oh, and I love the fact they're actually falling away from this. This is fantastic in my eyes. They draw the rotation towards short. They get that first pick. They fall away. I quite like that. Now they're double dipping back towards us, however. Penny now going to be fully aware. Already those Zephyr towards the site. Going to take control, and good site take thus far. No real problems yet. Zephyr's still going to be trying to make sure there's no dangers lurking around any of these corners and wait for that spike to cross, and it looks as though it is towards the back of site. Plant going to come through, and now it's damage / retake time to what E1 can really do with this. Penny still keeping control of Heaven at the very least is decent. You can see the deep play coming out as well from, I believe that's Medusa on the back, just making sure no flank could come through. So the only threat's really going to be short and Heaven. Zephyr happy to take this fight, spots out 1. No real problems just yet. They just bide the time. Neff going to be trying to sit this one out. And yeah, it looks like V1 are trying to weigh up their options. Any damage to be done could be fantastic here if they can cost them those rifles. They can maybe build from this short piece. There was a second where Jammies could have maybe converted, and there it is. Zelstis and Penny out of nowhere double down. Zelstis finds another, and Effie's finds some fantastic work. Now the time's not going to be there, but the damage is done. Now can they get the rifles away in time? That's a big question. You can see Medusa waiting and at least punish Effie's. There we go, keeps that one away, but 1 rifle taken back for Zelstis. And it seems like the Marshal will be maintained too. At 2-1, Zelstis off to a good start. And do you know what, the one thing I've got to say, look, North America, I know like we're doing the whole like banter thing, we don't like each other apparently, but I'm so glad to still see Phoenix being run so often out there. I was so happy when Scream picked it up, so I'm glad to be seeing a bit of Phoenix coming through this early on. I don't get to see it much in EU, but always love a bit of it. So, as said, for now, 2-1. This is the real deal. This is the big boy that comes out. Now, yes, we do have that leftover Marshal for Vanity. If he gets the tags, I'm not too fussed, and he looks to be proactive with it as well. Trying to spot towards mid. So we do once again see the similar approach from the Crazy Raccoons taking control. Trying to build through, clear towards B. While the rest hold pretty deep back at this point. Keep your eye on the spike. They have no intention of going anywhere fast. And Munchkin showing presence, trying to keep maybe the attention drawn. You can see Penny starting to get a little curious towards middle. Now these rotations could be punished if they do get caught off, if they overcommit to this. Patience being shown by the Crazy Raccoons here. And Vanity still waiting for that chance. And there's the first opportunity. Doesn't quite get what he wants, but it does encourage Penny on the swing. That's a lovely little set piece towards middle. Again, Zephyr trying to get the trade out, but Penny's already dipped. Looks like the side hit's going to be coming in pretty soon. Already Ryan going to be setting that one up. Trying to pull all that utility in the right place. Zephyr going to be leading the way through here already, though. Version 1 of players on site. You can see up above, Zephyr needed that to land. That could have been a huge claim on towards it. And now here comes the re-aggress. Off the back of the flash, Medusa, though, does find Zelstis. Penny on the trade out. Medusa still on the side trying to play it safe, but Penny is causing problems. And huge work from V1 playing back in from Heaven. You may have noticed Hypoc is just fixing things up, alright? Don't worry about it. He'll be back. He'll be back. You just get to chill out with me for a while. all gravy. But for North America, I'm sure you guys will be happy with this performance thus far, at least as a beginning. Seeing Zelsis and Penny doing well, I love that little swing in middle off that contact on towards short. There's the swing from Penny. Just these small set plays, they're really nice combinations between each other, just pulling attention in any which way. And Penny doing very well, so at this point, making it through that first buy round that was the kind of integral one, and now, of course, you can see the economy has been put back in the bin for the Crazy Raccoons, but a very patient beginning from them. I have to wait and see if they've got anything in store on these maybe unique rounds, if they have some ideas, some light armor invested too. It does seem as though maybe we'll have Hypoc back with me soon. And Zephyr starting to make some progress up mid, and you can see the handiwork of not only Jammies, but our main man Yeti there. Maybe it was Prius, maybe it was Sapphire, who knows? Maybe I'm giving too much credit, but we do love observers here. And it looks like it's go time. Already going to head on straight through, but Jammies quickly claims it. It does go for a 1-for-1, but that's not bad. Zels is going to buy the time. Pop down the molly, swing on the flash as well. Effie's right by his side. Look at this. I love the fact they fight together, and Zels is isolating Zephyr. And now Vanity wants in. They've been called over. Look at this work from V1. This is brilliant team play between each other.
Beautiful to watch, actually, Lauren. I have joined you back now. And actually, in a perfect round to see it as well.
Yeah, enjoy.
Rion, last man standing, Sheriff in hand. Again, just going to look to do a little damage here. Spike, unretrievable. Well, you can actually isolate Vanity up in heaven. He's the lowest at 5 HP, but looking as if it might actually be Penny here in a minute. It will be. Lands the headshot. We'll find the first. Sue doesn't find the second. Though Zelsis is third on the round there. And V1 cleaning that one up with ease.
And keep in mind, Zelsis has LAN experience. You know, if you're not too familiar with some of these players, even if you're a fan of North America, some of these players, maybe you didn't know, maybe you're of the Shroud era, right? I get you. We were all a big fan of it. Don't get me wrong. We're all aboard the Skadoodle Shroud, and, you know, all that era. But some of these young guns from NA are phenomenal to watch, and I'm glad Zelsis is already having a really good performance. To keep your eyes on someone like him, he's definitely a player to watch for me now after seeing the work he's been putting in early. Same with Penny, already looking really solid. But it looks like timeout has come in. Curious who that might be from. Because at this point I down V1's calling it, so maybe the Crazy Raccoons with an early one.
Well, I think you make a good point as well. You know, a couple of players from V1 coming online individually is going to relieve, or at least alleviate a lot of that pressure for them to deliver. Especially in this game one, really an opportunity for V1 to find their footing, I guess, in a different setting. Yeah, scrims are one thing, and kind of getting through those synergy issues, but bringing it to a live match itself is definitely a big positive for a few individuals to step up on the side of version 1.
Yep, for now. I think we just constantly, it's just that wait and see, right? Like, I'm hoping, and maybe this is my bias, right? Finally showing, like, I'll actually be a biased caster, but I kind of want to see more from Crazy Raccoons, to see a region that's maybe not deemed to be like an FPS heavy region necessarily do really well. Now, that's no discredit to V1. Like, obviously I expect NA to do well. Have you not noticed that I've literally done none of these predictions? Because I honestly think NA and EU are neck and neck at this point. Like, I can't go against my own region because I'll just be murdered, but...
What do you think I avoided them?
Yeah, you're good with the big brain ones, dude. I'm just sat here quietly going, yes, enjoy all those hype trailers, guys. Sure. But it does seem as though there's a little bit of a tech timeout coming in. But it does give us time just to kind of, you know, have a little nonsense conversation. But again, I do want to see another region elevate. I think, especially during the EMEA qualifiers, we saw the CIS region look scary as anything. I think everyone knows about Gambit, at least in Scrimbucks, but they are incredible. They're a very good team. The Turkish teams, we already know the Turkish player base is incredibly individually skilled. We're waiting for that God team to come out. I want to see a couple of other regions find their teams, and I really hope it's through this tournament, and I expect it to be NA and EU towards the finals, genuinely. But I would love to see another region just surprise me, just really come out and do something that really catches off guard. But it does seem as though the tech timeout has been resolved, so all gravy. Let's get back into it.
About there. That'll work.
So that same set piece. You've come to expect now. And I love the fact that technically, if they do go for it, if they opt to go for it, like let's say 3 rounds, 4 rounds, they set the precedent they can't get away from it, but it looks like a contact piece up short here, Hypok. Hypok has just vanished on me. He's left me alone. It's fine. Who needs friends anyway? But I've got a damn good game. And Munchkin, look, this was the guy that I was highlighting at the start to be one to potentially watch. Does at least find one on Zelsis, but an instantaneous trade comes back out, so V1 do keep the numbers for now. A 4v4 will ensue, and I wonder where they take this advantage. Traditionally, you'd argue if the attacking side is on an even number, like a 4v4, they will at least hold the advantage towards a site, but it will be down to the likes of Effie's, who's kind of... He was sitting pretty deep towards that B side, but reaggressing slightly here. I'm wondering if he's looking for information on this, and he might get a little bit more than he'd want to, but yeah, it can be a burst piece from at least 3 of the players now coming through. Zephyr's going to be the one kind of at the forefront of this, going to lead the way in. Effie's playing a little deeper on the site. Spam does connect a touch, but the site will go towards the Crazy Raccoons for now. Unless Penny can grab a quick kill on the way, but no, the spike's already on the site, so there should be a post-plant. Unless anything can disrupt it, I don't think anything can. And V1, first time we get to really see a fully fledged retake coming through. Zephyr already going to start this one out, going to spot the play coming back on through, but Penny, way too quick. Just absolutely eviscerates Zephyr. Now gonna look for more. He keeps going. Penny is on a tear right now, and he knows where the next target's gonna be. And he is unstoppable in this. Penny with an incredible play back through. He's got teammates beside him, but he didn't even need them. And V1 pulling off a absolutely formidable retake.
Bomb grenade out.
Genuinely thought that was going to be the first time we really saw the Crazy Raccoons take part in this, take a piece of this. But I could watch this all day. Give me this replay right now. The first, I'm like, yeah, that's not bad. What? Why can't my Jets do this in my games? Gimme Penny, dude. This guy is absolutely sick. And again, yes, Hypok has ditched me, but I get Penny doing that, so it's just fine. And what this does is put Crazy Raccoon's money back in the bin. They are struggling for a way forward at the moment. Maybe this will turn into another scenario we saw in the previous. Have to see if these gun rounds ever sit favorably with maybe the regions we're waiting to see if anything can come from.
There.
And Vanity on the other side. Let's see what he does here. He's got support. Penny's already found Medusa. This again, as soon as there's contact, I love the fact that V1 swing. There's no baiting. There's no just, oh, you take the fight. There's always another layer. There's always that next face coming out. This is just brilliance from V1. They look solid. Absolutely solid.
I mean, at this rate, any more drops, and I think the map will be over before I can even get back in, Lauren.
That made me laugh, all right? Like, I've got to be serious, okay?
Hey,
Get some analysis in while you can before your internet dies again. Quickly.
A short, snappy piece, right? Well, it's 6-1. There you go.
Nice, thank you. You've really helped me with that.
Short and sweet. Short and sweet.
Don't need to talk about Mitch Man already. 6-1, opts out for Penny. Come on, Penny, yes. Bring me the money. He's gonna double dip. The man's feeling it. He's feeling confident. Falls away, though, eventually. Gives up middle control. First time we've seen, I guess, the Crazy Raccoons take that, not necessarily for free, but they have taken it without a loss of life.
Yeah, let's see here. See Penny gonna, after showing early presence on short with the operator here, gonna drift back. Maybe actually try and pick up one of these players. Actually, Medusa gonna caught off guard there, but now actually with the cloud burst, Zephyr's position will be revealed, at least noted he's come deep enough towards Pizza. And Penny once again could reset and play even deeper this time around. Zelsis now going to swing on, spy out Munchkin on short. Also hot hands and the gravity well combo, but not going to get any damage done there. There's Raccoon's opportunity to reset. You can see the spike making his way back through spawn now, Lauren, and actually Neth creeping towards B main alongside Munchkin, actually.
Yeah, off the back of that control that's going to be garnered by Zephyr coming through market. Going to be a bit of a surprise, and tag's not enough. That's going to encourage the swing from Jammies, who's going to stay alive, and this one swings out again, catching even more. Jammies with great work here, biding time and bringing this back to maybe manageable situation. Was at least Munchkin finding Penny there. Kind of surprising, but Munchkin now ult out, needs to kind of find place for this. Does want to clear the back of Boathouse, but decides to go for it himself. Might just send that through towards CT. Spike does need to be planted.
10 seconds
It goes
left.
down. Now, 2v3. No Penny on the retake, but still Zelsis, Effys, and Vanity still have utility too, as they're finding out. Nothing feels safe here. Zelsis already going to lead the way in. Effy's holding that swing as well.
Player standing.
There it is, just down to Munchkin. A 1v2 required. Take a little bit of damage on that. The tag comes in. Incy deals with Zelsis. Maybe there's still some hope here. Munchkin on the reload, though, has to dip around, bite the time. Trying to play it on the clock. He gets the tag, not the frag. Dips back in. And Munchkin brings some pride for the Crazy Raccoons.
Beautifully played. Again, this is the sort of round I was talking about in the pre-game, was really relying on a player like Munchkin to step up and pop off and close out some of these rounds that you got to argue that they should be winning, right? But Munchkin plays this beautifully. It's one by one. Paint Shell has there enough time to take this clean repeat, actually. Right here, I thought he was actually going to get the tap onto the Phoenix reset as well.
Six to 2 now. Alarmbot's hanging out together. And Penny, similar positioning before, but actually committing on this one. Gonna push through as well.
Ooh.
And here comes the info. If anything, maybe solidifying what Penny saw earlier on. Doesn't maintain the position to catch the cross, and Effys, yeah, can double down that this is definitely looking like a BB's.
Actually, this is tricky here. Munchkin actually almost catching jammies off, and he will do on lane. With a three-man stack over towards A. Effy's got to respect this for the time being. Send out a shock dart or two, maybe try and find a little bit of chip damage before this retake comes through.
Hello.
Fantastic opening there from Zephyr with the Blade Storm.
Yeah, it must be nice. We'll take him. Munchkin a little low, but that's just fine. This retake's not looking likely, and that op in hand might make this a bit too costly. I'm seeing Penny already backing out of this one. So this might be a bit of a save on this for now. Trying to play it back in, sure they could, but Penny wants to keep that op up, and I'm not sure what the money's like at this point, but I'm sure it's going to be at least kept somewhat humble, because I think you had to rebuy this, so yeah, I think this one's going to be a bit of a save on this.
Well, there's any further damage that can be done, Penny going to pluck Zephyr in the air, and the rest of Crazy Raccoons, I mean, yeah, still 6-3 the scoreline now. Want to build up a little bit of a buffer on their economy at least, and likewise on V1. Don't want to throw too much away in terms of their financial position either. Penny already up to 13-3. Just a quick point to make as well, though. And again, as soon as that pressure comes through in the early round, Rion actually drifts away from top mid. Now, if Penny plays a few more rounds on short, very, very deep, and goes hunting, he can find a lot of space.
Yes.
I mean, in the previous round, he sent one shot out and rotated, but the opportunity's there if he can identify it.
Let's see what he does with this one, though. He's going to have at least Zelsis by his side and the Aldrone, so they've really committed in towards holding the main approach rather than the mid. Maybe the mid flank that they could have exploited. So this looks like to be their answer. You can see the turret going to be dealt with. And maybe just post... I mean, do you want to just post Penny up, or maybe you want to be more proactive? Of course, once that main gets taken, mid's now open. They're going to hear the op go, so they now know that short is slightly lighter of a player, because that's where generally Penny's been posted.
And this is interesting, actually, because Effys is coming up to pick up the slack in mid from spawn. You can see Medusa and Zephyr once again pushing towards market, and actually going to drift back onto short here. Now, Gammy's got it all to do, to be honest, and his utility's burnt up pretty early on, so he's not got a lot to stop this.
No. Zephyr going to try and lead the way for his side, and sight's seemingly clear at this point, yeah. Spike gone through, going to be a nice plant, and Crazy Raccoons have bounded back, I've got to say it. They've started to actually find some good side takes, they've been able to kind of not overly commit towards some of these pieces, but it's retake time for V1. They did do well before in these, but they need to clear short pretty deep to get past this safely. You're gonna have the Killjoy ult invested, and Zephyr's still happy to just try and dodge bullets, going full Neo mode here. He's not unchecked, but that's gonna be a huge pick. Yeah, Zephyr gets it for free, tries to dip back around. Effys punishes from short, but by now there's a trade out. That deep hold from short we were talking about is gonna be hard to clear, and it was. Medusa gonna play towards hell, and there's no way out of this. Suddenly, the Crazy Raccoons have worked it out.
Yeah, that was a fantastic setup in the post line. You said Munchkin playing so deep. I mean, in that scenario with the clock ticking down, it takes so much to dig him out of that position that really, I think it's just a single glance from two members of version 1. Not even a full clearance there, and Munchkin absolutely punishes them for it. The timing so unfortunate there for, was it Zephyr in heaven that caught Vanity?
Mm-hmm.
Just as that smoke drops. And again, still got that dash, so he gets away scot-free with it.
I'm glad to see them pull the timeout here as well for V1. And it's not many rounds to play with, of course, but it's enough that you don't want to be messing around with this. Absolutely love this replay. I love the way we go to 100% digital vibrance. Like, this is a game on the screen right here. You know when you're like, you're actually watching someone.
Stretched res, 100% vibrance.
You gotta love it. But I'm glad to see a timeout from V1 because you don't want to get run over here. You'd like to close out because, again, the answer that Crazy Raccoons have found is now been able to be replicated. It's not just a one-off. These side takes have been good, and it feels like they've been able to play around Penny's kind of impact. He's not been able to be in the right place at the right time. The retakes have been read well. They haven't been able to deal with these side takes.
No, they haven't. I think actually, you're right. At this point, you want to kind of stop the bleeding, so to say, because a couple of these rounds really, Crazy Raccoons have done a really, really good job in the early round of at least taking some of the tools away from version 1. And some of that stall. Or actually, when it comes towards the mid-round, things like Medusa and Zephyr exploring very deep towards market, and it's making version 1 re-explore all of this kind of close territory towards, I mean, both sites really, and mid. The Crazy Raccoons are able to then just kind of slip through completely uncontested. Like I said, right there, Jammy's so much of his utilities burn up early to kind of stop, you know, maybe just an initial dry peek up onto tree. But then when they can stack behind that, I mean, that information gets relayed, they can stack up behind and 3 or 4 players come through. There's no logic to Jammy's then kind of re-peeking that.
When you think it's a zoom on the coach, but really it's a Red Bull fridge. But at this point, I mean, it's a long tactical if it is, but maybe it's just getting back underway. I feel as though if it's not starting up soon, no, it is. There we go. We're fine. But I want to see what V1 do now. Like, I want to see what their answer is, because they did post up Penny towards main, and it looks like they're going to go for it again potentially. But I still, it feels like try to get Penny in the right place at the right time here.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, credit where credit's due. Crazy Raccoon seems to have found an answer, at least to find some success and consistent success, because it's kind of repeating the same process once again. It's the early default and then finding a gap and leaning heavily towards it. I think you're right, though. A lot of version 1 success right now relies on Penny finding an opener. That was close. I don't know if Neff had any idea just how close it was. Luckily, he was posted up still watching this, but now I'm going to put the turret down. And
but I love this counter utility just to make it really uncomfortable for Penny. I mean, we talk about this when it comes to other maps like, you know, shower control and the kind of back and forth of utility use. I love the fact we're seeing it here. It's kind of really keeping Penny working for it. And you saw the impact he had when he got given freedom, but for now they are going to go back towards that lean towards A. Bit of a good spam actually, comes out and catches Medusa in a big way, down to, what, no HP? Yeah, a couple of the other players are pretty low on the other side. Vanity and Zels is going to take a little bit of a hit off the back of that, but by now already the spike's down again.
Well, Jammy's will find Medusa actually trying to, I guess, reset from that. Now Munchkin's got to get away from this spot, but he will do it. We'll find a headshot as well. Effie's with the shock dart also.
Yeah, but this is still game on. Neff, what can you do with this? No! Just darted across from short, may have been able to get in there in time, but caught in the end by Vanity, pulling off this play back in. But I've got to say it, Munchkin is just snappy, dude. That guy has got some aim, but this was actually a retake that they made work for themselves here on V1.
Last round.
Good utility issue as well. Effie's kind of digging one player out of a really awkward spot with that shock dart. Actually, I think it was intended for Munchkin, and it got somebody else, I'm pretty sure. Not sure who it ended up being, but You can see, oh, it was Munchkin actually, sorry. Well, it actually ended up being a second player, but I guess Munchkin was low enough to be the one to fall to it. Here comes this crazy Raccoons, actually. 4 ultimates on the board, everything except the Blade Storm. Zephyr, so lots at their disposal to get something working.
You should run.
Info now truly garnered. Ryan gonna try and get the punish. Does get the tag, not the frag. Real close though. Real close. Now the sight hit's not come through just yet. Vanity gonna have to back away, respect this for now. Zephyr though gonna start building through, clear the utility. But that's gonna allow Penny a nice little grab towards net. That's gonna be a big pickup on the way in. Spike is down, but the post plants are nowhere near as safe. They do not have short control. Now they do. Ryan does well. Zelsis needs to clear this. The flash is good, and so is the frag to follow. And now they get the play towards the site.
They do now, a man advantage for them. Zelsis also ultimate available. He's actually gonna pop that, come through, try and clear through, and he actually will find Zephyr behind Jen.
Medusa still on the site though. Didn't pretty. Does have ult around as well. Opts to not use it, just the gun at his side. And Munchkin trying to play the time, trying not give it away. Medusa.
He's gonna reset here.
I love this. I love the long play around here. Yeah, there's the ult gonna be popped. There's nothing they can do on this. They have to try and push it. He's even predicting it. Medusa knows what's up, sends one just in time, and they do clear it, but not in time for V1.
Really, really good readjustment there, actually, from Medusa. As soon as it
Switching sides.
comes up, he's able to peel away far enough, play from a deeper position and make use of that Hunter's Fury. Effie's frantically trying to chase him down with the Odin, but at that point, the round all but concludes.
Reloading. Stay down. One enemy remaining.
And V1, by hook or by crook, have done well enough to stabilize towards the end of that. You could see the Crazy Raccoons were finding room. Like, not a lot, but there was room. They began the spike plants, beginning to these post plants. I'm glad that V1 decided to speed up the kind of play back in through short, taking that control a little bit quicker, but still, we are going to be heading in towards...
Something.
Maybe not the second half yet. Like,
Heading
look,
back in towards something, yes.
Yeah, like, look, British
It's not my
education
fault this time.
system is poor,
Not my
but I
fault this
can realize that one is not meant to be where that ends. So we'll have to wait and see what the updates are on this one. Maybe just gonna wait this out for a second or two. Hopefully everything's sorted. Yeah, we looking like we're going into the second half now. 5-7. The UI has caught up. Nice work, Hud. Shout out to you. And any interesting purchases coming through, any raid bosses? I'm waiting to see like the, you know, the Yampy like frenzy with white armor or anything like that. But for now, it looks pretty normal.
See, actually 3 frenzies on the side, version 1 at least, and you on the side of Crazy Raccoons and the Ghost on Zephyr. So expect him to try and play a little distant here and make use of the range. Is V1 going to be given a lot of space in B main here. Again, a turret inside, or just inside spawn. The only thing to really spot out this push should it come through. Will get spotted on the owl drone as well, but it'll be pretty easily dealt with off the rip. Actually, yeah, you can see version 1 is like, surely somebody's playing lane or site.
Yeah, maybe getting more than they expected, but as much as all there's noise and ruckus, it just sounds like peacocking. That's gonna be a spike plant and no harm done, but already gonna take a little bit of space back in. Vanity trying to play this just right, does get caught by that though. Damage now done and position now noted. You have to clear this position. It could be such a problem playing towards that retake, but actually Medusa with a great little pickup. But they need more. Trades coming back in and forth. It's gonna be just down to Effie's in the 1v3. Trying to get the timing right. No, not gonna happen. This is danger now. This is dangerous territory. Winning this pistol, probably gonna convert the next. I mean, probably. Puts them right back on level pegging. This is gonna be the Crazy Raccoons putting now North America's representative, the second to qualify through, into a spot of bother.
To bring this to just one round, I mean, Penny having a fantastic performance here, 16 and 5, but again, not reflected in the overall round score. And this could get a little tricky here. And again, coming back to some of the discussions we were having before this game went live, in terms of like executions and things like that, that's really where the biggest question comes out. Yes, V1 looked very comfortable on defense, but some of those synergy issues might become more and more apparent on attack if they really get pushed.
Zephyr trying to play at the back of sight here.
Lots of damage done, actually.
Yeah, he does need some support though. That's dangerous. That's a lot of faith that that smoke would be there in time, but he does get to back away now, feel a little bit more comfortable. 41 HP ain't much to play with, but it's at least dealt with the initial intention from V1.
And actually, lots drawn out in terms of utility. Nami's in a position to greet any, I guess, aggression on the other side of the map, should it come through. But Neth just going to be playing behind his utility. He's also got Medusa there to back him up.
Bear in mind, V1 have put a fair amount of investment behind this round. They've got the armor, they've got some upgraded weaponry. They've not come into this completely lightly. So, again, already being kind of pushed around a little here is far from ideal for them. Medusa kind of patrolling towards mid a touch, but maybe not expecting this much. Yeah, V1's about to slice right between them here. Medusa more focused towards the site itself. Turns around. Now the timing's everything.
The
Nice
timing's
burst.
perfect.
That's so well done by V1. Just completely isolates the player. Now it's the rep towards the site. Zephyr, desperate for connection, does find it on Zelsis. But quickly, what?
Wait, what?
Vanity? Vanity died there. There is no way. What has just happened? Effies is now in a 1v4, and I have no idea how this has gone wrong. I was so expectant of V1 to convert off the back of that lovely pinch, but this is all gone to nothing. Crazy Raccoons just dominated that. That's 4 alive.
The fact that they recovered that round, and again, the timing is absolutely heartbreaking for Medusa, because he gets a ping on the recon bow, and that's when he's like, oh yeah, actually they're in B main. As soon as that ping comes through, V1 timed that peak so well. Somehow, I don't know how Rion wins that in spawn, but he did. At that point, things just go from bad to worse. I mean, Nef finds another 2 kills, I guess on the back of 2 individual peaks coming somewhere on B site. But that looked like it was V1's to take with the first blood.
Yes, 100%. Now, think about what this does to the money. This kind of offsets how the round should go, technically. As we're back all even, this buy is substantially favorable towards the Crazy Raccoons, but V1 could still do some damage here. However, we said this map would be that litmus test. This is generally considered a favorable map for the Crazy Raccoons. You can see as to why Ryan is just mopping it up, making it look real simple. And I promise you, it's not. But at this point, we kind of came to this going, okay, V1, this isn't the best map for them, historically, but again, they are playing against normally very, very high-tier teams. Now, Crazy Raccoons, we don't know what to make of that region yet, so again, it kind of put it into that question. This could be a really telling sign of where this map sits, because again, a good map for Crazy Raccoons, a middle map for V1, but looking at the scoreline, this looks like the Crazy Raccoons have a great approach to it so far. Now, this is early in the second half, so let's not get too excited by it just yet, but Jammy's going to take some free space here. If he gets this, this could open up so much room for rotation. He's going to hear the steps towards CT. He's done his job here to maybe allow some room short, but Munchkin says
30 seconds left. Down, flawless.
Yeah, I like the idea behind that. Jammy's trying to pull as many bodies off A as possible. Fortunately not able to find anything elsewhere on short. Crazy Raccoons actually pull ahead here. Find themselves in an 8-7 situation here, and this is when you start getting a little bit worried.
Or a little excited if you like upsets, and that's something I'm always down for. Or just to see V1 pushed. I want to see how far these guys can go now. And the purchase here is going to be kind of that elongated bonus round, I guess. It's a little bit deeper into where it should be, technically, but as it stands, 8-7, Crazy Raccoon's in the lead now. And yes, this buy is going to be the SMGs, the leftovers from the previous, and of course up against rifles. V1 should, just off pure pound-for-pound firepower, should have a good shot at this. I think Medusa just caught a glimpse of Penny. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Gonna fall away from that, give him a little bit of room, respect it, but trying to maybe find angles that work against these rifles.
He continue to push forward. Medusa now, as I said, already spotted it out. He just needs to play contact here with the Spectre again.
Joke's over.
So he comes through. Zelsis actually going to pop his ultimate, clear all the way through market. With that early information, nobody actually lent towards B site. It's just Neth and Medusa here. Now we're going to see the rotation come through. Zelsis still isolated after the reset on his ultimate. Might actually get caught out here from short, and he will.
So much pressure. So much pressure on just one man. That is a rifle recovered, I guess, and if they could then maybe pin a little bit more pressure towards Vanity, that would be impressive, but I want to see what they try and do with this. Crazy Raccoons are really, really hammering this one in, but it's going to be that final push towards the site that's going to be tough against the rifles. Vanity's still going to be a problem to get past as well. They're going to try and at least put some utility down to dissuade the vision, but as it stands, as soon as that drops, he's going to have full sight on all of them who just suddenly start pouring back through. There he is, actually plays through it and gives himself up for the trade. It's a 3v3. Time going to be... No way.
Oh, no.
No, not like this. Penny, Jammies, please. What is going on here? Keep it clean. There we go. Jammies just says, chill out, boys. No more of this nonsense. We're keeping this clean. Can we keep these rifles up? Absolutely, we can keep one. That's what you get away with, but you do get the round, but you keep one of those rifles.
Yeah, it cost them nearly everything. We already said that was on the back of really just Spectres carried through from the Crazy Raccoons in that round. So we'll say yes, the round win goes in V1's favor, but that's a big win for Crazy Raccoons. Yeah, I'd say
Enemy remaining.
a nice closeout from Jammies actually. It's a couple of confidence builders there for him to get on the board. A nice three-piece to close it out. 8-8 the scoreline now. Couple of couple of ultimates coming online actually. Crazy Raccoons here. Penny gonna pop his Blade Storm off the rip as well.
And this is the thing. After the previous round, the amount of damage that the Crazy Raccoons did was incredibly impressive. They have rifles now, they've got the op-out, they actually have, I'd say, the lead in the economy, but we have to see what they can do now on the buy. Zelt's is going to come in and find Ryan, but the quick trade out for Zephyr. The spike is going to go down. You see Penny just on full guard duty here. This is a really fast side take coming out from V1. This retake, though, we've got to see what the Crazy Raccoons look like when they're going to be forced.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Again, that paint shell could have given them so much time to get this retake started nice and early. Just Fury now in response. Again, Effie's knows that they're going to be re-entering back through heaven. Again, very late in the day here. Crazy Raccoon's got to move quick and find some kills fast if they want to get this going.
I don't think they've got time on this. I think V1 knows it as well. The Crazy Raccoon's going to drop down. Neth going to give himself up for the trade. Yeah, Penny's just making light work of him. Medusa does well, but by now this is wrapped up. Medusa just going to have to get out with the rifle himself. A lovely sight take from V1. Very well handled and no opportunity for that play back in. Or excuse me, the retake from Crazy Raccoons never really got started. They were never able to get back in. The combination of the utility was too good there from V1, but... And again, that nade didn't help, obviously.
Yeah, I was going to say, the paint shell not going through just meant that they had to fall back so deep into spawn to allow this all to happen. Well played by Penny, actually, all the way from, I'd say, in hell there to deal with the first two that drops down. And it's just too late in the day for Crazy Raccoons to get anything going. But, I mean, didn't invest in anything. Net one away from his ultimate. Munchkin one off the showstopper. And Rion, Medusa, and Zephyr all got their ultimates available as well. Zephyr's actually going to pop his Blade Storm at the start of the round. Aldrone going to come through. Now, no teammate there to deal with it. Somehow still crosses amidst all the spam that comes through from V1. 4 members of V1 actually in mid, posted on the archway.
It's like a hunting pack of players. They're just staying as 4. Off the back of the flash from Zelsis is going to take short, but waiting on the other side. You're going to have 2 players here. Munchkin's going to be one of them. Couldn't quite convert it. Effie's outdoes him, just going to barrel on through. And now there's problems. Ryan, though. This flank could be huge. The timing, no! Effie's punishes again! Ryan could have done some real damage. You see Zephyr just chomping at the bit, trying to get involved in this one. Spike now down. And Jammy's play back in on short is perfectly timed, almost going, well, you did this to us, so we're going to do it to you. You like that late kind of short play coming out? Yeah, feels bad, doesn't it? And now what do the last 2 players do? Neth and Zephyr, I mean, they can try and find something, but just swinging off the back of contact here should at least give them the round. There's the trade, and now you got the numbers. Unless Zephyr does something unthinkable. Oh, he's been caught in the heels, spammed down. Effie's with a big round there.
Yeah, really, really well played from him. And again, The back of Rion able to slip into a position where ultimately he could have punished that entire push through. I think actually did a lot of damage to Effie's initially. I'm not sure who the second player that actually peaks. He comes through here and it's actually Effie's getting shot in the back. He comes back and deals with it, but the Cosmic Divide just, again, they have to respect it. They have to play deep enough. They can't really dip back in there, and it allows version 1 to deal with everybody that's outside of heaven, right? Everything that's on shore and basically down on site itself. They're giving them total control.
Medusa, this could be huge, but there's gonna be utility to check on this.
Wow, you say that.
Here we go, there it is. That's gonna be 2 big kills. That's massive impact. That does set up for a potential chance of some more damage. Neth waiting patiently, just hoping that maybe a lapse in judgment gives him the chance to get some damage done, but Jammy's on the other side. Gonna just kind of keep that idea that they're coming this way, building in the back of their minds, and there it is. Again, more utility being thrown in, but Neth yet to be checked on. Boombot comes out. Again, nothing wild just yet. But you're gonna see a little bit of a second of consideration from V1 now, backing away from this.
You're gonna drift towards shore, which is where Zephyr's actually posted up with a shorty right now. Rion a little further behind him with the Sheriff now.
I like it.
30 seconds.
Let's go. One's good. 2 spinners, Zephyr!
Oh my word.
Impeccable work out of nowhere, and this is going to rock V1. They are not loving this at all. These rifles have now just been absolutely ripped from them, and a massive round for the Crazy Raccoons. Look at that! What on earth did they just pull off?
They literally get 4 weapon upgrades out of that as well on the back of, what, 2 Sheriffs, a Shorty, and I think a Frenzy, was that?
No way.
Something like that, at least. Barely any investment, and they turn that round in their favor. Sorry, the judge as well. One I missed at the start. Again, just something simple, playing off the turret's contact here. Jammies ultimately trades that. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Zephyr.
There.
That is so good.
There.
9-10. Game back on for the Crazy Raccoons. They've got to keep this up, though. They've broken the back of the money from V1 on this. Their economy's in pieces. That's great work. They've been able to just kind of filter up all those rifles they've collected. Oh, amazing stuff. Zephyr just holding a bit of a dirty angle to try and play with. Gonna have to force his way out of this, but V1 will at least get towards taking the site here, actually.
So, else is going to clear out a lot of this space, and Jammy's also there as well. One player actually noted very deep on shore. No damage done on the way through. Now, Crazy Raccoons have a lot to work with on this retake if they want to invest.
There we go. There's the first big investment in here. We go. Everyone's flying in now. You can see Munchkin just spinning around. Somehow finds it. That's 3 in a row. These guys just popped off on the retake. In the space of a second, they destroy so many, but Jammies is still doing damage. Even the turret finds Munchkin, but the spike now going toyed with. Jammies doesn't check on short. Punishment for that. And Effie's can't get in on it.
Retake.
Huge retake.
Like I said, they actually had a lot to invest, and it's the lockdown of Munchkin just absolutely exploding with the showstopper. And like you said, so quickly, they destroy 3 members of version 1, and that post plant holds. Blown wide open. I mean, you gotta watch that one again. Thank God it's in slow-mo.
Give me the
How quick this comes through. It's beautiful, the second kill.
Dude, I'm pretty sure I missed the first kill. It literally, How are these guys so good? This is so sick. 10-10, this is all tied up, all even. Back on the bye now. Crazy Raccoons are turning up here. I don't think we put them as being, like, maybe upset potential, sure, but, like, this is scary now. And, of course, we do have Zephyr this time on the op. Gonna have a little look towards short, but utility gonna hinder vision, so has to back away. Looks like a default from V1 to begin with. Not too much of a lean either way.
Take flight.
Initially, no presence shown anywhere from version 1. Other than this owl drone coming through, and actually only spotting 1 member. I don't think it noted Neth, who was playing very, very close in market. On the back of that, V1 actually will lead all the way towards short Rion.
No.
They line up for him.
He's so good in this position as well. He's been such a nuisance playing this spot constantly. And be able to get 2 there again? This time with a rifle at least, but Zelsys going to deal with Munchkin, so they know there's another, but Zephyr's still waiting for the next fall through as they do come towards the site. You could hear the shot go off. Didn't find target, has to fall away to a deeper angle. No, sticks around and gets punished for that. Jammy's not going to let him get away with it, and now 3v3, Spike is going down, can't be denied. Now let's look at these post plants. You're going to have one tucked towards Hell, one towards May. Actually, no, 2 in Hell. Okay.
You should run.
Actually, yeah, Jammy's going to invest the lockdown as well. That's going to run the clock down in favor of actually. Zelsys gets a lot of pressure here, but have to respect it for the time being. Zelsys, can he find that second? Not going to get detained just yet, but Zelsys still able to run the clock down. Finds the third on the round now, just out to Neth.
Yeah, Neth's not going to way around it. Zelsys just playing those 1v1 so perfectly. Able to slice and dice them up into just manageable scenarios. Really well done to Zelsys in that, to stay cool under pressure. And again, I was surprised they didn't go for more of an effective trade, but they seem super paranoid about the main player as well, which is pretty reasonable, but very well done to Zelsys.
Just, again, like you said, and actually the double peak is perfect for version 1, but unfortunately just
Enemy remaining.
line up and Rion's in the right spot at the right time to greet both of them. And you said it, I mean, dealing with Rion and Shaw's been a real issue for version 1. He's able to play so deep, and again, it's not on the back of anything really put together on the side of Crazy Raccoons. It's Rion just being on point with his shots and timing things perfectly.
Okay, tactical timeout time. And again, money-wise, you got to make this one count, right? Like, that's the thing. Now, Zephyr, yeah, he can get his ult and just play with that, but they're sitting now on, what, 2.6, 1.7, 2.2, and 6 after the investment, so they can't really be handling much of a loss on this. Both teams kind of towards the end of it, so V1, yeah, they're on 11, but this is pressure time.
Indeed, and again, lots of positives to take away here from Crazy Raccoons. I mean, I'm with you. They've stepped up in a big way, and again, talked about this being an opportunity, really, for them to I guess, stamp their impression on Masters 2, right? What do they bring to the table here? And so far, I'm very impressed. Munchkin has been an absolute delight to watch so far.
Yeah, he was the one who stood out in. If you watched over their games prior to now, I think a couple of his approaches to the game were pretty notable. My literal note is Munchkin nuts on Sky. So the guy clearly has a great deal of ability, but just seeing the whole collective come through for the Crazy Raccoons is massive. But the thing is that as much as I'm just worried it's going to get to the end here, and V1 are going to win potentially if they convert this round. And you know, the scoreline, people forget how close this game potentially was, because this has been a real push from a side that I don't think many people would have imagined would have been able to go this far already. Like, the way they've approached this is phenomenal. So I just want to see more from them. So I almost hope they convert this round just so we have a further pushed game. So already Munchkin could be the one to be trying to get that first contact over towards A, but falls away from this. That was an all-in piece. They do send Vanity back to kind of maybe check on if there's any nonsense going on elsewhere.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Gonna come through, try and brute force their way on. Actually, Zelsys and Penny will lead the charge. Munchkin didn't deal with the first. Zelsys will find one, and actually that runs down now. The damage is done, though. Comes through a 3v3. Great work from Munchkin.
Yeah, his ability to stay alive even just a couple seconds longer, get that second kill, is brilliant from him. Zelsys, though, going to try and build a little control towards short, divide it his own way. Now, Vanity going to watch as one dashes on through, but Zelsys finds Neth, and already we're down to the 2. This is going to be Zephyr having to be put under pressure, and this is not exactly ideal. Having to find it, no. Effie's big denial. Good trade, though. That's huge work, but it doesn't equate to much, as the conversion in the end comes from Zelsys in great positioning, working his way around to secure the round, and it is now 12 on the board. In the final throws, it looks like maybe just the Crazy Raccoons have run out of steam here.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I mean, great work from Zelsys, thinking on his feet there to push all the way through. That pinch from heaven, perfectly timed. Actually on the back of almost things turning back in Crazy Raccoon's favor, right? Bo's kills on site go to them. Looking at the purchase, it's actually not as good as I was expecting. I mean, 2 judges on the board, no ultimates available. Munchkin one off the showstopper, so expect him to throw that in the mix. Should it come online? Once again, version 1 going to come up. Penny actually based on popped, and it's Rion again that's going to be pressured offshore. This time around, Effie's the Hunter's Fury from deep going to find the kill to open things up.
And Rion gone. This isolates him so badly. Yeah, you can see it just instantly makes it all fall to pieces, and Zelsis has been a constant thorn in the side, and Munchkin can try as he might. He needs to truly dig deep on this one. Does at least bail out towards Penny, but now look at what they're left with. Neth and Munchkin. Munchkin 13 HP. Neth, though, good work. Quick pick up towards Vanity. And Munchkin's heard this. But he can't get the frag. Jammy's outdoes him. And now Neth with it all to do in the 1v2. Gonna leap on down. Actually gets a free start towards Effie's. This could be big, but the time being bought here. Neth knows he's up against it, just trying to find the first. This is just cruelty, but no, punished in the end. And Neth now has to get rid of
Jammies is so low, look at
Jammies is super low HP. The turret ain't gonna do anything at this point. You gotta deal with it. Oh my word, Neth! Impeccable work, saves the day, and we go again.
I had to focus for a second.
Insane round from Neth, the Red Bull clutch to put them back in touching distance, 1 round away from forcing overtime here. What a round. That was so back and forth. That is, I mean, it's heartbreaking. Jammies is so low that he has to peek onto the turret. Luckily, I mean, deals with that, but a crazy, crazy round back and forth. Like I said, Munchkin finds this first one as soon as the showstopper's online. Happy to throw this in the mix. 13 HP and loses out the 1v1 versus Jammies, though. That's the thing. He was ready. He was anticipating that lurk. But Neth coming through when it matters.
The buy, both of these teams, they're on such a poor point for the economy. You've got 2 Bulldogs, a Judge there for Neth. On the other side, a Spectre, 2 Spectres, excuse me. So
I have this fight.
neither team in the perfect position on this one. Now, what do they do with this? V1, where are you going to take this? If you head towards B, Medusa's there, Munchkin is there, and out of all the players, I'd probably avoid Munchkin if I could, but timing's going to be the factor now.
Slow round. Actually, Neth having the lockdown online in this round. Again, when you know version 1 are going to be treading very cautiously. Could be a big playmaker. Trying to get something done off this utility in B main. Hopefully we'll clean it though. That's just going to retrieve the orb. A little bit of damage coming through, but nothing noteworthy.
I thought there'd be substantially more than that. Zelsis in a little bit of bother here. Munchkin's going to make it worse towards Penny. That's going to be the first pick up this round. And they're going to peel from this. They're backing.
This 20 seconds. This is dicey to say
Wait,
the
who's
least.
on short? Who is on short right now?
It's Neth with utility.
Oh no, Neth's going to buy the time. This could be a huge disaster if he just buys the time. Vanity does get past him. Munchkin on the side just wants to try and deny the spike bomb, but no, Effie's runs through him. Is this how it goes down, really? A 2v3 post-plant now. And you got Medusa and Zeph up against Jammy, Zelsis, and Effie's. This is a fight for OT for the Crazy Raccoons, or the victory on map 1 for V1. And Zephyr flashed up, forced to back away, scared of maybe some pressure coming off the back of it, but no, Medusa now opens up the way through on shore. Just trying to build on in. First fight comes in, gets it. Effie's now down. Zelsis looking a little dicey on the side, but he does manage to deliver towards Zephyr, and now the 1v2 feels almost impossible. Medusa doing everything he can to try and find a way forward. Gets down Zelsis. He needs to 1v1, and Jammies is low again. Surely not this time. He's going to get it to halfway. No. Jammies peek it. Jammies peek it. Oh, and he does in time. Jammies peeks the corner and gets them through on map 1.
What a finish. I mean, at that point, I honestly thought it was going to come through. Once again, Jammy's so low on HP. He's got to respect the position that he's put in there. But, I mean, what a finish. Crazy Raccoons massively impressing me here. That final round, Neth, is so unfortunate. It's the one agent you want in that position that can slow down that rotation from version 1. 20 seconds left on the clock. He's got the lockdown. If anything, I'd say play a little deeper. Just wait for that. Actually, Jammies comes through, catches sight of it being stuck there. Manages to full swing onto it, but version 1, close things out in a very, very hard fought map 1 here on Ascent.
That was a great map 1. And for version 1, if I'm them, that's a sigh of relief to get out of that game with a win. I thought that was OT. That rotation coming back in through middle, I thought that was OT all day long, but it wasn't. They managed to convert when it mattered, but the Crazy Raccoons are the real deal, it looks like. Now this opens up things towards Icebox potentially, which would be map 2. In just a moment's time, we'll get there, but this was meant to be the telling sign of the difference in skill, right? This is meant to be statistically quite a good map for the Crazy Raccoons, and not necessarily a middling map for version 1, but a decent map, not one of their best. So already, these two are well matched together, I feel, Hypog.
Yeah, and I think actually coming to this match in terms of what we were expecting and which way we're really going to call this, Crazy Raccoons have over-delivered massively.
Absolutely.
For me, you know, version 1 in this, especially in early on in this series, if it does go the distance, I mean, version 1 are looking for those confidence boosters, right, to get themselves on the board, get the ball rolling. In terms of the problems they've had to deal with now coming away from qualification into this event, and that right there is not at all how you'd want version 1 to be closing it out. But a win's a win nonetheless. Put that behind them. Mental reset coming into map 2.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to head to in a moment, just after the break. So guys, do stick around, don't go too far away. Icebox will be on the horizon, and we'll be seeing you in just a moment's time for that. This will be the Agent Select here, brought to you by Prime Gaming. And let's have a look across the board. Any surprises that we're seeing?
No, again, Jammy's flexing onto the Viper is kind of what I wanted to see. And obviously, typically they would run the Omen alongside this as well. So no real surprises here for me, at least on the side of Crazy Raccoons. Just double check it. Actually, yeah, this is pretty much as we would expect coming in here.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I was seeing if maybe they dabble in something new, but this is the thing. Do you bring out any new looks now? I mean, you've just had one of the closest games. I feel as though you've got to kind of play to your strength at this point, and it does seem as though the teams are ready. They're locked on in, and we can start now looking towards map 2 and what this is going to entail. I'm going to push you for it. I hate doing it to you, but prediction-wise, are you on board with Crazy Raccoons potentially taking this, or are you saying it's a close 2-0? Because I'm going close 2-0. I genuinely think V1's going to probably convert this, but I think it's going to be close.
I thought it would be 2-0. I thought it would be comfortable. I'm actually kind of with you, but there is definitely the possibility.
I love that. The little deep nade to allow the orb to be picked up and they back away. I love these little, like... I love utility being used with intention. I think it's a great look for this, and it does mean that V1 have to clear a little bit more meticulously, but Penny connects out of nowhere. Munchkin just lost his head.
This is the second trying to play Zelsis, pinches perfectly as Zephyr tries to back away. Medusa will respond, but kind of isolated inside the nest here, and Vanity there to greet him on the way out of that smoke. Neth now the last one on site, but we'll find Effie's. V1 got to hit the brakes on this for the time being, as Jammy's, like I said, in that role, able to lurk through mid here, find a huge gap on the back of that rotation coming through. Going to catch the audio cue also on Rion rotating. We'll find the kill as well.
Damn. Feels a little rough. And now Neth. The 1v3, there is a little bit of damage done. Vanity 40, Jammy's 70.
Not him back on A.
Oh.
Yeah,
that feels bad, man.
Yeah, this is the problem with finding so much value. And I'm talking about just the information alone from that lurk from Jammies. They're able to just run rings around Crazy Raccoons in the pistol round.
And now the post plant's so strong, they've got such good positioning. Neff gonna have to just hope for a freebie through the smoke maybe. Vanity denies. And round 1 goes V1's way, but again, I think we started to see the real impact from the Crazy Raccoons really kicked in on those gun rounds. That was the more impressive part to me. So again,
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm not so fussed just yet. I want to see what they look like once they get those rifles beside them. But this is the start, and I'm wondering where that. Okay, fair enough. Must be nice to have that sort of aim, but just absolutely punishing at this point, and lovely progress towards the site. Very, very meticulously done so far.
There was a point there as well. I thought potentially Jamie's going to get caught off guard, but like I said, the audio cue comes through. At that point, he can relay the information, and V1 decides to actually just swing back. Plant on A here. Actually, that's going to spot out some info with the turret, but he's the only one here for Crazy Raccoons right now, and he's pushed up. Okay, we'll respect it now that the owl drone comes through. V1 will be given site control.
I don't mind people going for a stack in a round like this. Keep in mind that the Crazy Raccoons, their economy is going to be pretty poor in this round, so why not try and do something a little out of the box? Stack towards B-Long, didn't work out this time. V1 are going to be in on the site. See if they can keep it clean. Looks like it so far. Rion going to find 1, but that's about it. And nice aim, but couldn't quite convert. Penny outdoes. And just before we get to the buy, of course, I do want to give a huge thanks again to the observers who have just been absolutely impeccable so far, which is Prius, Sapphire, and the one and only Yeti. So big shout out to those lovely humans bringing us all the action from in-game. And also got to say it, Penny off to a great start as well. The man does like a strong beginning, right? Like Penny comes out absolutely blasting, and he did in the previous game, and just carried on. He was able to kind of keep pushing that sort of presence, but I'm just waiting for the Crazy Raccoons to get into the game, and now they're on the rifle round, so this is where it's got to begin, right? This is where we get to see suddenly maybe that dangerous side that we saw in that previous map.
Yeah, and it looks like an all-in. Ooh, Rion actually catching a headshot on the way up there, but Vanity able to get that trade from the top of, actually trade the damage back and find the kill. That's an early man advantage here for V1, but rotation's already come through. If the Crazy Raccoons can stop this plant coming.
Have a look, see what Neff can do with this as well.
Stalling it for so long.
Yeah, the time being bought here is fantastic. I'm keeping my eyes on if Penny potentially does try and maybe locate some space towards A, because this is an all-in rotation, because with Rion down, they can't really hedge their bets. They have to kind of overcommit to these rotations, which could be punished. Now there's been a bit of a pause here. This could be a really nice piece if they do find that space towards A, but you can see Vanity still trying to sell this concept. Now, Neth does punish that, so we're already going to be back down to this 4v4, but look at the progress that Penny has made. Zephyr's already over here, though, but it is just one player. That spike plant could come in now. Audio cue going to be made, so they know that there's now problems on the other front.
Actually going to be Zelsys sent forward to plant this. Munchkin will find Penny, actually.
30 seconds
He's
left.
thread the needle all the way from behind Boiler. Zelsys gets his ultimate online, so potentially come through and deal with some of this early presence here, and Jammy's going to get himself up into a position where he can play the post pass. Zelsys finds the first.
Zelsys really good for that one. You can see Medusa pushing up for this one. They have to try and disrupt that Viper in these post plants. We know it by now. We've been telling this story the entire time, and Jammies has gone down. This opens up the chance. Great work from Medusa and Neff there to keep him at arm's length, and Effie's trying to do everything he can to deny the spike diffuser. Now back on it. Can Effie's deny it? I don't think he can. No time on it. Munchkin keeping him safe. And the perfect beginning back into this for the Crazy Raccoons after a good read from Penny to try and utilize that rotation from the Crazy Raccoons.
It's unfortunate that, like I said, I'm not sure whether or not Munchkin just caught that angle over the top of screen from Boiler, but Penny getting picked off there. I only gave you... Actually threads the needle, as I said. A beautiful shot to get back in. And actually, Jammies with the snake bite slightly off on the plant there. So I don't know if that was a bit of a readjustment on the plant or the lineup wasn't right.
A lot of faith put towards the one Omen, locking down B for now. Rion going to be left with it all to do, and not necessarily a poor read at this point either. The mid presence going to be splitting through. I wonder how much damage they can do. This could be a problem if
He's got no idea.
Oh, he's got no idea. Neff is absolutely none the wiser. Caught with the pants down. This is a beautiful split already. V1 are now behind enemy lines, and they're just pinned in. Munchkin's going to try and reaggress, which I don't mind, but they've left Vanity posted up to catch this rotation. Lovely work. V1 have just done a clinic on this round already. I love this, but now the 3 remaining. Can they put together the last picture of the pieces? No. Mid has been infiltrated. There's no way back in for it.
Just fantastic work from version 1. Again, to smoke off the turret there and double push towards Neth. Neth has no idea whatsoever that they've got all the way deep into kitchen. Effectively getting all of this control so deep and for free, basically. Medusa find a consolation. Potentially a second here. Again, just looking to do a little damage. Make it costly for version 1.
Player standing.
Okay, yeah. Comes through and Vanity cleans up over on the other side. But yeah, I love that little kitchen piece from version 1. That's on the back of, I think, actually, it was in round 2 where they spotted out the Killjoy setup, and really good way to tackle that. Now Neth's got to be a little more diligent. He can't play this deep and rely so heavily on this utility to give him the information.
Annihilated.
Credit to V1 to kind of note that early on and bring it into a round like this. Very well done. Now again, we have to see that the answer gets made by the Crazy Raccoons for starters, but it won't be in this one because they're going to be, well, on a lighter purchase with Jeff. Is it time?
Is this real?
So,
nobody
okay,
move.
scoreline.
Don't touch anything.
I need to write this down. Oh no. Scoreline is 2-1, apparently. So, I need to catch up on this. Hypork, you have a cast.
Okay, sure. Yeah, V1 leaning heavily towards A here. Actually, Vanity going to find Zephyr trying to get a little bit of aggressive. Penny as well do some damage onto Neth. He's got to back up towards backside. Down to 27 HP now. Initially, a lot of control gained by V1. Now, still got to get the spike down. The Nano Swarm going to force that off default for the time being. Give Medusa an opportunity potentially to find this, but he's going to owl drone through. We'll spot out Effie's. Actually, doesn't actually opt to spam through there. I guess conscious of another player playing close enough. Now he comes through though. A little bit of damage done, but no kill.
Okay. So the 4v4 post plant. I'm looking at Neth here, pretty close by. I have enough audio cues to maybe work with, but Vanity already finding Munchkin. It's going to make that a problem. Medusa, that's filthy work. Vanity and Penny going to be reeling off the back of that. The Zephyrs and Jammy's going to be called upon, but now look, Viper post plant. You better be ready for this one. You can already see the damage gets done, and V1 do close it through. So the scoreline now will actually update to what it's meant to be, so I don't have to count. I got real nervous that I had to get like an abacus out, that I was about to be doing some on-air math, which is never good. But scoreline is now sorted, hopefully, and everything is back underway. So we're good, right? We're good?
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah, almost like it never happened. This time around, again, Snakebite does do its job dealing with it. Actually, I think Neth was down to, he was 27 HP initially, but the Snakebite dealing with it. Closing things out, stopping that diffuse coming through now. V1 once again, a heavy lean on towards A. Actually, Crazy Raccoons did try and stack over B there to greet anybody coming out on B lane. Now, Neth didn't back up once again. Very low HP, and he's tucked into backside.
See if he gets anything out of that. Zelsis.
Ooh.
Zelsis gets a big punish for that pretty brazen fight. Now Penny's going to be the next on the chopping block, potentially, and look at them, falling like flies. How is this getting turned? These are the rounds that somehow the Crazy Raccoons make look so deadly. Munchkin sends it, doesn't quite find Vanity, but as the smoke dissipates, he's left standing, no bullets left to play with. And now Effie's called upon to try and deal with the sudden mess that's coming out of nowhere. No spike plant to be worked with. He knows where Munchkin is. Can he clear it for free? 23 HP makes it much more comfortable to work with, and there it is. Effie's clears. Now, Rion was noted earlier, but he could have easily moved by this point.
He could have repositioned down to 45 HP, though. Still only a Sheriff in hand. He's not been able to upgrade it. Effie's comes through, a huge Red Bull clutch for him there to turn that round back in their favor. Again, Munchkin, unfortunately, I guess not anticipating Effie's having that second shock dart available, but literally dug out from backside there with relative ease. And I gotta say, initially, Crazy Raccoon's finding so much value early on in that round, just finding a couple of really weird kills back to back. Vanity does great work to, I guess, put the first kill on the board, but shout out Effie's, man. What a round from him.
Yeah, super, super clutch. Red Bull clutch, you might say. And Munchkin wanting a bit of that himself, but yeah, just baited out by the utility. Out of nowhere, V1 find 2 big entries, and look at the pace in which Vanity's going to take the space. Medusa just on the other side like, yes. Yes, I will sit here. This is perfectly fine. Now, the spike is on towards the site, and now Zephyr can't see that. You've got all the utility kind of keeping him somewhat safe, and the spam's going to at least deny the spike plant for now.
Hunter Fury popped. A couple of warning shots sent out, at least to zone off version 1 for the time being. But meanwhile, Zelsys has actually slipped up inside tube here. He's going to get himself into a really good position to apply some pressure to the back line of Crazy Raccoons here. And actually, Neth completely unaware. He was trying to spot mid now. Damage comes through onto Snowman. Zephyr will fall. Zelsys spotted the second one as well. Look at that. Digs Neth out. Medusa trades it, but the damage is already done.
That's impeccable. Just hitting the brakes for a second to allow him to work. Medusa needs to go full clutch on this one. 30 HP. Still some utility to work with, but pretty tricky to dig these players out of these positions. Jammy's on the swing, yeah. Not even going to depend on the utility if required, but just happy to take the fire. Medusa falls. V1 looking solid here. Ultimates now all coming up as well. They've got plenty to play with, and it's a collective effort. It's not just that one-man show. We saw, Zelsys having a great game before Penny, but this is all of them. Everyone delivering now.
Yeah, actually, the break doing wonders for version 1 in terms of coming back into this. Again, though, Zelsys just times this out and literally threads all the way through. And again, I love the decision making there, not to backstab Neth, but also prioritize that kill onto Snowman more so. It gives his team the opportunity to move up onto the site. He can come back, reset perfectly with that flash, and deal with Neth's second ball.
Mid-piece. Ace of this. Yeah, straight through against the pistols. You do have only, like, what, a Sheriff Frenzy, a little bit of armor with it, so it's not like a completely neutered purchase. Still got a little bit of danger to it, but Munchkin can at least find one. That's Jammy's now found. Quick dash on the get it. There we go. Got himself a rifle, not for long. Gets it for a second. Oh, and Zephyr's just eaten that flash. The double down. Zephyr tries to work with this, doing the best he can, but he's being swarmed. Players just about everywhere, but the aim is crisp. But it doesn't really make for much here. Be a miracle to even live, but a valiant attempt. But Effie's to find, and V1 again, just taking strides through the map now. It looks like coming out of this break, the V1 have just kept the pace up, and the Crazy Raccoons look a little shaken here.
This was clean though, and especially with the classic as well. Finds the first. It's free gun, by the way. Absolutely free. 6-1 now. And this is the point really, and I was talking about this a while back now, in the first few rounds. I want to see Crazy Raccoons really make an adjustment here and fight for this early round control. This is the sort of thing I'm talking about. Munchkin actually going to force Penny off that top spot. Vanity will find Munchkin though. Penny comes through. First 2 kills going in favor of V1 once again. And look how quick this piece is.
It's brutal. They are just flying through this site. Yeah, they're given so much. Crazy Raccoons are almost giving up way too much of their space. So yeah, they can play for the retake, but you're playing that against a Viper, like a good Viper. It's something that I said about V1 that I liked through their qualification route, is how well they played with that Viper in the post plants. Especially with Effie's as well, and the Sova too. Like, it's super deadly, and that's before you even address the fact you got like Penny out here. You got Zelsys. This should be just a back away and keep those guns. Zephyr wants to keep that up. Medusa's not going to get anything done. Maybe cost them a rifle or two, but by this point the money's pretty flush, I imagine.
Yeah.
So it's really just trying to keep that op in play for Zephyr, but they're going to hunt him down. They've got players to spare. Yeah, Zelsys happy to claim it. Vanity will lose life, but they can reinvest. And the Raccoons have not got an answer right now. They need to invest a lot more into these early rounds and kind of try and potentially fight for that space because the retake ain't working. They aren't getting those fast flanks on. They're not getting that pressure through mid. Remember how we were praising the likes of Magnum, for example, from FNATIC for controlling that mid pressure that could have been coming out. There hasn't even been time for that against V1.
It really hasn't. The problem being now, again, in this kind of position in terms of the economy, V1 can just keep coming out of this, right? They can just brute force their way into these entries. It's so difficult. Once again, we're going to see the same play from Crazy Raccoons on this eco. They send 4 towards B lane, try and get some control early on. I'm actually going to try and pressure Jammies here. He will get picked off. Look at it. On the back of all this pressure, V1 straight away going to aggress onto A site. And this time around, Neth will back away. Lockdown available, so he's not going to sit in back site.
No, and they are on sheriffs, and yes, they have the light armor with it, and at one point you have to kind of stop trying to play for the economy and play for the round win, which sounds obviously very obvious, but you can see Effie's just striding through them. These guys are on. V1 looking like they never really stopped on this. And look at that spike plant as well. This is all going to line up pretty nicely. Neth's going to struggle. Can't even get it to halfway just yet. Here it is, sends down another, buying the time just so perfectly. Vanity could have done with hitting that, but time being bought here, it doesn't really matter. Effie's and Vanity in combination, making this too difficult for the Crazy Raccoons, who've just fallen by the wayside. Where's this team gone?
I think really had the wind knocked out of their sails, especially from map 1. Again, with things ramping up towards the end of Ascent. This is getting tough to watch now. Effie's great flank control here. Actually, again, that's on the back of Rion actually finding the first kill on the way in. Again, finds those kills. Hunter's Fury comes online, and it's another tool at their disposal in the post plant. Makes it very, very difficult. This time around, the buy round, there's going to be 3 members over on B, and nobody there on the side of version 1 to greet him. Now, the recon dart actually going to give away a lot of information here. It's going to pull Zephyr and Munchkin to hit this rotate. All ultimates available for Crazy Raccoons. They have everything to throw at this round to get their second on the board and actually get themselves back on the board after that break.
Okay, Zelsis gonna lead the way, take so much space. Look at this push. He's just gonna take so much room. Here's everything. No one's there to stop it. Oh no, Zelsis has done him dirty. Great work on Neth. And that site control garnered. That's enough for a spike plant. Munchkin's gonna try and play back in at this point. Pretty good timing on it too. Ult comes in, does deliver. Great work there from Munchkin. Still plenty of ults available if they want them. Penny though gonna play the edge of that smoke. Gets outdone by Medusa. The smoke criminal just coming on through. Does not care for a second. And a 3v2. No post plant for Jammies to thrive in either.
Viper's Pit invested to try and regain some control of default at least. The Al drone comes through, clear some of these angles. Actually, Rion's there to greet him as Jammies tries to slip in behind it. Vanity now last man standing and a 1v3 operator in hand. 20 seconds left. Yep, just wants to deny the operator. I get something done, but again, wants to run this down as long as possible. Rion will pick it up. Crazy Raccoons somehow, some way, get that round back in their favor. That's on the back of Neth being the first to fall. Again, Zelsis creates so much space with that ultimate. They have to respect it. They come back and actually peel away after the first flash, but with the second, Neth will fall. But straight away, that's the lockdown. The lockdown taken off the board for Crazy Raccoons. So really good stuff from Munchkin actually to be the front man to turn that round back in their favor. And a double operator coming out here. Munchkin and Zephyr opting late on in the first half to pull this out.
Okay. I mean, it works in CS for way varying reasons. It's rare that I get behind it in this, but the burst through middle is going to make it worse as well. That's going to slice them right down and going to isolate the player, which is going to be Zephyr probably if they pour through towards B. Yeah, and they're right in amongst them. Even if they just considered one-op being here, they're going to try and play through middle and just keep it looking so neutered, not working on the extremity. Zephyr, they're not even going to open up the plant for him. He can do nothing. He feels just like a chocolate teapot at this point. Absolutely useless. And yeah, this is done for V1, absolutely outplaying them. Whether or not they read that just one op would be in play, but let alone two, they've just absolutely dominated it. And now these two have to instantly go to a save.
Yeah, this is such a huge investment to lose. this purchase, especially at this round deficit. Again, I'm all for switching things up, but right here, V1, I don't even want to say have a good read here. It's just the stars align and the way they approach this round. Zephyr does actually catch Jammy's on the second peak. They come through, try and shut this down. It's
Panic.
huge loss actually for him. It's
Yeah.
Munchkin hopefully can hold on to this one. Like I said, financially, that is a tough round to lose. Yes, you could say round-wise, grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter, but
Last round
ouch.
before the switch.
Did they save that other? I can't remember if that was that'd be a weird investment. I'm not sure. Maybe they saved it from.
They saved one operator,
I just
but
don't know
the
if they had
second was
two.
purchased.
Yeah, that's maybe. Look, surprising to me, but a great read from V1. Even if it was just in regard to one of those ops being in play, they just sliced through middle again, completely exploiting that initial problem we had in the very early rounds. Roll your mind back way earlier. So again, if they're still finding these issues, now Neth on the op instead, this is going to be interesting, really varying this. Now Munchkin going to get a little bit further ahead here. There's the first Neth with a nice snap towards Penny. Good start for them, and Munchkin can back away now. They've got that first pick.
You can lean back a little bit with this man advantage. Munchkin actually goes exploring. It's going to be the spike that he finds on the back of Vanity. Boombot goes through, going to give some more information. There's another player to deal with, and Neth will find Effies as he swings around the other side. Lockdown invested now. Looking to try and close this round out very quickly. Jammy's all the way back at the top of spawn ramp. No flank coming through yet, and actually still a lot of control of mid here. With Neth finding all that value on A. Crazy Raccoons are able to just kind of sit in formation here. Maintain a lot of map control.
Celsius. There's a little try down towards Tube, but not really having much of what he's trying to sell. The 2v4, it can be done, but it takes a couple of mistakes to be made.
Left.
Very hard to define that without problems being had. Zephyr is a little alone, but does have ult. Jammy's going to work in with the spike now.
Player standing.
Already Zephyr's found Zelstis, and he's going to want to find some more here. This is going to be horrible for Jammy's. He's got so many problems in front of him, and he chooses Medusa to be the one to put him to bed.
Again, a lot of pressure on Jammy's to get that done in that scenario. But a very, very convincing from version 1. 9-3 they come into this, and again, we talk about routes. Oh, nice little. I didn't even catch that one actually. This is the first time around. Nice opener there from
snappy,
but round score wise, this is really tough. I mean, pistol and conversion, it's 11 rounds. It's almost, dare I say it, looking kind of mathematically improbable for Crazy Raccoons here. Now, we can also come back to points we were making before this series got underway. But this is actually one of the maps that you'd expect Crazy Raccoons to really make moves on, so...
Yeah. But with that in mind as well, I do want to highlight, you guys at home were thoroughly impressed, it seemed like. A general consensus of this has been, not only maybe, it's been a good performance from V1, I think they look good, but it seems like most of you are taking into account the stand-in and, you know, you're kind of expecting it to not look as smooth. But you guys are saying maybe a little bit of a surprise, but also, like, happily impressed with the Crazy Raccoon. So hopefully that keeps up going forward. I mean, I think that's the main thing to take away here is that, you know, a lot of people are saying, again, I'm glad that I got your opinions at home, if I'm completely honest, that people saying, you know, believe V1 is a great matchup at this pace, you know, even with a stand-in, but Crazy Raccoons are excelling today. So I'm glad to see that people are actually just enjoying this as a concept of a matchup as well. Now, this I'd say is a little unfortunate for the Raccoons that if this ends in the way this might do, people may forget how close map 1 was, and if they'd converted map 1, this would be map 3 time. You know, it would just open up that next opportunity. That's not the way the cookie crumbles. V1 do hold currently, of course, map 1 in their pockets, and this being map 2 here, the Raccoons do need to pull off a bit of a comeback, and it's got to start with this pistol.
So approach, but actually, V1 going to take immediate control here. Jammies and Zelsis actually swing out fine one, but meanwhile Munchkin has actually slipped all the way through. Might catch Effie's inside the Aldrone, lands the first shot. Luckily closes it out. There's a second there. Effie's was going to recover that. Now Penny going to run a nice little bait there. Vanity going to counter peek off of that. Now version 1 have a man advantage. Spike planted on A though. I'd say Vanity dipping a little ahead of the beat there.
Zelstis, the timing. There, this is going to be scary. Zelstis needs to be able to keep himself alive, and he does. That's two big kills, but there's Zephyr on the counter push. I thought Zelstis could have mopped them all up. I was a bit worried about the timing on the flash, but Zephyr finds it just right in the end.
Unfortunately, no more damage done from Heaven, at least there. As if they had a perfect opportunity to pinch Crazy Raccoons as they tried to get very aggressive, actually, in the post-plant, but... Again, exactly what we want to see. Coming back through it, actually playing that very, very confidently. A very quick piece coming out from Crazy Raccoons. On the back of version 1, drawing first blood, actually, on all the way on the other side of the map.
Approach is all unique for Vanity. I want to see what he does with. I guess it's leave Vanity to solo kind of long with the Judge and light armor while we get to stack out everywhere else. It's not actually a bad idea. I prefer teams to try this where it's like it's a little one-dimensional to an extent that if it doesn't go that way, then yeah, it can kind of suck. But you're clutching at straws in these rounds anyway. So I kind of like the idea of giving it a little bit of a unique approach. Now, with no early contact elsewhere, it looks like they're all going to kind of pile around here, and Zel's is trying to bide the time to get the rotations in, but keep in mind that the Crazy Raccoons are way better invested into this. Already Neth going to find Zel's assist. You can have Rion towards the back of sight. Really nice pickup so far, very clean, meticulous, and no real opportunities for Jammies and Vanity here.
Spike planted.
Actually, the turret's there to spy out Jammies on that.
One enemy remaining.
A late lurk, try and dig Neth out of that position, but Vanity now Judge in hand. Whether or not Crazy Raccoons are actually going to feed anything across them. This is another comfortable and confident round win for Crazy Raccoons. Whether or not Vanity can do any damage is really the big factor. No. I was ready for it to be just like 2 line up for him there on the open, gets ahead of the recon bolt, but good stuff. But early on, I mean, if you want to start believing, these are the sorts of rounds you want to see Crazy Raccoons pick up.
Yes. And keep in mind, that being a Prime Gaming Flawless, this does build up the money. They had rifles out. This could have been costly if they did lose them. That's actually a pretty good round to keep that clean. So glad to see them at least trying to build that economy up and giving this one a bit of a try now, because I was a little worried that, you know, they're not playing the current meta to an extent, right? If you're not going to run your Vipers, if you're not going to do this and that, there's always going to be a potential of a threat. And you could get left behind. There's a lot of benefits to running that sort of look in these sort of games. But as it stands, hold on. Munchkin's just got a mile of map control building. I think it's Zelsis on the other side playing deeper, just kind of watching the cross up. I wonder if Zelsis gets a spot on this. He definitely has now. But Munchkin's taking a lot of space in mid.
Yeah, again, this is the second time now we see Munchkin really force his way up tube with the absence of anyone playing there. Zephyr, speaking of forcing his way on, comes all the way on. It's the battle of the judges. Vanity actually comes out on top there. Zephyr will fall.
Wasn't pretty, but it did the job at this point. Now Spike's going to go down, and it is 4 plays in the post plant. Now, of course, it's a little different. Yes, they have Killjoy in this. Yes, they've got Medusa as well on the Sova, so maybe it's still going to be a bit of a problem, but V1 on the play back in. Zelta's going to lead the way, Unafraid, going to be the first one forward, try to be as bold as he can, get as far as he can, gets a tag on Medusa, but the kills ain't coming in clean. Vanity, desperate for this to work. He does get it, but he loses his life for it. Neth there on the trade. And now Munchkin and Neth have to make this work in a 2v3. Now Spike yet to be toyed with. Oh, and Neth out of nowhere finds a huge pickup. Wait, no. Effys is on it.
What is going on?
Effys is on the Spike. He's still going to get one now. He's got to know where Neth is. He just got the kills on his teammates. Effys off the Spike. He wants the kill. He can't get it in time. Forced to fight, falls back to the Spike. And I don't know if he's got the time on this, but we're going to find out he does. V1 with the clutch.
Effys once again with the Red Bull clutch, man. It's the second time here on Icebox, and it's to put V1 back in control, back in the driver's seat here. Unfortunately, Crazy Raccoons unable to convert that, and everything was going their way early on. It took so long for version 1 to deal with Medusa there.
Enemy remaining.
I thought they had that one in the bag. Okay, actually, I was going to say, version 1 now addressing the fact that Munchkin's got in undetected twice now. I like this readjustment from version 1 to put some emphasis on mid, and that's on the back of, I guess, only really in the pistol round finding value on that B lane stack, because Jammy's... Actually, the headshot, I'm surprised. Actually, it didn't do any more damage than that on the back of Munchkin's Vandal, but Jammy's got to back away and respect it.
There's a lot of pressure put towards the safe site so far. Still got the split as well coming out from Munchkin being a nuisance towards B. Going to keep the players at least somewhat having to be cautious of this. Zelsys, though, could be that player to make a difference. We'll see. Munchkin gets the timing, gets the shot. Jammies is now gone, and that's a problem they have to address to an extent. Whether or not they rotate off this, we're yet to see, because as it stands, the Crazy Raccoons were postured towards A. They were ready to go for this one, but now... information may be limited. If they peel away from this, there could be a punish through mid. Zelsys is going to see this cross. That's 1, that's 2. This is huge information relayed. 3 players now noted, crossing back on over. They do know that Munchkin is already somewhere on the site, but by now they get such an early read.
You should run.
Actually, Killjoy investing the lockdown here. B-Lane's not going to allow version 1 back onto site now. 12 seconds left, the plant going to come through. Effie sets up with a shock dart, but Munchkin there ready to punish him on that lineup.
I like that from Munchkin. Just trying to use the space that he garnered earlier after that pick towards Jammies. Now, Penny wants back in, though. Set into motion by the Omen. Lovely work there. Good combination, but good trade out for Zephyr. They're not letting these untradeable kills come in at all. They're all going to have an answer for him. Vanity and Zelsys feeling a little left to rot out here. Yeah, Real's already found Zelsys, and Vanity can try as he might, but so many players to try and deal with. They're all just spamming away. They know where he's at. Tries to thread the needle, not gonna happen, and the Crazy Raccoons are right back into this now.
It is great response there. I love the readjustment as well from Reon's TP all the way into mid, just under boiler there. Allows them to play 3 very, very wide split. You know, actually, let's take a look at, again, overall the economy for version 1. Yeah, it's not actually great. They're going to be right back down to a scrappy purchase here, a shorty, a bucky. It was like 2020 somewhere along the way, but
Get out of my way.
nothing on the side of Effie's and Penny. Penny actually going to arrest the Blade Storm off the rip. I get something. Actually, no, it was Zephyr. They both popped, yeah.
Both went for it. Yeah, Zephyr being toyed with by Zelsys, but Medusa's going to find Vanity. This is all looking like it's going well. But once again, the Crazy Raccoons outnumbered in the end. There was like a 2-player face there. They couldn't deal with that, but Effie's has to move, and there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Penny from up on top, though, going to find Medusa. Looks for more. He needs more as well. Keep in mind, the buy is pretty poor coming out from V1. Oh, no. They're all bunched up. That could have been huge, but it's not. Munchkin gets the gun out in time, but Penny punishes. The trade out for Rion is big, but now the 1v2. Jammies could get this kill. The timing's everything. I don't think he saw him. Jammy's definitely dead. Oh, no way!
13 HP on Rion. I was going to say the range a little awkward for him there. Oh, no. I mean, if he'd have got that, he had a perfect opportunity to get a clean reset. There was no chance of a counter peak coming on to trade Rion if he falls in that scenario. This is so unfortunate.
10-7
3 rounds now.
Yep. Look at this. V1, it felt inevitable. They were sat on 10, right? Normally I don't talk about comebacks until you get to like double digits towards that end, but V1 have gone quiet. Now they have at least got the money to bring out the op. Now Penny's back on the full buy here. Everyone's sitting a little pretty. Bit of light armor here and there, but it's not the end of the world. Investment of the ult as well. Jammy's going to commit to this side, and Zelsys helps him out while he's here. Trying to clear him out of this one. That's a good idea. Jammy's going to be forced away. It touches Munchkin, going to try and take the space towards the site.
Jammies?
What? Jammies? They're everywhere. But Zelsys still going to fill the gap. Apparently it's fine. Rion's now in trouble. Yeah, this is the weirdest shutdown. Munchkin's going to have to go super clutch in this one. Sprays away, doesn't quite find Jammies, and I don't know how he lived through all of that.
I have no idea how Medusa and Munchkin are able to just take the zip line again, just paying no respect whatsoever to the Viper spin. I think Jammy's ultimately was like, yeah, there's no way that's going to happen, but V1 respond. The Prime Gaming flawless round victory here. Put V1 on 11 rounds.
Again, we asked the question with these rounds trading back and forth like this, what it looks like for the economy. See coming through here, it's Zelsis is like, okay, yeah, there's somebody on site, and then there's a peek that comes through onto Nest. It's like, yeah, there's 2 people here. Really, really weird round to watch back.
Very backwards. Very, very backwards. Me and you during tech pause.
Yeah, that's how I felt earlier.
But quick piece from mid coming out from Munchkin. Hold on, Effie's on the other side of this, and Munchkin waiting for that time. Yeah, gets it so good. Munchkin he's a nasty player, man. Munchkin is someone to watch. I don't care how the result goes at the end of the day. This guy is solid. He needs to back away though. Zelsis definitely got a glimpse of him now.
He's just so slippery, and time again, he's able to
look at him. Look at him!
Get in here and here, re-aggressing once again. We'll find Vanity. Penny now with it all to do from behind yellow. We'll line up the first, and nearly actually connects 2. Actually going to look to double dip.
Oh, this could be huge for Penny. I want to see what he does with this one now.
On the way out.
But he's going to see that they backed away. This is big information they can relay. Now, Munchkin's the problem, though. He can catch every one of these rotations. Him just piercing through middle was a massive play, but Penny looking more like Kenny in this one. Spots out another pixel out of the place he could have done with that, but he'll take it for now by just staying alive. Jammy's in the right place at the right time as well, leaving just Neth and Medusa alive. And you can see the spike now being toyed with towards the site, but they should be in a good position to play retake on this. I want to see what positions they go for. Neth going to try and cover off at least the short wrap on this one. Zelsis there going up towards heaven. Penny heading on around as well.
Medusa actually has Hunter's Fury, but he's stuck on site for the time being. No real opportunity for him to reset. Yeah.
This is where this has to come down to Neth, and he's going to double down on a huge pick up there. Finds 2. And he's going to need more. Now Zelsis can put the wall up if he wants, and he does. But it doesn't stop the bullets, but he's going to sit it towards halfway. He's not stopping. This is a full defuse. He's not getting off the spike.
No way.
He's not getting off the spike.
No way. Oh, that's heartbreaking. Zelsis just giving no respect whatsoever. He knows Neth is low HP. Throws up the wall. Oh, my word. That's what takes us to match point here. Version 1 on the brink of closing things out on Icebox.
My heart breaks for him a little, I've got to say it, but the balls of steel coming out from Zelsis, man.
As I said, it's so awkward for Neth to actually take that wide swing, right?
Yeah, of course. Are they walking mid? V1 are walking mid. They're just straight up walking mid. Welcome to Deathmatch, ladies and gents. V1 just want to get this one started. They're going to have the read. This is surely an A-piece now. All players can be in the right place. They can leave Jammies as just kind of a fallback plan on B if required, but they've got 4 players now waiting for these guys to make it through. Ultimates are plenty as well. Effie's there. Vanity's got his. On the other side, yes, Medusa did have his, but he was locked to sight. As we noted last round, Plant going to come in, tries to be denied. Spike does go down regardless. Zephyr in the meantime did catch Zelsis, so that's going to be a player advantage, at least in this post-plant.
Yeah, and actually, I think Effie's got 2 tags with the Hunter's Fury there, so 2 players very low HP, and actually, Zephyr once again runs over the kill. Vanity falls, and now Munchkin comes through with a judge, try and do some more damage, pile on the pressure. Jammies will find 1, but Rion in a position to trade. Crazy Raccoons put another one on the board, stay alive for the time being. And right there, again, you can see version 1 as 3 walk mid to make sure Munchkin can't do the same thing again. Actually, it's the perfect readjustment on the back of nobody showing on B. They come across and they fully invest on trying to stop the plant coming through. But unfortunately, at that point, I mean, positionally, the damage is done. Especially with Munchkin getting so close already behind default.
Now this has broken the money for V1, so this is actually kind of scary. Penny's going to invest onto the ult. But beyond that, they have 2 marshals. They have a sheriff, the classic on Effie's, but then it's going to be Penny on the ult. So full armor on Penny too, so he's your danger man this round. Zelsis tasked to keep control in middle just in case, but it's going to be this A-piece again, it looks like.
A couple of things here. Medusa going to try and find a tag with the Owl Drone, I think, and maybe put that Hunter's Fury to use here. If not, actually not going to opt to do it here, so probably going to save that for a post-plant. See Penny way up on rafters here. Bladestorm in hand. Now, can he find something on the way in? Zephyr Gets one in, gets straight out there, and actually no trade comes through. Munchkin with the double on the showstopper. Brings this to a 2v5 now for version 1.
Spike planted.
All the dangers just suddenly been quelled from this round. You're down to Jammies and Effies, who were there to cause a little bit of a problem, but they weren't meant to pack a punch like Penny was. And now, as we can see, Neth going to clear up Effies, and this is going to be 9 on the board for the Crazy Raccoons. Now, keep in mind, they were tearing through this. It's been a couple of clean rounds short from V1, but don't forget how dangerous they were looking. Jammies just being toyed with. Neth there, going to shut him down, and it's going to be 9 on the board for the Raccoons, and they're starting to look scary. I mean, the economy was broken from V1. They should be able to get a buyback soon, I think, but again, this is a build potential here.
I guess the other thing in terms of damage control, not an awful lot. I mean, actually, the showstopper, yes, but I mean, in these other rounds where they can just let Munchkin kind of off the leash and do his own thing, he's able to thread his way through and find value. Now, I have to wait and see if version 1 doesn't look like they're going to try and greet him with this mid presence here. Actually, Crazy Raccoon's spread a little thin.
Oh no. Oh no, don't let Penny start like that. A free pick towards A? There's no response. There's nothing they can do with that. That's
There's
just
nothing.
the site now gone. They've lost full information on it. Yeah, they've got, what, like a turret there, I guess, but...
Well, the other thing is now they can lean away from A. You can see straight away 2 players come towards Boiler, 1 in Kitchen now. Munchkin will respond, finds Jammies over on Snowman. But...
Oh, look at this bait. Medusa, wait and see if anyone would dare to. No one does go for it. Yeah, and you're right. There are 2 players here now. Vanity's over this side. You have Zelsis here. Both have ults. Zelsis may be able to use his if he wants to try and dissuade
yes,
a little more, but Munchkin finds Vanity so easy. It felt like they lost track of him a little there. Zelsis can't do anything.
The paint shell on point as well. It's come through as a man advantage for Crazy Raccoons here in the post plant. Not an awful lot of utility, but like I said, the Hunter's Fury still. A couple of shock darts sent out. I'm trying to fish out Munchkin, I imagine, knowing that he's down to 36 HP, but the double peek as the smoke drop is perfect. Lockdown in response here. V1 still trying to force the issue.
Full white though, full blind. Medusa's gone down. Zelsis needs to make the most of this. Tries to clear out as best he can. He couldn't quite get it, and it's still going to be going through. It finally gets destroyed. Now Penny up with Zelsis in a 1v2. Neth needs to clutch out this time. Backs away, and now Neth double dips, tries to keep them off the spike. Has to check that time. No full diffusers going down here, and it will be another on the board for the Crazy Raccoons.
Comes through Neth with the Red Bull clutch here to keep Crazy Raccoons alive once again, bringing it to 2 rounds now. Again, making all the right moves to make this comeback somewhat believable. And I'll be honest, things shaping up very similar to what we saw on Ascent. Crazy Raccoons actually building a lot of momentum. Once again, Medusa, Hunter's Fury still available, not invested yet. So they have that at their disposal, but Penny with the Operator, 1 Spectre is
But look at the rest,
scrapped round for V1.
Money's tight. Penny, though, has to make the most of this. Sets up Zelsis into play, potentially. This could be huge. Good flash, going to clear out Util, give away a little bit of the game. Doesn't quite get away without actually crossing Neth a lot, and Penny again finds Zephyr. That's going to be all up, and there's Zelsis just kicking into gear, all off the back of Penny with a perfect pick to begin it. Now we're down to 2. Medusa and Rion have to clutch out again. A 2v5, ult invested, everything being poured onto them now. You can see the push coming out from Penny as well. On the back, just flanking this through. They are being boxed in, closed in. There ain't nowhere to go now.
Both of them now creeping up towards Vanity, low HP behind Yellow. If they can isolate this, they might have an opportunity to turn the tides on this round. Jammies, Jiggle peek in the edge, but actually potentially going to get backstabbed, and he does. He's left wide open here with Vanity drifting away from Yellow.
But look who's waiting. Vanity. Say hello to his little friend. That's going to be 1. The second evades, but now a 1v3. Still looking rough. But Rion wants to fight. They're just on the other side of that smoke. All 3 players are here. Rion, how much can you do? Nothing at all. V1. Just stop before it starts. Version 1, lock out the game at the very end. I felt that comeback could have happened, but no, they just completely stomp it down off the back of some brilliant work from Penny.
What a fantastic series. I mean, for me, version 1 ultimately being tested here. Crazy Raccoons, I mean, they played with heart. again, to heat up in the way that they did on towards the end of both maps. You got to give credit where credit's due. Really, really impressed me, and ultimately a team to keep an eye on here.
Yes.
But take nothing away from that. Version 1 looking well poised here. Again, an emergency sub.
신작으로 나온다는 이제 라이엇에서 발로란트 그 당시에는 프로젝트 A로 이렇게 나왔었는데 굉장히 기대하고 있었고, 그리고 나오면은 그냥 이유가 없었어요. 그냥 무조건 해봐야겠다라고 생각을 해서 한국에서 주어지는 첫 국가대표로 이제 발탁돼서 나간 대회이기 때문에 저는 사실 그 전 대회들은 개인적으로는 의미가 없다고 생각했어요. 개인적으로 너무너무 특별하다고 생각하고, 일단 저희가 1차 마스터즈는 준우승을 했거든요. 챌린저스 했던 것보다 더 2배 이상 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요. 저희 막내 서제스트 선수가 경기를 만약에 지게 되면 굉장히 분해하고, 혼자 막 열받아 있진 않은데 그래도 막 그냥 경기 지면 침대에 가서 그냥 안 나오고 약간 많이 분해하는 것 같아요.
세계대회라 솔직히 안 떨릴 수는 없을 것 같아요. 너무 큰 대회다 보니까. 일단은 저희가 초반에는 많이 어려웠고 팀도 합도 잘 안 맞고 했는데 계속 경기를 치르면서 저희가 부족한 게 뭔지 알게 됐고, 이제 서로 간의 시너지, 합이 맞춰지면서 첫 번째로 상대를 파악하는 능력과 이제 좀 순간적인 플레이어들의 개인기가 좀 많이 필요할 것 같아요. 무조건 결승까지는 가야 된다고 생각해요.
국가대표로 왔으니까 저희도 최대한 좋은 모습 보여드리려고 노력하고 지금도 많이 연습을 하고 있고.
And we're back as we continue to ride the wave of the upper bracket. Our next and final match of the day will be a rather good one. It's going to be Brazil's YNG Sharks taking on Korea's NUTURN. Now, let's go ahead and break down the Sharks first. And Lothar, for those who don't know about this Brazilian squad, how would you best describe them as a team?
You know, first and foremost, for me, this is another Cinderella story when it comes to Valorant. This is a team that came out of nowhere. They come from Brazil. They got signed to this Portuguese organization. But in general, they started as Squad 5. So this is a similar story to what we have seen with Fish 123 in Europe, with Summon FC. They played under a just free agents banner, right? But they stick to one lineup. They went through the first challenger stage. They didn't go like super, like, let's say hypersonic. They got to top 8, but that's about it. They made a one lineup change to the 5, and then they got signed in the next stage. So I'm looking forward to this team because those teams, I know they work hard because they know where they got it. They got it just because of their hard work.
Yeah,
you know?
and Lothar, to continue to expand on that, I mean, Brazil is a formidable region in TAC FPS. Actually, I believe NIP just winning the Rainbow Six Invitational, which is incredible. 2 Brazilian teams in the final there. We know that Brazil has had a lot of presence in Counter-Strike as well. So they're really looking to not just continue that dominance of a region in TAC FPS, but also they, are looking to push the pace here as well. How do you feel about them as far as like their maps goes? Like, where are going to be their pros and their cons, would you say?
Well, the pros are, when it comes to their stats, you see that they are very good in attack, which is not something. Would you say that about Brazilian teams? Probably would say that about Brazilian teams because they're very good in attack. But the stats don't exactly show that because the last maps that they played against was against Team Vikings. They got blown, 3-0 against them. They played against Fourier Esports. They lost against Vikings again, but they won against Gamelanders. And so the stats are a little bit in shambles. But in general, what you can read from it, they have a very good star player, whereas Prozen is actually playing really well for the entire team. But there's one thing that I really am worried about Sharks, and this is the map pool. They never played Split in the past 20 minutes.
One time.
Right, so they insta-ban it. And then the Icebox is 1-5, Bind is 1-3, and when you look at NUTURN, they actually dominate on Bind, Split, and Ascent. So the map pool is not looking good for Sharks. And how do they want to counter that? I'm actually not sure, but they had a lot of time to prepare for this first LAN event.
You know what, Golden Boy? I don't even think it even matters, like, at the end of the day, because this is going to be the first time here at the VCT Masters we're going to see a true clash of polar opposites of play styles. We know the Sharks are mad aggressive. They're coming from Brazil, right?
Yeah.
You take a look at NUTURN as well. They're passive. This is a team that isn't afraid to put just one person on the site all the way in the back. So even though the Sharks, they have pretty much a bad record when it comes to attack, like Lothar was saying, I expect them to utilize that Sky and Sova combo that we see on Bind, utilize that information, even if they didn't use it much often against Brazilian teams. Now it's going to be the time to change it up, because if they can catch Sharks, if they can catch NUTURN on their back foot, they can just steamroll through a site and just worry about their post plans.
Yeah, I cannot preface this enough, folks. What we're about to watch is something really special, because we're going to see a team from Asia face off against a team from Brazil. Like, this is it's not North America or Europe or no, like, this is truly two different, unique regions. And I know that Achilles has been chomping at the bit to talk about NUTURN, the team from Korea. And Achilles, this is your turf. So what kind of style are they going to be bringing to this competition?
Let me out of my cage. Let me talk. Yeah, no, this is going to be amazing. We know Brazilian teams are touted for their aggression. NUTURN is a lot more defensive of a squad. They will give space to the opponents. It almost seems like they prefer to put themselves in an attacking position even when they're playing defense. They will give up a site and then just rely on playing for a retake, and they're so good at it. Even if they do get into a site cleanly, when they are on the attack, their defensive setups from there are phenomenal. They've got great combos coming through. They've got amazing synergy on this roster, and I worry that Sharks is not going to be able to really deal with this, because they are limited in their map pool. NUTURN, like, just about every map, they're good at it. The only one that comes up a bit short is going to be Icebox, where I think they're 1-2 so far in 2021, but the two losses, I believe, were to Vision Strikers, I'm pretty sure. So that was their stomping ground. That was the map that nobody wanted to play Vision Strikers on. But when you take a look at Haven, they're so very comfortable there. They've bested Vision Strikers on that map. They're great at Ascent. They're great, especially at Bind. I don't know what Sharks is going to have to do in the map draft to try to get any kind of advantageous position. I think no matter where they try to put NUTURN, NUTURN is going to have the upper hand.
Yeah, they're going to be prepared for whatever is thrown at them. You can see right there in the stats, 83.3 win percentage on Bind, 24 games played, 22 on Ascent. I mean, these guys have dominated. But to that point, though, Icebox certainly going to be a bit of a question mark, not just for Sharks, but for any team that they run into moving forward here. And Vel, look, there's one player in particular on NUTURN that everyone is very excited to see. You wanted to talk about him in great detail. What is it about Solo that has everyone talking about this Korean squad?
Well, Solo is basically the perfect team player. If you take a look at maps like Bind and look at what he does, okay? He's gonna don Breach often. And the thing is, Solo isn't just an individual player. Unlike what we saw earlier on in this event where players were just, peeking by themselves, this time around, if you're going against NUTURN, expect to have Solo right behind his teammates, offering flashes, fault lines, even his rifle for any type of refrag or trade. He is always going to be dependable. And the thing is, Solo is known to take over games in that way. So by having a support player that's able to dominate from the back lines, that frees up so much players for their freedom to just frag out and have their way in the front lines.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There's Solo. I think I had an accident. So much of my smoke has been just irradiating from my body.
Welcome to my world.
It should have been green.
Yeah.
Should have been green.
It should have been green. That was a great opportunity for us to do the Viper's Pit right here. You know what I mean? But I do the Viper's Pit in the bathroom every day, baby. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
Come on, GB. It's a classy stream.
I'm sorry. There had to be one. I had to do it at least one time. Okay, so now for those of you who are at home, be sure to follow us on Twitter and Instagram if you dare for more great jokes like that. For the latest news, highlights, memes, and most importantly, the chance to participate in our polls. We want to hear from you because you guys have predicted that NUTURN will win with 63%. Interesting. So let's go down the line. Let's start here. NUTURN, the fans have spoken. Veli, who do you think is walking away with this series win?
I don't think NUTURN has faced a team as aggressive. I mean, Achilles might just call me stupid for that, but as aggressive as these Brazilians, I'm going all the way for YNG Sharks. I believe in my boys, so I'm rocking with them. It's going to be 3 maps.
Okay, all right. Achilles, I think I know who you're picking.
NUTURN 2-0.
Woof, spice. Love it. So we actually
leave it at that.
We got NUTURN here. A lot of NUTURN love. Lothar, your thoughts?
I would say also NUTURN. It's going to be 2-1, a close match, but I'm emotionally connected to NUTURN because they have 2 players over 30. They are not as old as me, but they're pretty close, 30 and 33.
Boomers unite. All right, well, that's going to do it for us here, guys. We're going to send it over to Iceland. We're going to send it to your casters. We got Doug and Riv on the call. It's time to throw down NUTURN versus Sharks.
Thanks, Golden Boy. I am Doug, and alongside my dear friend, Rivington Bruce Bislin III. Riv, baby, we've been waiting for this all day. We've been giddy. We can't stop grinning, and the moment has finally arrived.
I'm so excited to see this matchup because coming in, pound for pound, I'm not a Scrimbucks guy. I'll tell you that right now. No fluff, no nothing here. Pound for pound, NUTURN matches up better against Sharks going in. But what do we look at for Sharks here? They're a team that came through defeating Gamelanders, defeating Furia, and almost being able to find that and routing Vikings on the way here. And they have players that are experienced here, Doug. They have Prozen and Leitch, who have both been Crossfire world champions. They've had that kind of stage experience. You have Gobshis, who's also been in a position where he's been going to world championships, but he's never been able to travel there. So, Doug, this is the first one he's able to make it to. Sharks has so much to prove here, and I think they're ready. We're going to see our players.
You can feel the anticipation, like you can feel the excitement even not being in the venue as the players start to walk out onto the stage. Again, a highly anticipated matchup, a clash of regions. We don't know really what to expect from NUTURN here. We don't know what to expect from Sharks. So this is, I know this is, as I was looking at the bracket early on, this is the one that I had starred because there's just so much that's unknown. There's so much that we're going to get to see. And again, we've talked about the competing metas and styles and how they're going to clash. But the nice thing, Riv, about today is that there's no real need to postulate about this stuff anymore, right? It's game day.
Right.
Now they're starting to get onto the stage, and we're just a few moments away from getting this bad boy started and hopping into map select. As you can see, they've popped up on the screen. Sharks are going to get the first veto. NUTURN will follow shortly after, and just like that, we know Icebox is off the board. We'll see what NUTURN...
NUTURN enjoys that. They'll take it.
Yeah, and now that's split. So we're going to get some order of Bind, Haven, and Ascent. Riv, early thoughts on the 2 bans?
Seeing NUTURN band split means they're forcing it towards the next 3. One of NUTURN's favorite maps is Haven, but you do not see that. They have only 3 Haven plays, I think, since January, maybe less, I think is our stat. But that's because it's always so late in the draft for their games in Korea, they just don't get to it. But now they have a chance to get to it, Doug.
Bind is going to be a good one as well, as we see that as the second map in this best of 3, which we can presume from here Ascent will be the last one that joins the fold. I want to talk a bit more, Riv, about Haven, as that's where we're going to be starting off. Sharks starting off defensively.
Absolutely.
You mentioned that there haven't been a ton of reps for NUTURN. They haven't played it since April 3rd.
Right. I said January. That was a lot of hyperbole.
But the point you're making is correct, right? Like, it gets so late into the series, Haven finds itself in map 3 oftentimes, so they never play it. But I think there's something interesting to look at from Sharks on the other side as well, and that's more composition-centric when it comes to Haven.
It's wild. They've literally played the same composition on Haven since January 26th. Tried and true, loving it, and it includes a Cypher and 2 duelists. So will they go back to it? Because NUTURN's composition, when we did see it, also included a Cypher. Things have changed. They haven't shown it that much. So what will we see for Haven? I love that it's going to be a toss-up, and NUTURN puts it as one of their favorites. Sharks loves to play aggressive, and we heard a lot of teams, Doug, saying it's interesting that there's been so much slow play over here. But what have we seen over the last few games? Plants takes at 30 seconds left in the round. Things are changing. The fast is slowing down, and teams are exploring how to play the meta here at Iceland, and I am loving every bit of it. We're almost about to get in a game, Doug. What else we got?
Well, I think something else to look at here too is when we talk about an international event, right? There's often metas that change really like during tournaments at times, and I think when you look at Sharks, I think it was 64, 63% of you were leaning towards NUTURN in this matchup. I'm surprised that it's not more, to be honest with you. But I think the thing for Sharks here is you're coming into this series, you're coming up against NUTURN. People may not be leaning your way. Riv, if there was ever a time for you to show something different, especially on a map like Haven, where literally every bit of film you have is the same composition, if there was a time to throw something spicy in there, this is it.
And it's tough. You're going against NUTURN Gaming here, right? You have Allow, you have Lakia, who are considered some of the best players out there and have some of the highest headshot percentages over in Korea, and then followed up by Suggests, who is 33%. Funnily enough, the other team who has the highest headshot percentages, you would figure, is Team Liquid with Scream. But that's what Sharks is going up against. So they're going to need names, we'll say here for Sharks, Donaru. His Sova play is so accurate for the team and helps the plays revolve around the information, and you'll see him picking up 2-3 kills. Gabshis, you have to say the name. If you're coming from that region, you know exactly who he is. He's the jet player. He's the highlight guy. Like I said, he's qualified for World Championships before, but has never had the chance to travel to them due to issues. So this is the chance we see Gabshis now open up for Sharks. Again, Frosten, we haven't talked too much about him. We'll see him setting up a lot of the Sentinel play, a lot of the Sky play, and everything else around the map for the team, and being a big info grabber on that side of Sharks. He's the Killjoy this time, as you see, and we're getting locked in here, Doug. I'm excited.
Your Prime Gaming Agent Select on full display, just a few moments from kicking this bad boy off. And there's really, I mean, Perry on the Astra for NUTURN. That's something that we haven't seen in a little while. Actually, they haven't run that very much at all, right? Like, there are 2 more prevailing compositions. Neither of them included Astra, so we're already starting to see some changes. And then, Riv, we're seeing some changes out of Sharks, too. Look at Gabshis. He's on Sage.
That is not at all what we have seen from him in a long time. Like we said, 19 times in a row, Sharks played the same composition, starting off here now with a default, but look at NUTURN wanting information right away.
Oh, I love that. And it's not even just wanting information. I think we're going to see from both of these teams a heavy investment in fighting for A control, both in short and long. NUTURN full sending and applying so much early pressure. And interestingly, oftentimes we'll see teams rotate away from that and go towards C, but it seems like Sharks want to hunker down and try to take this fight.
Doug, setting the tempo. NUTURN is saying, we don't even want you to think about your strat. We've already taken out Frosten. That's a lot of the control that's going to be on the flank. Now you need to fight the rest of them as they come in, and Sharks is doing their damnedest to hold this position. With the spike on the other side, that's about to be seen by Perry on the rotation.
Yeah, this is taking too long. Right, like it took so long, and yes, you take a look at Light, he's gotten all the way into the back of C, but Perry has rotated around like 2 ships in the night. They've passed right by each other. Now they're on opposite sides, and they're about to clash around this spike.
Oh my God, the cat and mouse game right now. Nice job by Donaru. That was a definite and necessary pick. 2v1 on him, focused down to back alley. A attacker spawn side, and okay, Sharks are slowing it down. They're regrouping exactly what they need to do. A little bit of util used to grab this back, and we're going to have a bit of a reset in the round here. How does it play out?
See, Sharks, they have hightailed it over towards C, where Solo is waiting, but with 4 health, what do you have in you? Not much at all.
In the sight.
Allows the last one standing. Wall going to keep him at bay, at least for the time being, as the spike goes down.
What a play by Sharks to weather the storm so far. NUTURN getting themselves into murky waters back there. Didn't have all the angles. Sharks was still able to work around the map. And Pinsir, after the fact, is I think NUTURN felt like they had too much control over everything. They didn't have the secondary was to kind of stay and pressure, and Sharks started to react. Great adaptation there to the first round to take pistol.
Very good adaptation. I think one other thing that we didn't draw attention to on the side of Sharks is Fra often plays the Cypher. This time has brought a Killjoy into the fold, so you can tell Sharks have definitely put preparation time in specifically for this map, as they're showing us something different for the first time since late January, and it paid off on the pistol.
Yeah. See what they do? Again, orb control by Lakia. We'll focus that. It was going to be one of my big ones coming in overall for the tournament. Are orbs going to be largely played around? So far, we see that is a yes here from NUTURN versus Sharks, as Prozine and Gabshis tries to walk up that A side, and looks like they're just going to play it slow for now. Spike is down in the beginning. They're saying, all right, we turtle for now, and we actually see what NUTURN wants to do each round. Will they push like that again? So this isn't Sharks being scared. This is them doing the turtle, figuring out what NUTURN is throwing at them. In this round, it's kind of just an info deny, and Sharks are going to have to execute.
Well, and Dog, let's be honest, I don't know that I mind if it's necessarily a little scared, because you don't know what you're walking into at this point, right?
Absolutely.
Like, NUTURN have this habit of when they lose pistol, they buy full sheriffs and they buy full armor. They could also be waiting with sheriff. Like, there's just so much that can be waiting for them on the other side that they're not prepared for, so I totally understand them cautiously kind of like navigating this situation. They felt things out, excuse me, towards A. Now they're going to rotate to C. Another ult orb in the pockets of Denaru, and they have.
He's also got the spike. He just picked it up on the way up, so he'll plant for another one.
Oh, that is a terrifying death ball. Woo. But I just don't know that they have enough firepower to really make anything happen out of it. And then the gun advantage that Sharks have is just a full display here, as NUTURN are just down to 2 members left.
Strong play so far by Sharks. Not leaving anything to chance. Strong fundamentals, playing together, trading off each other, not running solo to just give a round up. There they are, the 1-2 back and forth as they work over each other's shoulders for the pie in the face to parry. The 3K there. It may not matter what Gabshis is playing here. Doug, 6-0-1, the known Jet player, coming out of Brazil, now crushing it on the Sage. And we said he was one to watch. That was a Prime Gaming flawless as well. We'll see it again.
Yeah, you really can kind of understand why they're so highly touted. And when I say they, I really mean specifically Gabshis here. You mentioned it. It doesn't really matter what agent he's on. He just seems to find himself at the right place at the right time. That led to, as we mentioned, a flawless moment, courtesy of Prime Gaming. But now NUTURN find themselves with full rifles. For Sharks, they've got some rifles. Well, really just one in the hands of Denaru.
Ooh, you do not see too much full garage play on the start. Usually a fake, then a pull-out to grab all the util that you can. We'll see how many they actually commit here. Garage is usually an afterthought as the map has been spread, util has been grabbed. You have one person go through garage as the final take is going down. Here you see them use it as kind of a back and forth to see what they can get out and who might be in that area. Good intel so far from Sharks as they back up here. This is the bonus, so they want to kind of get as much out of NUTURN that they can, so they're not just finding Vandals. And one Phantom down there on parry around the corner as they're holding, as you see, solo on a hard angle.
Cautious waiting solo should get some info there. And with time continuing to tick away, you have to understand there's a whole lot headed his way. Alal's going to get away from a precarious situation really by the skin of his teeth. You see the wall has gone up across B to deny any sort of information coming that way, and they might, they are going to rotate back to it. They have enough time. They've blocked off a large bit of info that would be coming in from C-Link, so they're going to be able to get the spike down, and this is going to be a chaos fight through utility. You see, he hasn't even been able to get the spike down, and the clock continues to tick away. He's going to have to get on it soon. There's the spike. Leitch is able to finally plant it. Numbers advantage still in favor of NUTURN, however slight. They're still there. Parry spotting where Denaru is able to land the shots to clean him up. Another one falls on the side of Sharks as the round drops down into the hands of Frost. He's going to get tagged up. Locky on the defuse, and I just don't know that he can do much there between the utility that is coming from every possible way. It's just too much to handle. NUTURN are on the board.
Yep. I love the mind games coming out of Sharks. On that one, you see them going around to A. They fake a bit. Gabshees was able to create so much pressure there. Lucky is like, do I stay? Do we just play retake? And just like Achilleo said, that's something that's fine for NUTURN to think about, is playing retake. Because they're so strong, they use their util really well on the way in, and they come in from every angle. Also, holding B is really, really hard, especially after you've done so much around the map. So it was really in favor of NUTURN there. They picked up a round that should have been theirs. Also, the bonus, like we said before, so let's see what happens. Now we got rifles on rifles.
Rifles on rifles, and I think, Riv, we're going to learn a lot, really, from both of these teams here. This is where we see more standard defaults. This is where we start to see plays that may be dialed up. You see Lakia has the Hunter's Fury as Solo invests a bit of utility down A long. Nothing doing quite yet. And much like a couple of rounds ago, Riv, it is Sharks just kind of feeling things out, right? What are they going to get? What are they going to see from NUTURN?
And you'll see, if you look into C, you see how they're playing that. It's parry and suggest. You'll see NUTURN in that setup a lot. One will be in the front, draw attention, parry will peek. They kind of give you the 1-2 punch. NUTURN loves that situation. They play off each other so well, and you can see them not moving because they want that to be executed once they get in. Just have suggest drop, parry peeks. So around the map now, allow just controlling as we get Sharks into position for another move. You just have info being grabbed by Frau right now, seeing what he can figure out as they get into position, as everything is held here over at A.
Yeah, this looks like this is going to be an A hit. Again, with time in mind, there may not be much of an option to go anywhere else. And as we see, they've started to dash onto the site. Remember, Lakia has that Hunter's Fury, has to stay alive, though, using a couple of shock darts to delay the plan, at least for the time being. And there's the Hunter's Fury as well, but may have been a bit early. Yeah, Denaro's just be able to dance things around, but with 13 seconds left, now they're going to have to force the spike down. In a less than ideal situation, Denaro manages to get it down just in time. And now it's going to be an absolute bloodbath for the side of 4-on-4 as Prozen dances around the Cloudburst as that evaporates. There come the kills, and there goes the round win for Sharks. A 2-round lead early on.
Fantastically played on the way in. They take the site. They just start slowly smoking things off. And like you said, Lakia's ult kind of just comes out right away. They're able to dance around it. And I think at that point, you gain confidence as Sharks. You can take a little bit more forward of a position. You see the paranoia being used beautifully towards the end of that. And everybody peeking from whatever angle. Having Light right under Hell, able to just paranoia that entire area, it was huge for that retake. So Sharks finding a way through the retake of NUTURN here as they do shut down the first gun round. And now we're on to some Sheriff buys for NUTURN as we head into round 5.
And while normally you look at this situation and you go, okay, well, we're likely going to want to give the round to the team that has the better artillery. And NUTURN are kind of gross with the Sheriffs there. That's something that you cannot count them out in at all. We'll see if they're able to light up the kill feed here. Allow does have that Blade Storm as well, but Parry is already dropped, and Solo's in a world of potential in a world of hurt here too.
Sharks just seem to have the read. I mean, maybe Denaru saw a shoulder there for a moment, but everything they're doing is slowly moving around, and it seems like NUTURN is shifting their position. That's all that Sharks needs to really get the edge on the site. This is going to be that round where Sharks will farm out the eco buys of Allow and the rest of the squad. There's one as they drop a few. This will be huge if we can get another. So Solo doing work here. He could really do some damage.
Then it's a 1v3. He's taken 2, and it looks like he's going to try to play elsewhere on the map, but I mean, Sharks have full control of the site here. They even have control of Long as well. While the first 2 kills were fun and they were flashy, yes, he's been able to upgrade.
Yep.
This is difficult. This is a big ask for Solo.
And Doug, look at how this is playing out for Sharks right now. This round, something they can capitalize. Prozine with the 4K coming up with his raise. Look how many ultimates they have now. As some are mounting on the side of NUTURN as well, Sharks can now start to capitalize and just domino those ults, one after the other. Maybe not everyone this round, a few this round, secure when it is going to be a gun round for NUTURN and continue to cripple their economy. NUTURN is a team that will play very much around their opponent's economy, running a hard strat right when it's going to reset them and they know they'll be on an eco buy. Right now, they're getting a taste of their own medicine, and Sharks
Sharks is just, they have their number. We'll see if it happens here again on the gun round, if Sharks go hard and try to thwart this, or if they go slow. Allow with the operator here, round 6.
And mid control early on, a narrow miss. Oh, Lockie's in a great spot. Lockio good for 1. Surely his position's been given away, but it might not matter. He gets a second one as well, as Allows looking to add insult to injury. The res is gonna come up onto Prozine. I suggest tries to dance around the damage. Still has the showstopper in his back pocket, and Sharks, they get a little bit out of there, but then they're gonna try to flip the map. Oh boy, here comes a good flash. A good flash, an excellent flash. Prozine had nowhere to go with that showstopper, and that negates an incredibly powerful and important ultimate.
They call that the peekaboo. Oh my word. He just dodged out, missed it, couldn't find him. Now they know there is a bit of commitment towards lower. Killjoy can always be a solo player because you're watching the flank, so they have to remember that. But what a start to this round. Sharks come out firing towards B to start. A great push by Solo. Sharks kind of consider. They've gone mid, it didn't work. Check your flanks and things get spiced up. Now we see what the audible is. They want to all go through garage here, and they have the rotation through A as well, but no one's going to meet up for a while, Doug. What is going to happen here?
20 seconds left, and Sharks really seem no closer to getting onto the site than they did at the beginning. As Allow just narrowly misses a shot. 13 seconds left. It seems like the only safe passage they have is onto B, an early Rolling Thunder as Solo looks to destroy the lockdown and take care of Fra as well. The spike looks like it's going to go down just in the nick of time. Allow with the op. Holding a tight corner.
Here.
Seeing if you can find anyone. A straight up 3v3 here for this site. Denaru still has the Hunter's Fury, but I mean, from that spot on the site, what can you really do? Excellent setup by Gashies as he's able to get 2 more, 4 on the round. Looking for the ace. Parry drops pros and gets the last. Sharks get to 5.
What great shots, setups, and by millimeters, walking in and out of the eye line of NUTURN. Around the map, into garage, getting a little more info, back out of garage, and back to the initial play of the round, Doug. Back to B, back to where it all started. What a round coming in here. And from both teams as well, we're seeing NUTURN claw back these rounds every bit, but Gapshis on the Sage. Holy moly, this guy is turning it up for Sharks right now. Round 7, 5-1, Doug.
Another Sheriff round. Denaru using that Hunter's Fury early on, and Prozin's going to take that opportunity to dash onto the site. Grenade good for 1, the ult's good for another. This Prozin's looking for more. They've gotten onto the site. They've gotten on there really free. Lucky was able to take 1 a consolation prize, but that's all it was as Leish looks to get the spike down.
Spike planted.
Woo! This is the, that's the Sharks we saw on the VODs right there.
Yeah.
Just light the fuse, a firecracker right off the rip. They take that one. Was a round they should have been taking with the eco on the side of NUTURN, but they are really making it tough for NUTURN here. It's either gonna have to be orb focus or a few more frags so they can start cycling their ultimates. 12, 2, and 5 for Gapshis there as they start off with this one, opening the site up and instantly executing. This is the kind of combination utility I love to see, Doug.
Yeah, this has been a very impressive start from Sharks, and I think one of the things we have to keep in mind here is when we think about attacking teams on Haven, they're often given the advantage, as it looks like we're in a pause. This is actually perfect. Thank you, production, for letting me explain this point. You often think about attacking teams having the advantage because of their ability to effectively manipulate defensive rotations, right? You've got 3 sites, you can make some noise, you can kind of pull them around, and then you hit once you've really kind of like a puppet on strings, right? You can control the way they're going to go. But I think the thing that's really impressed me out of Sharks so far, Riv, is that that's not how they're winning. NUTURN have not been like pulled around by eye candy and by trickeration. They're on the site and Sharks are just mowing them over. So it's a very different style. And the concerning thing is that it's working, and it's working really well right now.
Yeah, you know, I came in pound for pound, saying pound for pound, NUTURN stacks up better player for player. I think Leitch over Perry was one of the ones that was not, the 2 team controllers, but they are making me eat crow on that statement, Doug. Holy moly, Sharks is, everybody's confident in their shots. Communication is up, something I didn't see in their VODs. They're communicating so well aggressively and defensively. One of the things I noticed was that they would push up. They love to play aggressive, so their raise and their jet would show somewhere. And then it seems like none of their other defensive rotations would move. You know, they would stay, and then the site would get taken. Here, everybody's moving together. It's like watching a baseball diamond get manipulated by a play, and they're all in sync. And it's hard for NUTURN to stop. NUTURN definitely has the plays to make it happen. Again, we're watching Allow, Suggest, Lakia to all pop off. We do have the Cosmic Divide as well as the Hunter's Fury here. And with the money flow right now, they're at the 3-round loss. It's $2,900 that NUTURN is receiving. So you're going to see on that $3,400 for Allow this round. If he loses that AK and a few others, some $1,000 credits for the team, but this is going to be tough buys on Econ.
Oh, Riv, he had stuck it. Lystro's all the way up in heaven. You can tell as soon as that goes off, they want to go away, but he gets punished as soon as he finishes the ultimate. Allows fully online, folks, as he's already gotten 3 on the round. Sharks just down to scraps as their attempt at getting onto A goes absolutely sideways.
I think Allow realized that bank account might go in the red just in a second here, so he picked up a few $200 stacks to throw in there. Solo gets taken down by Gabshis, as he is always good for 1 or 2, and how many more will it be this round?
Slowly, quietly, tried cutting noise, tried giving off the idea that they may be rotating away, but no, he was still there, and now the spike is on no man's land. Denaru in a... I mean, nearly impossible situation, and while it was exciting at first, Lakia got one, but the round still goes. So, NUTURN, off the backs of Allow, seemed to get something going, but it really has been Sharks the entire way.
Absolutely. That was a needed round, and we kind of saw what it took to shut down Sharks in the moment after this. They, like we said, they weathered that pistol round. Then they came up with a few of their own rounds. The one we just saw previously was them tiptoeing around the absolute defense and eye lines of NUTURN. So they're finding different ways each time, but NUTURN's going to turn it up every so often. That's one of those rounds, and let's see if they can do it again to start the economy flow in their favor. Doug, they have to chip away at what Sharks has built here to really get back.
You see that, I mean, devastating. A shock dart, a slow warp, and a nade on that back corner. Unfortunately for NUTURN, nobody was there. Surely they would have died.
Yep.
But for NUTURN here, they still have these 3 ultimates in tow. I mean, Sharks, they want to make real damn sure that there's nobody back in that corner.
They have res here. That's going to be difficult taking C. Always is if you're trying to get an open site like that under res if it's not a pick previously. Spike's still down, or I'm sorry, picked up by Leitch, but all the way back towards spawn here. And you can see that defensive play by NUTURN. Give a bit of space, feel more comfortable with the ults you have. No reason for Lakia to be just firefighting in garage. Hunter's Fury is there to take down the spike as it hits. Let's see if they can focus where that goes. It's going to be a NUTURN call. And again, Brazil, that region, a lot of the regions that are NA, EU, Korea, going super slow when they're known for going super fast, and it seems to be routing NUTURN. Here we go.
Lakia using the Hunter's Fury as the kill feed just like bleeds red. Sharks have already taken care of 3. Leitch is going to get the spike down. Solo shows up to the party and a bit late. Unfortunately for him, as E and Allow find themselves in a 2v5. No real access to the site. There's a wall that's denying any sort of entry from garage. And Riv, it was another impressive take by Sharks. The one thing that, the one pattern that we are seeing emerge here is that's a couple of times now that Sharks early on have hit a site, they've invested a lot of utility, they're making their presence known, and then they rotate out just a little bit to come right back to the exact same spot. And both times we've seen that, it's worked.
Single duelist, you know, Prozine doing what he can on the raise, but it's not a duelist we are seeing step up. It's Gabshis with the rest of the team as well. I mean, team effort, obviously, but you got to keep calling him out at the top of the scoreboard. We see Prozine right there behind him, being the duelist that he can, but Gabshis has been such a flank, info grabber, silent lurker. For a Sage to not be with the team, he's honestly playing that like Arena off in the distance without a blind, you know? And he can control a bit of the flow. We saw him put a few things up just to distract previously, and it distracted Lakia and B, and then they finally ended there at the wall. So the way he's playing Sage is incredible.
Oh, it was there. It was a beautiful setup. You heard the flash. You heard the blade storm. They dash across. Now the res is on there. And while the res does channel through, they know where it was. Solo's not able to convert onto any of that. And through the chaos, that was the first couple of seconds of that round, NUTURN find themselves in a 3v5.
Slowly moving it back. And it's a little bit of a push here from Lakia. He could be in danger. This is going to be a drone coming around. He'll get seen out. He hears it, and now he knows he might be in a pretty sticky situation, so he looks to rotate out, gets clipped. Leitch comes up with the frag there, and now it's going to be the movement towards A. Again and again, Doug, we see dwindled numbers of NUTURN trying to hold or retake a site here as Sharks is just able to open it up. But Perry says, maybe not this time.
Oh. Perry already good for 3, but only 4 bullets. And that's gonna run dry. Had a chance at 4, got cleaned up. Suggest Gabshi's in a 1v1. Gabshi's has been electric up until this point. Has the spike, has 30 seconds left, can certainly flip the map, and it looks like it's exactly
30 seconds left.
He's gonna do.
See you later, Gator. It's gonna be a wall right side. This could be a blast pack right up on top of the B, and then he shoots down onto him. Sees him for a second. Okay, so he just goes for the firefight. And that's a tough one to take against Gabshis. Suggest coming up short on that, and Gabshis just continues to show he's here to send a message with Sharks in their first game at Iceland.
I mean, 16-3, dude's feeling himself. And I think the other concerning thing here, Riv, is that NUTURN showed something different. Right? They dialed up aggression. They tried to flash and dash with the Blade Storm. They threw something at Sharks that they have not seen before, and Sharks handled it effortlessly.
Let's see where they go this round. Setting up again to just kind of read what utility they may find. NUTURN wants to push the pressure. They'd like to do that on some saves, but they're also partially buying through here. See if they continue to push. They know where a few are, and they can kind of figure out Sharks is playing this round slow. It's how far they can get up to see where Sharks would be going. Nice pressure from Allow so far. And this is actually how Sharks has been able to start picking apart NUTURN. Yep. Because now if NUTURN doesn't like what they found out, they start to back up, then they're not in position, and it seems to be when Sharks is pulling the trigger. They just have this timing down. So another 30 seconds. Let Sharks continue to do this. You figure out a few things, and we'll see their movement.
First bit of info that's been gathered is Allow gets tagged up, has to dash back. Meanwhile, I do like this from Solo, taking the middle of the map away, an aggressive denial of space.
Yep.
Out of the team from Korea, and he might be in a great spot to blow this up again. Riv, look at that. He's going to show up right behind them. If he goes undetected, he's going to flip this thing on its head. He's been spotted. Solo, good for 1. Backs away. Yes, the kill gets traded out of Prozine. There comes the paranoia. The dash out from Prozine as well, as he's able to connect it onto Suggest, looking for more. As they get onto the site again, NUTURN can't stop anything. They can't stop a nosebleed right now, as Sharks just continue to run over all of NUTURN.
Another 30-second strat from Sharks. Just walking the other team around. It's you don't get your first confident shot, your first angle, what your strat on defense would be. And Sharks is doing a great job at reading that and getting their way into the site. These rounds as well, they make sure they don't lose too much here. You got to give credit to NUTURN for taking down a few members. But with the way the rounds are going, that is just money bags on the side of Sharks right now. So you're even going to need more than a few rounds, more than a few ults to tear through what they're able to buy round after round here. Gabshi's not even really needed in that round, still 16-3, so the rest of the team coming up, you can see they're all working together here. And we'll see just again how they execute straight to the back, forced out, and it's on their terms. It really is.
I know I mentioned this a bit ago, but again, I have to touch on the fact that the most impressive thing about Sharks and their performance here for me is that NUTURN are showing them different looks, right? Like they're showing them variety and how they want to play things out. It's not this just like run your head against the wall and Sharks are just able to right? Like they figured it out. They know the solution. NUTURN have shown them different things. You think about that aggressive peak down C long. You think about Solo getting behind them, right? Like there was a perfect pinch there. They were all sitting there and they had a chance to play around that. But Sharks just, the resiliency that they've shown, their ability to handle anything that NUTURN throws their way has been really impressive, Riv.
Looking at the VODs I did of Sharks and how they played to how they play now, it makes regional sense. It's night and day, but they play to their opponents. So if Vikings is going to play retaking and aggressive, that means Sharks had to push forward and go for a little bit more. I think that's why we saw more of that. Now they play to NUTURN, who wants to play a little structured, ready to get into a site, and they're saying, okay, we'll wait too. We'll see if we can draw your util. And it's a complete paradigm shift from what we saw from them in Brazil. So I think a lot of people are stunned right now at what Sharks is bringing out. NUTURN still trying to find a way to adapt to it. Haven being one of NUTURN's favorite maps. This is even more of a pleasure to see from Sharks as well, coming in here to represent. And you gotta say, you can't forget, NUTURN takes down Vision Strikers to get here. And there's a lot of regions that have teams that were unexpected to come. So there's that pressure there. You know, people are expecting you to be able to represent. So hopefully NUTURN can shake that. And we've heard pros say, no matter who you are, where you are, it's been a long time, any land, first game jitters are there. And maybe we'll see those kind of shake off. But Sharks came out hungry, blood in the water, and they shook it off quick, it seems.
Yeah, they seem to be doing just fine. And look, man, like the Scrimbucks were not in their favor, right? Like that bank account was real close to zero because nobody believed, right? Like you talk about Brazil as a region, and you think, okay, Vikings, they're legit, they're the real deal, they're scary, and then Sharks were almost considered like an also ran. You know what I mean? But they've really impressed as they come out. And here's the thing, even with the composition changes that they're bringing into this, which again is really a testament to the work that they've put in preparing for this tournament.
Yeah,
they're still really good on Haven, right? Like a 17-2 record, 89% win rate. They know the map. They know the map really well. So you add that. You kind of stir that in, right, into the pot. Stir that in with the composition.
A little spice and everything nice.
Yeah, you sprinkle a little of that bad boy in there, and this is where you find yourself in a very impressive start from Sharks.
I gotta say, the strat calling that's been going out right now from Fra, the captain of the team. He's been able to play amazingly. You usually see him and Leitch not really having too much of a frag impact. You're like, whoa, what are they doing? But their survival rate is very high. They're info grabbers. They're helping the team a lot by relaying, and it's so big for them to actually be alive throughout the round because of what they provide to the team. And we're seeing Sharks utilize that and hardly lose members round to round with the way that they're guarding each other, with the way that they're trading kills. So I don't know what NUTURN does next. Turning up the heat doesn't seem to work. Sharks are turtling when they see that. They have switched up the sites a few times in which way things would be playing and the stars and whatnot. Like we said, we usually saw Perry go for Omen in these situations. Astra would be for Ascent for NUTURN in the past, and they guard orbs very hard. So here it's been a bit of an orb game. That fell off a bit, and we'll see if teams get back into it here as attack pause seems to be almost coming to an end. NUTURN's pause as well, I believe, as they're chatting it up. They're looking to see how they can right the ship here as Sharks keep taking chunks out of the boat.
If you are just joining us, ladies and gents, welcome. Thank you so much for spending some time with us.
Hi, hello.
You've missed a proper shellacking out from Sharks as they've really dominated NUTURN up and down the half. They started off on attack on Haven, and there were a lot of question marks for both of these teams, but I mean, I'll be honest, more so, in my opinion, from Sharks, and they've answered every single question that was thrown their way. I believe it's 9-2 right now, and the one, like, saving grace, in my opinion, the one window in which I can see this turning out into a very competitive map is that NUTURN are very good on the attacking half as well. So they can certainly test their mettle on that side, but I think the game that you're playing at that point, if you know that that's your win condition, is how much damage can you mitigate in this point? And if that's the game that they're playing, Riv, up until this point, they've lost.
Oh, Doug, you reminded me of the stat that it kind of surprised me that when we went and looked at these maps for Sharks, their defense was actually a higher percentage. And you're like, wait a minute, but they're aggressive. So it's unfolding quite nicely for them if they can do better on defense on these maps than their attack time after time. Oh, said it. So Dark goes out. Whoa!
Just a bit outside.
I think I just saw that go over my house.
NUTURN
This one's going slow to start.
NUTURN do have a couple of key ultimates in their pocket. They have that Cosmic Divide and then some entry as well. While Sharks are certainly no slouches in that department. We see this fight for A control continue. Now Solo's in a great spot here, and Perry's on the other side as well. Depending on what utility they dial up, there may be something going on here. Here comes the Rolling Thunder Gap.
My word.
Knocked up. Oh my gosh! Brosen does it again! He takes care of Lakia and Perry. That's gonna give him access onto A. Riv, everything that NUTURN are dialing up, Shark handle it, and they throw it right back in their faces.
Usually Solo's breach, or however they work it, is Suggest or Solo, who's ever playing it, is the one to start the play, to make it work.
Yes.
The fact that we see Sharks shutting that down is huge. Those are curated plays they're ready to make, and Sharks is just reading it. Walks through, can't hear it with all the commotion. Prozine gets another one. 3K on the round.
Woo.
Pull! Shot out of the air.
Allow in a 1v4 against Sharks. It's West Side Story all over again as you hear the ult. Gets cleared out. Allow looking for a little bit more. The dude's a sitting duck here, Riv. I mean, they've got him trapped down. They know exactly where he is. Powerful weapon in tow.
Final round, gotta jump it, gotta make something happen. Timing. Light gets him, takes him down 10-2 as we swap the sides. And remember, we were talking about the compositions these teams used to play, how much they used to play it, when they used to play it last. And we were saying that we saw Sharks play the same composition since January. And they only lost twice with that composition. But they switch it up here. They go from double duelist to single duelist, high utility, and they seem to be able to just walk around everything that NUTURN has here. When they're confronted with NUTURN, they outshoot NUTURN. I don't know how to stop that package, Doug.
It doesn't seem like they do either. Again, you take a look at the timeline, that really tells the whole story. And in fact, that's probably not fully representative of just how impressive of a masterclass Sharks have put on in the first half. But now we mentioned, if NUTURN were to do it, this is it. But you've got to start strong here. The hole that you've dug yourself is far too deep to really allow for much error at all. The margin is very thin.
All right, I'm expecting a playoff Lakia's dart here when it will come back up. The team here to just absorb info. Nice job by Sharks already to gain so much ground. Just being here allows the rest of the team to make some small decisions. And as they look to trade each other, pop out, that's going to be the real and deal. Perry and Solo come up with 2, and they have a bit of ground. Do they instantly act on it? Oh, my word, Frosten.
You can see Perry there with the spike, wanted to go C, was actually on the way, and then Frog gives Solo the business, left, right, good night, and then now Perry rotates away, and it looks like they're going to want to hit A. They do have a star, both stars actually denying info early on, but with 40 seconds left, Donaru, oh my gosh, Donaru gets destroyed out of Lao, dashes onto the site, manages to get the kill cap. She's looking for something, not going to make anything convert. Fra left alone in a 1v4. Nowhere near the site. Perry's gonna get the spike down as well.
30 seconds left.
This is an important start for NUTURN for them to get back in this map.
That was very, very big. It helped them out a lot that they were able to take a few down across the map and know that that was some big retake that they would have Sharks would have brought back to A to make sure they brought that back in. So you take down Omen, which blinds smoke angles, and you take down the Raze, which Roomba nade displacement. So really well played in the start here. 2v2 trade, and then to get themselves back into A. NUTURN start off strong. We don't have the buy from Sharks. We saw recently they didn't. A few series before Challengers Finals, they were big second round buyers after a loss, but they have seemed to change their ways. Ooh, big push though. Holy moly, Sharks in the water.
Heavy aggression out of Sharks. How will NUTURN respond? Thing is, if Fra can delay enough, we can get something going there. They are going to have access onto the site. Alau's going to dash in first. Again, you see them clear out that back corner of the site. Common place for things to be anchored. The jig's up. They know that the flank is coming around. Laki has got to be one of the important lines of defense. He is good for one. Somehow survives through all of that. And then Perry gets the last one pushing in as well. The spike goes down. Alau cleans up Fra. And through all of that, it's another round win for NUTURN.
They needed it. You got to pick up those rounds without losing too much. NUTURN finds that. Let's see how the teams start to stretch each other thin now. We're back into making those hard plays, fakes, and trying to steal everyone's util before you make a hit. 16 for both Prozine and Gobcheese. Just fragging out, feeling it right now. Like you said, they're vibing. And that is why we mainly see this score line. We'll see here if NUTURN can turn it around. They're the ones attacking. And we are about to head into round 15.
Couple of rounds in the books. You see them riding a little bit of a bonus. Alau has the Spectre, but rifles the rest of the way, and some pretty early aggression towards A.
Good damage. Great damage on that. Look at the health bars. Oh my word, did you just call this or what? You think it's a choose your own adventure? It looks like Sharks is just reading the same book page for page here. Gabcheese picks another one up, and now they're gonna have to fight over A a little bit more, Doug.
Player standing. Spike
4.
down A.
Looking for another Gabcheese. I believe this is the second 4K of the map for him. Fra, I might play spoiler again. I think he was the one who took the ace from him the last time. But Laki is spotted. They know where he is. Gabcheese, they're trying to serve it up to him. They're trying to give it to him. But Laki somehow gets away with nothing but 27 health. He doesn't have the spike. He's just running for any sort of solace he could find. This round is going to go in favor of Sharks. For Laki, a consolation prize, get one step closer to having that Hunter's Fury online. But I think this is an important round for Sharks because you can start to feel some of that shift, right? Like NUTURN get a couple of rounds on the board, you're starting to feel them click, and that's a big response from Sharks.
A little bit of hunting to end this one out. Why not? The money's in their favor, and they're feeling good, especially on this first map. You're able to get on the opponent's pick, make sure they feel the pressure, make sure you send a message to start off your best of 3, and possibly send your opponent down there to the lower bracket if you can get the second one. Here, Gabcheese pushing out a little bit. Like, just like, who comes into my house and tries to do that? Just shake his head no. All right, so we're getting in there, round 16. Let's see where the money stands. The 20 bomb has been dropped by the Battle Sage of Gabcheese here coming out of Brazil. And we just see the beginning of this, Doug. It's like they read everything about they wanted to do.
The opener was gross. And you see like how Gabcheese got so close to that ace. It was just filth. It was pure filth.
Wow. All right, so a flip of the rounds there. That means it's only $1,900 going to the side of NUTURN. Look how much this messes up their buy. Yep. When you don't get the full buy, but know you need to pressure, this is the kind of situation Sharks is creating with that quick buy again to flip-flop the money. And Sharks knows it. Sharks knows they can play safe here. They know they're against an odd buy, and they don't have to go wild.
For NUTURN, you can tell they wanted to hit B. They invested the shock dart to clear out any potential killjoy utility that could have been sitting there, any nano swarms, any alarm bots, common spots. The one thing they weren't able to clear out, which is still up and kicking, is the turret. As things go eerily quiet, NUTURN mulling over where they want to hit this play, and Fra, Spidey sense is tingling. There may be something going on here, and he would be right.
Moving around, so switching the Sova and the Sage to make sure their slows on B and all the attention on Vision and Intel on A now. I think this is going to be the fault line through and the flash as well coming in. Are they going to try to hit it?
So much time has passed, so patient as they try to get onto the site, and so far it seems like patience is a virtue. Allow manages to get on there, manages to get the spike down, and gets away with his life. So now we're going to see this insane fight, and take a look at Perry. Perry has to win this gunfight to give them the room to breathe, to control Garage. That's often such a highly exploited area of the map to deny things, but Rave, they may have gotten too far off the site. There's nobody watching things right now. Rosen looking to try to get the diffuser, try to wallbang through there and deny things, and so far, it seems to be working. I don't know the Sharks are going to be able to get in at this point. Janaru in a good spot. Janaru good for one.
Sobas.
Tee him up. There's a second. But a great round. A great round from NUTURN.
Honestly, they had to pull that card out. Face to face, they have not been able to do much against Sharks. If you can get under their skin and make it work without them seeing you, do it every time, even if it puts you in that moment. Because with the retake, we see NUTURN what they're able to produce. You can play retake on a planted spike as well. So there, they get out, play retake on it if they even need to, but more so hunt the rest of NUTURN or Sharks down at that point. So great job. Lakia doing his best. Oh my word.
All right,
Frags like that.
NUTURN have found some recent success. And Prozen looking to stuff it. Blast Pack's aggressive. The flash was there. Prozen good for one. Hunter's Fury's going to come out as well as Gennaro joins.
Oh my gosh, Sharks.
Gennaro using one of his own as Lakia manages to get a kill. We don't know if Gennaro's going to find the same success, but what he did do was clear out a good bit of space. Light's the only one without an upgraded weapon here. Fra going aggressive. Fra good for it. Lakia drops the spike, but parried right there at the exact right time to help things out. The res is going to come through as well as Suggest is trying to stop any more aggression coming in from Sharks, but Light gets dropped.
Suggest was super low. That was a very big trade to take Lights down. And we saw it was Sharks picking up a few of those weapons, able to make themselves a bit stronger here on the defensive round. Now they push through to grab a few more, make sure none of those are Spectres. The plant goes down, but Perry is the lurker. Like I said, the quiet info gatherer with the high success of life chance. And there he goes, lives once again. Nice shot by Suggest. This could leave it up to Perry. And here's coming Gobshis, 1v1.
Gobshis healing up. Perry just kind of has to play this patiently. So going to rotate over. Gobshis with the tap. The gravity well is going to come out. Just narrowly missing as you see all of that utility used to buy time for Perry to show up. Gobshis in the 1v1 looking to answer the call, and he does just that as he's going to get the defuse and get Sharks to map point.
The wide peek from Perry. He thought he may not have the angle, or he might be around the platform there. 12-5, game point for match one. And another round that comes down to the wire, frag after frag. You see the scoreboard here, who's been able to put up, who's been able to help out. And you see the clutch coming in.
It was beautiful across the board. Again, you see that aggression early on, and the thing is, like, the 1v1 that Gabshis finds himself in is so self-created to find himself here in this gorgeous clutch moment powered by Red Bull that just really puts the icing on the cake. You understand why we've been talking about him so much. It's because he's been able to do stuff like that. NUTURN are calling in another attack as they feel the pressure at this point, staring down the barrel of going down 0-1.
Absolutely. And for the money to go back and forth like this at these rounds and have Sharks capitalize on one, NUTURN capitalize on one. You get $1,900 when you lose that first round, $3,000 for the win. And it'll go up $500 each time. But they're trading off giving each other $1,900 for that round plus $200 for whatever kills. What I'm trying to say here is with what Sharks has built up, that doesn't really affect them. They've just gotten to the point where a few of their buys are off. You'll see them on Econ here. And that's where NUTURN has been able to chip back a little bit. But it's hurting them even more as it goes back and forth. So Sharks is doing a good job at not letting a flow happen for NUTURN at all and always sticking their foot in the door. There's a lot of things going on there with the way Sharks is trying to stop NUTURN, and whether it's util, whether it's econ, whether they're just going for the throat because they know it is an eco round and they're sending a message. NUTURN doesn't really have an answer.
No,
played the shot.
Go ahead, Rick.
No, he just played the shot. He played music on his areas. I love that.
10 seconds away from kicking off the round, and for NUTURN, it looks pretty standard, right? Like, there's nothing flashy that's dialed up. You don't see anything aggressive early on. It looks like it's going to be pretty defaulty, and they have plenty of ultimates to work with here. Gabshi's going to get tagged up by the Gravity Well early on. Bladestorm online for Allow.
See, they slowly move in. Again, we have not seen too much pressure towards Garage. We saw that said that at the middle of the map. It's usually just a util grab in and out. Looks like they may try to work it here as Allow goes in, dropped by Prozine to start, and the 1-for-1 for both teams.
Oh, both stoppers net kills as Prozine gets the second, not able to get, looking for the third, not able to get the fourth as the clip runs dry, but Perry looking to keep the map alive for NUTURN in a 1v2, has some utility, doesn't have the spike, but understands where the push is coming in from. Perry's not able to do it. Denaro and the rest of Sharks strike blood first as they take a 1-0 lead.
What a dominating game from YNG Sharks. It looked like some of those plays were just on download. The one where they went A, they ate a nade. Gabshis comes up with a quadra, almost the ace, but Lakia runs away. Other rounds, when they were running the attack, they ran the entire map. This is Sharks, run the entire map. Go back to Garage. And then with 10 seconds left, go back to the initial B strat that exploded at the beginning of the round. The mind games, Sharks are playing here. They're playing with their food, they're swimming around it in the water, and we'll see if NUTURN can break off the floaties and start punching back here in our second map.
I mean, a hell of a performance, Riv, from Sharks. And, you know, we talked about map stats coming into this. We talked about the composition changes, but I think bigger than all of that, yeah, the battle stage was obviously a huge deal. But I think the biggest thing to take away from all of that was Sharks just played with swagger, man. Like, they played bold. They knew what their game plan was coming into this, and they really played it to perfection. NUTURN felt like they were a step behind the entire way. And look, I don't know many people who walked into this map, into this series, thinking that that was going to be the outcome.
Lothar had a 1 in his prediction. So
he did.
Maybe Lothar. But no, I did not expect this. And the VOD reviews did not show this. We are watching regions clash now and how that is working out. That's kind of why I was like, Scrimbucks, they may not mean anything. We're about to see land for the first time. It's been a year of these teams building themselves, swapping rosters, becoming huge caliber players in their region. And now they get to send a message. And honestly, that was postmark send from Sharks. They sent that quick.
They did. That message has been sent on map 1. We'll see if they can do the same and bust a couple of brackets on Bind, which is going to be map 2 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Vamos Brasil! They walk away with the Game 1 win. The Sharks have looked very strong versus NUTURN, and we'll see how NUTURN tries to change things up here. But Lothar, I did want to talk about how Sharks have managed to take advantage of the opportunities that they create themselves because of their utility.
Yeah, well, from the utility combos, NUTURN had to make a U-turn, you know, like on C.
You did it.
It was crazy.
He did it.
Hey, yeah, I know. I'm a dad. I'm allowed to make those jokes, okay? So basically how Sharks played the game is something that I didn't see coming from a Brazilian team. Everyone was talking up, oh, Brazilian teams, that's just so aggressive. They're like dancing, like with the guns, you know, they're always blazing. But here, Sharks actually impressed me with the fundamentals. It's just great Valorant. A slow on the backside, a Painters on the one side, then there's the Hunter Sphere on the right side, satcheling in on the side, taking a crossfire. Like, everything had intent. Sharks had the playbook really open, studied it, and just executed it perfectly. And that wasn't just one round. Almost every single round was played like that. It was aggressive, but it wasn't just dumb aggression. It was smart aggression, played really well by Sharks. I'm super impressed. I didn't see this coming, and I cannot be more happy to watch this, because this is how Valorant should be played, basically, on attack.
Yeah, they're giving us a little 101 here. And while Prozine is the one that is the MVP of this particular game, I mean, you know, Veli, a lot of those attacks was off of the battle stage that we saw from Gabshi. That was just, he was just flying at him, man. Dude, hey, no flashes, no slow. It doesn't care. He's just going at him.
They work together, man. And you know what? So Lothar was talking about the aggression, and let's be honest, their default on attack was pretty slow. They wanted to scope out the entirety of the map, right? They did really good with map control, but the thing is, the aggression came during the executes. And when you have Raze flying into sight like she's, the brown version of Jet, the capabilities are endless. And with the showstopper in her hand, because she kept getting those kills, it kept coming. I was thinking to myself, how can NUTURN stop this? One of NUTURN's biggest assets was actually Solo on the lurk often. Going in for the flank is Breach. We all saw what Solo was able to do to slow down the pushes. But when you don't have any type of sentinels to slow any type of pushes from Raze, Battle Sages, whatever it might be, what are you going to do? You don't have any Cypher traps. You don't have Killjoy. They're going to have to really think about making things kind of versatile and using Solo in the forefront to really stop the aggression from the Brazilians.
And Lothar, though, despite the great play from YNG Sharks, it's not all doom and gloom for NUTURN, right? I mean, they busted out some pretty cheeky strats, which goes to show us that this team clearly has put some time in.
Oh, hey, this one on B, absolutely hilarious. Look at this. Odin in A short that is just pointed at the spike in B side. And on B side, the spike is in a corner. So whoever is defusing it has to be in a tight angle. So there's no way you're going to just go back and forth with the spike. You're always dead from the Odin. And there's the Breach also that is making sure that the Sova doesn't get flanked. And he can also use his aftershock and fourth line on the spike from A short. So it's pretty nuts. I'm sure that a lot of teams might actually pick this up and copy, because this one is actually pretty nuts.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the Prime Gaming highlights from Map 1, because I know Achilleos has been chomping at the bit to talk about what's been going on with NUTURN.
He's
What's
not
up,
too
dog?
happy.
What's up, dog?
Yeah.
What's up?
Can't wait to discuss how hard they got clapped. No, I mean, honestly, super impressive from the Sharks. I cannot discredit them whatsoever. They look like they have done so much work. Because, I mean, we were talking about this during the game. We weren't seeing this in our bond review. We weren't seeing this level of impact from them. The set plays that they had coming out, their overlapping utility, it was phenomenal. And NUTURN just looks completely out of sorts. It seemed like they, just didn't really wake fully up today.
Yeah.
So this is a really rocky start from them. Their set plays are not there. They do not look like a coordinated unit, which is what we're so used to seeing from them. I mean, this is the team that took down Vision Strikers. It was through that cohesive, coordinated play that they were able to do so and be the Korean representatives, and they are not really showing that right now. And there's a major burden being, the sole representative of your region, especially for Korea that has, not a super strong history in TAC shooters, to come into this event, the first LAN for Valorant, and have this rough of a showing. You got to expect that the pressure is certainly on for them. So I'm hoping that with map number 2 coming up, it's going to be Bind. It's one of their best maps. They've got an incredible win rate there. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to turn this around and maybe give Lothar his 2-1. So I do have to apologize and admit I was completely wrong with my 2-0 prediction. So just phenomenal play so far from Brazil. What I'm invested in at this point is hoping that they play at a similar level so we get a super competitive series rather than another 13-5 shellacking like we just saw.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, they're going to be going to Bind as well, which is a great map for NUTURN. So I think we're in for a treat without a doubt. But gentlemen, we'll catch up with you in a little bit, guys. It's now time for the Agent Select. Let's actually send it over to Doug and Riv to discuss this next matchup. And boy, oh boy, we got a doozy.
A doozy indeed. Thank you so much, GB Riv. We were chatting during the break, and we were talking about how much film we've studied on these teams, and we've seen some of the behaviors, right? Like some of the emerging patterns. And you made an interesting observation that I want to talk a bit more. And it was a lot around what we saw in VODs was not what we're seeing today.
No, I think Achilleos as well just made light of it. My notes for Sharks mean nothing right now. They give up too much space. It doesn't seem like they come. Their utils held on site takes. Okay, like literally everything they're doing times 10 right now. And obviously I have good points for them. I'm just like going over a few of those that you're like, oh, these might be a problem. Right. Not a problem whatsoever. They are their success and how they are playing these rounds. So I think coming into this one, we get a little more Dwarbala, and NUTURN's going to have to really step up here, Doug, because if those one-taps keep coming through from Brazil, it's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough indeed. I think it was Achilles who mentioned this. One of the silver linings to this for NUTURN is that they're leaning into a map now that is pretty favorable for them, and then to really pile onto that a bit more. It's not great for Sharks, right? Like it's a 9-9 record going into bind. It's spotty at best. They've had some success on it. The one kind of thing worth mentioning here is they've recently changed compositions, right? Their last 5 matches have had a specific composition, but they've lost 3 of those 5. So even you see them try to innovate, you see them try to change, and it is not panning out. So although, with all of that said, we were obviously very wrong when we had similar conversations regarding Sharks at the beginning. Indeed. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and hop into Agent Select, presented by Prime Gaming. What do we see? We got Gabshees on Viper, things you love to see across the board. Riv, the rest of this looks pretty standard.
NUTURN bringing in pretty much the standard composition that they bring in. It does have the Jet, it does have the Raze. This is where NUTURN likes to flex towards the double duelist. And on the other side, we have the Viper expected there. The Sky is in there, no Sage. They're Brim for Omen, though, for Lich on this one. That is a change for their Brimstone bind composition as they bring it in. But look at Gabshees, just doing what he can to play everything under the sun for this team. Let's see if he can still put up numbers. NUTURN looking to send a message here in game 2, and Gob says this one's for you.
Gob starting off hot. Allows already been destroyed.
Oh my,
the investment of utility to get into U-Haul suggests good for one. As NUTURN, they're still trying to like brute force their way into this thing. And Rafe, you got to keep an eye on the minimap. Look at Fra rotating through market. This is something we see on Bind a lot. If teams turtle too long, if they are not decisive with their moves, there's a possibility that they get blown to shreds. And that's exactly what happens to Perry as he drops.
That was an absurd, we'll talk about this in a second. What a win from Sharks. That was an absurd wild read on one of NUTURN's most plays on short A of Bind. The fault line comes through, they head towards U-Haul, and where was Gabshees' Viper Bite? Right where the dashing allow would be. There it is, they move out, boom, Viper Bite, because the flash comes through, he's not even looking. Like, that's a read on doing your homework. Sharks is in there right now.
Certainly not the start you wanted to see if you're a fan of NUTURN, but still plenty of game to be played out for NUTURN. We mentioned this on the first map. This time they are going to be leaning into the full Sheriff, full armor strategy. And again, man, like, they're pretty gross with the Sheriff, so you certainly can't count them out as they test things out, feel things out towards me.
Yeah. A little bit of Sheriff love. We see NUTURN doing this. They have some great laser shots when it comes down to it, but very patient and deep play here from the side of Sharks. And it's going to actually still just be that frenzy for Denaru. It looks like they have a place to possibly get an operator in hand later if they want it, or just a rebuy or drop for someone. Always interesting to see econ purchases like that in the way teams play. Few alt orbs building up for every player right now. Nobody focusing too much, but it is a slow one from NUTURN. They're saying, let's extend this out, get it. Spike's probably going to get picked up here in a moment by Solo, and we'll see where they go with it. They do need the Spike.
They do. You see, NUTURN invested the fault line to clear out some of Hookah, but they don't swing with it. Rosen, his patience pays off as he shows up just in the nick of time to take care of one. Lich does on the other side of the map as well. The Spike still has not been picked up, and the one good thing from here is that Solo is alone with the Spike. There's a whole lot of noise happening on A, so he should be able to waltz into B for absolutely nothing. The way this pans out for them is if NUTURN is able to continue to cause problems on A. If Perry can get another kill, there's a chance at something, but he's going to hightail it out just in the nick of time. The Spike's going to go down, and it looks like Sharks are going to show up to the party just a bit late, but what can they do with it? Solo with the Sheriff playing that tight angle. Perry spotted one as well. They've gotten onto the site, but how do they deal with the defense? Is good for one, not good for a second as well. A 1v1. Lich looking to come up top, but no! Perry gets a 4K to win the round, to tie us up early, and to destroy economy.
The entirety of that round was just breath stealing. I gasped 4 or 5 times. Like, the way Suggest died when they pushed through, because it seemed like the Spike was an afterthought. So Suggest runs away from Hookah, dies to someone, and you're like, wait, what? As we get a replay here. But just seeing that, but the recuperation of what NUTURN was able to do, find their way back in, they did a good job at sorting themselves out. But yeah, that was a very touch and go for both sides almost. 1-1 though as we go into round 3.
1-1, and now we see Sharks back on this weird like pistol buy. They still have a Frenzy and a Sheriff, but it's just a bit disjointed. And then on the side of NUTURN, you've got Solo, the only one, or excuse me, Perry's going to have it as well, but 3 rifles across the board, so they're certainly going to be able to approach this from a position of strength. And very much like the previous round, Rave just quiet early on. There's some investment of utility in order to control pivotal parts of the map, but they haven't fully committed onto anything yet.
Perry able to drop that shower. That was an orb grab. That was a late orb grab. Perry just held, waited on it. It's going to meet now. Oh. The Naru, Gabshis comes through. Solo doing work as Perry comes up with one as well. And this has just been an all-over round for NUTURN. Knowing, I think, Doug, that they need to start sending a message here and can't say eco rounds or safe play rounds. We need to get in Shark's face and understand how they're playing, how they're moving rounds.
A flawless round brought to you by Prime Gaming, and a beautiful one at that. And you even see, like, you see how they're trying to play around and exploit different areas. You mentioned the late orb grab. That's exactly what we saw. NUTURN really just kind of picked this thing apart the way they wanted, and there was so much that was going their way. Like, they had hookah control, they had long control as well. NUTURN played that very, very well.
So again, cross map. A lot of times now you'll just see the Raze Solo on hookah for a little bit, hang around, make sure there's no push. But this is seeming to be somewhat of a fast strat towards A, probably based on the reaction of Sharks at this point, because whoever was coming over from Market just slowed down quite a bit.
Right there.
Smokes and Molly behind, ready to stop the spike from being planted. And look how they sit for Sharks. A lot of the utility can push everything off in front of that default truck and tri-box plant, so they just sit back and wait, nice and safe. Ooh.
Nice NUTURN look to work their way onto A, and once again, Fra is on a flank, and he's gonna get the timing right. He's gonna get the timing right. Good for one. Looking for the second. Line him up and knock him down. Yeah, he drops, but the damage has been done. What can NUTURN do to salvage this situation? They fully abort on the rotate. They're going back towards A, and the thing is, Sharks have their defenses split. It's just Leitch by himself. So far, so good. Has the ult in his back pocket as well. There's a good chance at something. Allow, looking to get the spike down, does just that. As Leitch holds on to it for the time being.
He's holding. Looks like it's going to be a U-Haul hit as Sova comes in. Donaru's going to try to hit it. U-Haul, they push him out, but the smokes are covering everything they want. The bolt almost targeting Allow, but he's able to hide. Scary spot for him. 30 HP on Light, and it's a bit of damage onto Allow.
Yeah, Perry's in a great spot. You've got to get Shower's control. It's so difficult to get the site back if you don't have that area, and Perry's showing that in full display here. Donaru somehow manages to get away and manages to survive as long as he has the tap. Not going to matter. Perry's good for 3. NUTURN is as well.
Good little game of cat and mouse. Seems like NUTURN is feeling comfortable at playing the area they have to work with. Yeah, getting the spike down, there's quite a few places to plant, and I don't think they had an eye on it, but I almost expected the Brimstone ulti there as the retake was really thwarted by the dark covers that came in from the rest of the team.
Excellent, excellent control of Showers, and I was mentioning that in the play, but it's just so difficult to control that, to get that site back if you don't have Showers control. So if you can anchor that down, you can cause serious fits. We see Sharks continuing to fight for this B long control. You've seen the dart, you've seen the flash Honda back fountain a lot as they prioritize this area. And NUTURN seem to have no problem pushing into it. Either it's B or it's A short. Allows lighting up the kill feed. Light's just narrowly missing with the Marshall. And he's not going to get a chance to light anything up here either.
Few quick rounds here. And you have to, you know, we say that NUTURN likes Haven. NUTURN also loves Bind. They love the way that they can work on this. You suggest he feels super comfortable with his position of nading, retakes, and what's going to happen with that displacement. And you see Allow. Super comfortable in solo working. He had 40 HP and kept moving forward. It wasn't a second thought for him. So they're really feeling it now. A Prime Gaming flawless round there. And we'll see it one more time. So he takes quite a bit of damage here and still says, you know what? That's fine. A Sheriff shot takes him down, by the way, at that point, but he doesn't care.
They seem to have put the first map behind them, and they come out of the gate swinging.
It's a great thing to see, Doug. It's a good point.
As they find themselves at a 3-round lead. Now, 3 rounds a bit of a heavier look towards A. There's the same flash that we're going to see out of Fra down B long towards Fountain, not going to tag anyone up. So they get that info to understand it's towards A. Locky is using the Hunter's Fury to clear things out. They're also going to dash right behind it as Allow tries to get onto the site. Bladestorm and Toad, the flash was there too, but again, Showers proves to be the problem. Leitch gets CC'd up to high heaven as he tries to stay alive, and so far is able to do so for the time being. Gets tagged up, Lakia on the flank. Good night, good sir, as Lakia drops. Light regains, it maintains, excuse me, control. Oh, they're flipping. They're flipping, surely they've got a bite on that.
Low HP, they're gonna have to stick together for a bit, even if you have Donaru seeing them. Good shock darts from this position. If he bounces them, they're guaranteed to land right on the spike, so great damage, there's one! Finds it, every Sova player will know it and feel that one. And now it's going to be Donaru entering the site alone, and he makes it count.
Solo had the Rolling Thunder, but we can talk more about that later. Parry in a 1v2 with 6 health, good for 1. As Frog tries to get it to half. You've got to bang through that if you want to stop this thing. Parry forced to swing out. Frog plays him like a hand of cards, reads him like a book, and gets the defuse.
Gets that spam through, plays him on a bit of the distance to the angle. We all know it's a way to take down your opponent. Fra does it beautifully with a bit more spam to boot. And 4-2. As now it's the 7th round. We're seeing a little bit of grit here from Sharks once again. Pushing up and getting some good space here. They're doing a great job of identifying what's going on around the map to make these situations a little easier for them. Fra, the captain, coming up big. Always good for the team to see their captain putting up numbers. You know, Doug?
Good indeed. Solo's still going to have that Rolling Thunder coming into this next round. That flash is going to... Oh, it got some info, right? You understand there's somebody there.
Yeah.
You don't know exactly how much. NUTURN are going to full send here. They do have some short control, but they don't really have any Showers control, so it's a difficult, it's a blind path through the teleporter if you're going to go that way, but they are not going to go that way. They've fully committed the showstopper, the Rolling Thunder as well. Donaru's already off the site. They have full control, but Prozen looking to deal a little bit of damage back, and he does just that as Allow drops.
And that's a whole lot of not allowing Sharks to do anything and get in position. Donaru gets taken down at the back. Sova almost wants to be an elbow hiding all the time. So no darts to come in there, figure out what's going on. And now NUTURN get to spread out, fortify the site, and get a good garrison going here for this post plant.
But Riv, no, they don't have... Oh my gosh, they didn't have control, but it didn't matter. They lined up for Lakia, and he knocks them down. That's such a pivotal area of the map to hold. And NUTURN hold fast. A 3K for Suggest, a 3-round lead. NUTURN have awoken.
I was right there with you. It seemed very off pace. People were still positioning, but Lakia, we've seen him do it in the grand finals versus Vision Striker. It was holding down B on Ascent and other places. That's just so memorable, but he is always able to grab 1 or 2 in these tight situations. A nice lineup, consistent shot, and then Suggest as well. And we see Lakia do that. You talk about Allow, it's considered that Suggest is quietly one of the best on the team. So still more to see here as NUTURN tries to bring that fire back in. Sharks doing what they can to shut down NUTURN.
Early kill as you saw the swing out with the Sheriff, just wasn't able to really provide much impact at all. This has been a pretty standard, pretty defaulty, man, and Sharks just can't, they can't punch back. They can't fight back. Lakia just continues to light things up.
Last player standing.
Patience. Cap sheets.
That's
terrifying. Make me think I lost internet, bro. He's a statue. But that's the patience. That's what you got to deal with. You're not second guessing the decision you're making. You're able to take the shot. Good crosshair placement.
Oh no.
Timing is not your friend, though. That's all that is to it. 6-2 here as we get round 8 out of the way. And we will see what comes of these next ones. I think we got a little bit more coming from both teams. Some ultimates that are still up here. As you get through rounds 5, 6, 7, 8, that's what you get. So see if the ults make a difference.
A third flawless round brought to you by Prime Gaming, and it was really off the backs of Lakia. We mentioned him earlier. We see this early aggression through really just to kind of blow things up back Showers, as we saw some of that aggression come through from Sharks, and they really just kind of walked into his crosshairs. But now we're going to have both teams at full rifles. There are a couple of key ultimates online as well.
B-Rush.
Including the Viper Spit that's already been used.
Oh, they turn tail real quick. They're like, all right, they have the right utility. We have to back out. What I saw coming from NUTURN was going to be drone, fault line, into sight, but Sova actually pieced out of that situation to not even be seen. So I don't think they maybe have seen Lakia there. Great info grab here as well, coming from the other side, as we had Perry checking showers, but that gets gassed out, so nobody's getting clean in there today.
Oh, it's an interesting read that they invest that towards showers. We haven't seen that area of the map exploited very often. In fact, you often see Perry playing in short, not really controlling showers very much at all. But that is where they decide to drop in. Tunaro's using the Hunter's Fury, has tagged up. Ooh, dealt a little, but nothing meaningful as they turn their attention towards B. You see the smokes come out. This time there is elbow control. Fra has to stay alive here for his teammates to arrive. Keep in mind the orbital strike's in tow as well, and there it is. Rains fire down from the skies as Perry gets cooked to a crisp as Allow gets one as well. Now Lakia with the Hunter's Fury has read Gabsheets. He knows he's there, tries to land the shots, but no, Gabsheets wins one. Looking for a second, gets dropped. Allow good for 3, NUTURN at 7.
Fast, effective round coming out of NUTURN there. Luckily for them, the rotation of Dinaru was over towards A, so all their smokes counted. They had huge impact when they got into the side of B, and no real vision could be found. They did have the sky in the back of the site, but nothing that's really going to stop you too much, and you can see them kind of running free as they get in here, throwing down a few ultimates, and there was Dinaru coming in hot.
It's just been a great read, Riv, from NUTURN the entire time, and they've...
Yeah, what a map flip, Doug. Oh, my word.
Yep. And the thing is, right, like, we've seen a lot of these defaulty looks from Sharks where they want to control long, as we mentioned. We even saw the Viper's Pit invested to control showers, but those are areas that it seems like NUTURN has been almost like comfortable giving up. They haven't really felt much of the pressure that comes from Sharks controlling that.
Right. And you can, I mean, the way, like we said, they play kind of retakey. If Sharks have something, they kind of find a way to either take the other thing or get the util out. So taking B is good. That initial execution that they would like. Still discussing things on their side and make sure they're feeling good. You know, I think if a lot of people may have thought NUTURN had the win taken out of their sails with game 1, you mentioned they did not. I think that's amazing to see in the caliber of play and the teams we have here in Iceland, because you cannot think about and dwell on things like that if a map goes so far one way. Here we see the exact same thing happening for NUTURN, and they got to be feeling good. Ultimate for Lakia and Perry. And nothing really on deck except for a Fra's ult on the side of Sharks here once we come out of this tack pause. You can see that's 3 in a row now for NUTURN on their victories. Those are frag wins. And now it's going to be a $2,900 a round that you're seeing on the side of Sharks. So that's why they got a bit of a buy, but they're not getting too much money yet without those wins.
Revealing area.
Nice shot.
Smoke down.
Colin
right through it. You see some of the smoke early towards A, and that was a bit of a delayed flash. So we're starting to see some adaptations come out from Sharks. You also see Gabsheets playing a bit more aggressively in that position in showers to try to take some of that space away from Perry. So you're seeing some adjustments. You're seeing Sharks approach things a bit differently, but so far it hasn't netted into anything yet. What it's bought is time, but that's it.
They did throw a ping down at U-Haul, considering that might be a potential play or where they think somebody is. Sova's now known to be over at the A site. And Lakia seems like he'll fire his out here. And they got Ray's knowledge now. This will all happen right towards kind of either 1 minute, 30 seconds, or around there. If the spike's not planted, everybody's going to get this util back that just used like a dart or something back around 15 seconds. So we may have a very, very intense hit here once those come back. We see a bit of it, Doug, and it looks like it's going to be the split on A right to U-Haul as they pinged before.
Yeah, but Riv, how intense can it be? All they have is Sheriffs, and Prozen has already dropped. Allow has full control of U-Haul. And they're just falling like flies. They did not have the firepower. They did not have the guns to fight back. Fra picked one up as like a gift, but he's not able to convert anything out of that. Lakia good for 3. And if you're Sharks here, it's a positive sign that you've seen some of these adaptations, right? That you're seeing them try to adjust on the fly. You've got a couple of, you should have rifles now. So given how this has gone, Riven 8-4, I take that. 8-4 is okay.
It absolutely can be. You give a little cushion for a pistol round loss or your win, which starts to build things up. And if you win that pistol round, you're almost at 8-8 right away off of what should happen in the next few rounds of bonus. So you're right, it could be there. And you always have to look at these last few rounds. We have Fraz ult, Suggest, and 2 more ready. The thing is, Doug, NUTURN has been able to get through these rounds with ults up and almost gets one with the showstopper.
Oh, but they pinch at the right time. It's beautiful. They push up A short as they make their way in through showers as well. They have full control of that area of the map. Keep an eye on Fra again. He's the lurk. He's going to try to be fighting for showers control, and he gets just that as he drops Lakia. Now they have an anchor. Now they have a chance at doing this thing. This is a winnable round for Sharks, but they're going to have to land a couple of big kills. There's one that's good for him as Solo drops the 3v3 here as they try to slowly creep their way onto the site. Prozen spot's been exposed. There is no Hunter Siri to deny things for now.
Not in a good spot for this.
Prozen gets it to half. Oh, he tried sticking. No, but he gets gunned down by Suggest. Suggest is good for 2. Fra drops as well. NUTURN take another one. Sharks, they made the adaptations they needed. It looked like they had something cooking, but NUTURN stuffs it again.
Yeah, it was getting even scarier if there were smokes and things to surround that, but it was too late in the round. Sharks, or NUTURN, knew they could collapse around it, even if it had to be a spam through the default try there. And we see Frozen doing work, the captain of the team, able to get in here for Sharks and make things happen. Honestly, like I said, that feels good for the rest of the team. These attacks that they've had coming in from NUTURN, though, they're little adaptations of what they've did before, right? Sharks shut down the first strat. We saw that strat twice now in different iterations, one with a drone first, there with the showstopper. NUTURN loves short aim. They absolutely love it.
And the thing, I mean, now we have Denaru playing in Cubby in a short, but we've just seen this persistence from Sharks to control some of the extremities of the map, and it just hasn't netted anything.
Little find from Solo on the left as they look. Trailblazer is slowly going out. Little Jiggle Peak Trailblazer. I like that coming out of Fra there. And here's a Roach Suggest with the spike. This could get hairy as they're just going for info. I think they're going for movement info with what Suggest is moving for right now. He has no real commitment, but I don't think they know what they're going to find on the other side here. So here comes the fake. Here comes the fake.
Hunter Series online as Denaru has to show some fancy footwork to stay alive from Lakia, and Suggest just stays quiet, like you said. He's going to get away. I mean, with everything he could possibly want. Prozen drops as Denaru does as well. That's going to open the door for them to get through with real ease.
But it's the TP.
It's insane, Riv, because they've taken they take 2 sites, right? They took A, they waltzed their way onto A, and they do so onto B. They just have full authority on the map. Oh, Gab. All right, Gab Cheese. No, Gab Cheese drops. It's another round win for NUTURN. A very impressive half, 10-2. And Riv, they did everything right here.
That, honestly, the rotation around I thought was going to be the thing that broke the camel's back, but it was not. Gab coming around, understanding where the play could have gone based on, hey, has the spike been planted? That's kind of the last alert you think about after all the chaos. You're like, has it been planted in all this? Oh my, you know, they could be rotating. They could already be over there with how we rotated. So really great thinking in the middle of the round to make sure they head back and get a little bit more control over the map.
Dominant half out of NUTURN, and now they're going to post things up defensively, see what they have. We saw for Sharks, they're really freaking good, at least on Haven attack. And we'll see if they can find some similar success.
That's right.
On Bind, you see the Viper utility has been used pretty heavily already. You have that wall up that's going to be denying things coming in from U-Haul. Blind there in conjunction with the dart. Okay. That's beautiful to give Perry away. Push him back, but much like we saw in the previous half, it's NUTURN now who's on the flank. They're hunting. As Sharks fight to get onto A, they've done so, and the map has flipped.
It's like, you're going to use our U-Haul strat? All right, let's fight. Here we go, getting into the round. Great push. I love this from Sharks, that they've pushed up. They're trying to gain more space. U-Haul control is pivotal, but even a little bit more towards that vent. Drop back and forth, Doug. We're getting to get the fights in as Frostin' in 3. Stand tall in U-Haul.
Oh my gosh, they hold fast just fine. It's just Perry alone, and Perry was up in heaven the whole time, and now they know exactly where he is. That's a brutal spot to be. Fra gets to 3, as do Sharks as well, and that was an excellent start.
just turned U-Haul into a bunker there. They were all firing out, little window on the side. Great job by the captain. 11 and 10 on the top of the board here as we are on to Bind, our second map of this best of 3 series. And FRA 2-3 just taking them down left and right. Gabshis comes up with one there as they keep it going. And they're just teamwork, confident with each other. They know if they move as the death ball, nothing's going to stop them, especially coming in through the pistol, and they showed confidence there. We'll see what they have for secondary. Just a ghost for suggest, and a bit of utility around the board for NUTURN to see what they can get out of this eco.
Same Viper wall coming out as well to deny information from U-Haul. And I mean, they light everything up in there as well. Once again, we find Solo on the flank. It's not going to be nearly as much as was previously, but there is a chance at something. Now, also worth remembering, Allow has not allowed them to lose U-Haul control yet. He's still able to anchor that down. Gabshis is on a mission. He's got to get control here. Good for one. Gabshis alone. A Prime Gaming flawless round, and the spike goes down to add a little insult to injury.
Really great little bits of utility there, following up on the shock bolts. Everything looked really, really clean there for the Prime Gaming Flawless. They make their way in. The way the sonar bolt is ticking away and allowing multiple kills here as they come in. That's 2 that it was able to achieve. Just really well played, and you need those rounds where you can kind of guarantee yourself a force your execution. You don't feel like anything's going to mishap because you have to be able to just have ways to keep your stride.
All right, so Sharks on a bonus here, have an opportunity to really get something going financially if they can win this round. You see the Trailblazers are invested early on. The flash is all, but the paranoia is there. Allows going hunting. He spots 2, isn't able to land anything. Oh my gosh, Prozen was there as well. But Perry swings on him, gives him the business, and gets away.
So this basically is a strat that they've been looking at, trying to figure out who's pushing showers, who's doing what. NUTURN loves to be able to do that, and they'll say, yeah, you're going to flash, you're going to dart. We'll run in front of that with a quick paranoia. We see a lot of teams do it. It's nothing new. It's just a nice, easy flash dash play you can get to. Allow able to pick that one up as they clean up another round. 11-4 here, and NUTURN having their own statement game.
They are indeed. Economy not busted, and for Sharks, that was something, or excuse me, for NUTURN, they desperately needed it, and they look good doing it, right? Like, that was the first time that we really saw Allow, or excuse me, it was Solo on the flank, getting through market from B to really apply pressure into short that had, like, impact, right? That was a meaningful bit of pressure that pushed right where it hurt. So keep an eye on that. Look at how NUTURN continue to exploit that area of the map. I think if you're Sharks, you can't ignore that anymore, especially after the round that just took place. You see Sharks already making that adjustment. They're using the Roomba to clear out Hookah. They're making their presence known here, so Solo cannot hit that again.
A lot of util. Guiding light, Trailblazer. Spike is down towards Cave right now, and they're saying, hey, will they throw anything out? Look at this defense from NUTURN. You have Solo set up in the site. Allow calls anything, Lakia calls anything. You get a fault line across those 2, they can peek or escape. A great setup that NUTURN loves to use on B. They rotate out after figuring nothing's going to be happening on this round. Now, over to A. Let's see what they can set up as they get the toxic wall here, how they use it.
It's Allow who's going to be on the flank, and the thing is, Sharks have not made their way onto the site. They're not even close, right? They don't have full showers control. They don't have full short control. They're just kind of hunkered down with 40 seconds left. Allow via process of elimination, understanding that they haven't made their way in. There are only so many places they could be, and Allow has spotted them. He knows exactly where they are. The Viper's wall denying info. Oh, Gabshis, baby! Gabshis reads it. Gabshis punishes Allow, but Perry on the tree. Perry on the tree! Phantom Gang in full display as he gets 3. Oh, NUTURN map point. Get out of here, man.
Perry over Solos, lay the cards down. Quick full house for NUTURN there. Perry bringing it up to 19-7. Like I said, scoreboard doesn't usually matter. We saw Perry on the bottom last time, but he was still providing a lot of information, helping things happen in the site. This time he's fragging. You can't really pay attention to the scoreboard too much. It just looks good when you're on top because you're doing things like this, Doug.
Yep.
Literally shutting things down from a single position. Usually 1 or 2 is good there, but to be able to come up with more is just stellar. Gun round for a bit of a Spectre buy on the side of Sharks. Things are getting tight here as it's game point for NUTURN and possibly a map 3.
Here we go. Rolling Thunder comes out. Nothing doing quite yet. Oh, the flash is going to follow. The paranoia as well, but Prozen mows him down. Allow drops. You can see they had that written up, right? Exactly how they wanted. They pushed in through Telly at the exact same time, but nothing's doing. And this is the first round in a little while where we haven't seen NUTURN either invest Sola or Allow pushing in on the flank. Lakia could be that problem, but it certainly doesn't carry the same punch. There's not nearly as much threat on A for Sharks have to push their way through. They've gotten onto the site. It's partially.
Oh my god, the timing.
Parry again. Suggest gets one as well. But here they go. They're on the site. They've managed to get full control there. They're going to get the spike down. Lakia is left alone.
I mean, great perseverance by Sharks on that one. A lot of the util failed. They had to rely on quick shooting, teamwork to get into the site, and that's one of the things we saw from them on Haven. It was not a problem. 3 ults now ready for the side of Sharks as they prime another one. And it's going to be Fraz ult on Sky, Denaru with Hunter's Fury, and Prozine Showstopper. None should be necessary here, which means that should be a few rounds connected together with the use of those ults if Shark can find the right utility and positioning of their opponents next round. Here, he's topping off one by finding one of his 3 opponents, but it's going to be tough, a family photo as he looks over to the site from the rest of the members, and Frozen finds that one with a quick Vandal shot. 12-5, the Sharks keep themselves in this second map and alive. We got Ascent next, and that's going to be a spicy one for both teams if it is cleaned up here by NUTURN.
Man, just excellent play around the utility. And dude, the thing is, like, Sharks knew where that pressure was coming from. You even saw Gab, she's there. They expected that pressure, and that's homework that's been done, because you look at film, you see that NUTURN like playing around those teleporters. Very impressive from Sharks, but Raven may have shown up just a bit too late here. Now that's dope. The fake, and they did. Solo went through.
I've got your train.
What are they gonna do? Here comes the Seekers. The Showstopper is gonna go through as well, along with the Hunter's Fury. Perry mows down one, trying to stay alive. May have to ult in order to get to safety. No, not able to get away. Allow still on the anchor. Allow looking for more. There's the second Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper coming out from Suggest as they try to fight for the site. The spike has still not made it on there. Suggest is good for one. Gonna get caught with his pants down. Oh, Denaru! Oh, Denaru! No, Suggest not like this. Denaru drops. Leich alone, looking to keep the map alive, and no, turns around. Hello, good night. A Solo cleans him up, and baby, we're going to map 3.
Wow. Okay, Lothar, you get a little credit on that one, but wow, what a flip-flop of what we saw from both teams. I mentioned a little bit before, nerves are going to be a factor coming into this tournament for everybody, even NUTURN, and they are playing on land in Korea before they came here. So, oh, the representation there from Lakia, that's your Sova player right there for NUTURN. So, looking at what they're doing now, they seem to have shaken off the nerves. The execution there, the teamwork and camaraderie behind each other, the combos of utility were a little more what we saw from Sharks coming out on Haven, and we just got both teams sending a message to each other, and now they have to step up for game 3, or one of them's going to the loser's bracket.
Well, and it felt like that was strong from areas of strength from both teams, right? Like, you expect Bind to go in favor of NUTURN from a statistic perspective, and honestly, you can really look at the other side and go, well, it was spotty for Sharks. How do you expect that to go? And even with that in mind, I think the swagger that we saw out of Sharks in map 1 is gone, bro. Like, there's no presence of that at all. And the thing is, they even tried playing around what NUTURN was doing. They even tried denying some of that painful aggression, that painful flank that they were able to push in through B-Long, but it just wasn't working. Nothing was working for Sharks. NUTURN looked so good.
I think I was was extremely happy to see Sharks pull that first round strat to counter what NUTURN was doing. And I think one of the points we haven't been able to bring up for NUTURN yet is their constant adaptability. They'll set up in a very similar formation and change a few things regarding how their opponents reacted. We saw the fault line A short play a few times. Once it was just the drone, it was a flash. A few times it was the fault line, and then they comboed it with the showstopper and shower exit. So just adding little things once they know how their opponents are playing it makes NUTURN very scary. And maybe we see that again coming into our third map. But it's anybody's game now. Sharks or NUTURN, dog. I'm ready.
The map is good for both teams. That means you're going to have to stick around to watch the conclusion to this electric best of 3. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to cut to a break. When we return, Ascent. Stay tuned.
Tied. The Sharks, they became guppies in Game 2, and NUTURN took control from the beginning. And I have to say, I'm engaging in some very lively debate with Sean Gares and Mike's HD on Twitter. Mike's really feels like he's enjoying the moment. So hopefully Sharks can turn it around so that he doesn't rub it in my face. But Veli, it seems like this control, this presence by NUTURN started basically from the beginning on Bind.
It did. It definitely did. But there's something I definitely want to talk to, and I would like to talk about the level of respect that NUTURN is definitely given YNG Sharks. I was watching VOD the other day, and it was, I believe it was NUTURN versus Dalmon Gaming Kia, right? And the one interesting thing that they did in Kilios, I want to ask you this. The first round, basically classics, you put a Frenzy in Alau's hand, right? Because he's Jet. Then the 2 rounds after that, they just picked up Sheriffs because of just confidence, and then Rifles round 4. We're not seeing that at all today. What could be the reason of that? Could it be unfamiliarity with the meta or just playing it safe?
I think it might be less unfamiliarity with the meta and more so on the teams that they're playing against, and also being down a map. I think that this is NUTURN showing a lot of respect. You're absolutely right. You know, a lot of times when NUTURN comes out, if they win a pistol round, they'll stick with the Sheriff and they'll just carry on with that gun throughout, because they say, okay, you know what, we can outfrag these guys. We'll just keep these in our hands, and then we'll just rack up this enormous economy that we can use in case we drop, a round down the line. But we're not seeing them do that. We did see them do a force, which was a very bold move, not something that NUTURN typically goes for. They do usually go for, maybe the Sheriff and a half armor, but never really, picking up SMGs in armor and whatnot in the second round after losing the pistols. So that was really surprising to see, but it paid off dividends. They got on an amazing streak after that.
Well, as we go ahead and take a look at the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, this is going to be, everyone, a very Achilleos-heavy analysis segment because the boy's been waiting for his time, and it seems like NUTURN, well, their time was now. They shined. They pulled a little John Cena here, Achilleos.
No, I mean, they really did. This was, I'd say, even more, maybe more of like an RKO. They came in from behind, after that first map. You didn't know that they were going to be able to turn it around like this, and they came out swinging. They dropped that first round, they get the force, and they just started tearing the Sharks limb from limb, or fin from fin, I guess you should say, and it was unrelenting. They were barely able to pick up any additional rounds after that, and this is just NUTURN getting back into their stride, finding their pace, finding their cohesion, and playing as a unit, which was severely lacking in the first map.
And now we're going into the map 3, which is going to be Ascent, and this is it's kind of hard to say exactly how it's going to look because there's so many changes. We're going to see Solo on Killjoy, most likely, because there was a break where the teams were working on the compositions and the map strategies and so on, but I'm going to assume Solo's going to switch to the Killjoy on this map. Then on the Sharks side, there was actually a map where we have seen Gabishis on Yoru. And maybe, who knows, we're going to see this as well. There's a lot of room for Sharks to actually take... I think everyone is ready for that, especially Sean Garrett, right? So that'll be amazing to watch. But Sharks has a very let's say on the tag on this map, they have this. Every single lane is covered by them. They play very heavy default on Ascent on attack, but at the same time, they have heavy presence on A short and mid, which is something that we don't see from NUTURN on defense. They typically push from garage and from B main and from A lobby. So there's like a huge clash of styles right now on Ascent, and watching tapes is going to be important.
Yeah, well, guys, we are going to have so much more to talk about, but it's now time to jump into Game 3. Let's send it over to Doug and Riv, who have the call. Gentlemen, take it away.
Ooh, baby, it's Game 3. It is time. The clashes of styles have been so good, and they all come down to Ascent. It's good on good for both teams. Riv, like... I don't think anybody expected this to get to map 3, right? But Sharks have impressed, NUTURN have impressed, and now we're going to see both of them on maps they're comfortable on. There's no telling how this goes.
NUTURN brought out the pride of Korea last game. They really brought it all onto the table. They did not want to go out like that in a 2-0. We got to see Sharks as well. They were a little beached on that one. They weren't able to get themselves moving around. Not enough fluidity in what they were doing. Okay, I'll stop. But no, honestly, we've seen both teams adapt. We've seen both teams show us new things. And it's not like their defenses were infallible, right? Their defense has adapted a little bit. Sharks was still able to attack. NUTURN's defense, the same thing happened on Bind. Now we're on Ascent. We're on a map where most of the executions happen right in your face. It's very fast. You can get up to B garage, you can get right up to A long. NUTURN loves to hold A long for themselves for the priority of the round if we see Astra being the pick over there. So seeing what happens with that and how we will get Sharks playing around it, I did not see Sharks using too much mid-ground on Ascent, which I think is very important. So if they start doing that again, I mean, they're just turning over every leaf on this. So I don't know what to expect from both of these teams, and I love that.
As we get moments and moments closer to Agent Select, one of the things we have to keep in mind is for NUTURN, while they have played this map a considerable amount, they have recently changed their approach as far as composition goes. As I mentioned that, of course, we're popping over to Agent Select, presented by our friends over at Prime Gaming, and there it is. Yes, indeed, Parry on the Astra. That's a recent adjustment out of them.
It really is. They have a lot of different things they'll flex to, but they feel like with what we see their Astra on A hold, Suggest will play Cat. He'll focus a bit of that defense. And this is where I get the note that Parry and Suggest just have this like absurd life expectancy because they're always grabbing info, they're doing things. You're gonna see Solo kind of creeping around, doing his own thing out of B on defense, and I'm excited to see what Sharks bring here, because if you are an aggressive team, Ascent is a great map to be aggressive on.
Yes, indeed. We see Sharks starting off on attack, and then, of course, it's actually NUTURN who are taking some real estate early on, and they've done so absolutely quietly. There's the flash out of, yep, there it is, and the kill's gonna land as well as Light drops. Alau's taking so much space away. Fraz is sitting duck. He's gonna drop as well, along with Denaru. It's a bloodbath over by Tiles, as so much pressure is exerted from NUTURN. I mean, that was gorgeous. A flawless round by Prime Gaming to start things off, and what more could you possibly ask for if you're a fan of Korean?
Wow, that was intense. That was fast. It was so fast, two of the teammates don't even have assists on them. And Lakia and Solo, I believe, over there. So what a round coming out firing. Expect Sharks to be a little timid here on their heels the next few rounds. And we'll see what comes of this. But NUTURN, literally out of the gate, off the rip, just want headshots, and that's what we saw out of him. Spectre buy from Solo there, as he's probably going to do a little bit of solo work himself, no pun intended, but you'll see him and Lakia work the site here, picking up 2-3 Ks. They just do not let that site go down.
You see the shock dart off the cue of the sound from picking up the orb, pushes him off, and now they can take some of that space back. That ult orb should still be up for grabs. So some early exchange of utility, you see you see the priority that both teams are willing to put around both the gathering and the denying of that ultimate orb. So far, Sharks leaning that way. Solo's in a great spot. That ult orb will eventually go in the pocket.
Frozen.
No shock darts anymore. And here we go. Solo. Trigger discipline, good for one. Looking for more, and if it wasn't the Spectre, it was the freaking Nano Swarm as he gets 3, gets 4, a second. Back-to-back, flawless round brought to you by Prime Gaming. NUTURN, they're scary right now, Riv.
They are. And this is why those rounds are impactful. Honestly, Sharks can come back. There's a bunch of game to go, but you're going to have to remember how much economy for NUTURN was spent on these rounds. Not much. A lot of util stayed in the hands. Full armor there. So the upgrades are going to come in off of what we just saw was only solos buy. So that was a huge bonus for them. The econ is riding high. And now Sharks is going to have to chip away at a little bit more. Still the same game, just a little bit more to chip away at here, as that was such an econ round for NUTURN. Ew, Allow sits on that. He wanted the shot. He chose to do that, but nobody peeked it. So great job by Sharks to start off with a bit in their favor.
Yeah, great read from Fra. But what do you have to stop Allow here? Ah, the curveball and the Roomba, no! Allow hit it anyway!
Oof.
Little stop, a little go. Frozen cleans up the utility. The spike is not in the hands of anyone as Sharks look to exploit the middle of the map. They've gotten this far, no alarm bot or any other utility kind of keeping them at bay from Solo. And I mean, it's going to take a little bit. As you see, Janaru is still working his way around, but they're going to dial up a hit on to B here. They've got Lakia in the back of the site. They also have Solo sitting here.
Look at how they're encroaching as well into spawn. They've worked the mid, Doug. What I wanted to see. Quick TP back out. Frosting coming in with the Odin on the backside of the site, and they have to take it now. It's all about getting the Sova out of Boathouse. Lakia and Solo hold it down. Like I said, it's going to be real tough to take the site from those two.
And Riv, like, there you feel the gun advantage that they had, right? Like, the way they handled their money in the second round allows them to bring that level of firepower into that fight. And you even saw, I know you mentioned this a couple times, that shot was just disgusting. But you mentioned this a couple times. You and I saw it. It's right here. So Killjoy has this dope setup where the turret is sitting on the back corner, and she can play off of that trigger of the turret. So she swings around that. She lines him up and knocks him down. NUTURN are clicking on all cylinders here. Financially, they're in great shape. Allow still has an op, and it looks like he's going to get a chance at something. No fancy shot through the flash this time around, but enough to make him think about it.
I love this coming from Sharks. All out, rolling through. Prozin goes down. Leitch is going to find himself falling, as well as Solo. Finding shots left and right. He says, me first. Allow says, not just yet. Another Flawless brought to you by Prime Gaming. What a game so far for them. Sharks does seem to be testing the waters in their save rounds. Didn't even mean it, but they're pushing through, right? They're just saying, all right, if we can take it, we're going to take it. And whereas last map, or even the map before, we saw these being very methodical rounds. And I said Ascent is fast because you're right up in people's faces when you're able to engage. Doesn't mean you have to play fast. So I think we're going to see a slowdown here, maybe a 30-second plant round coming back in as things start to change and a little bit more orb focus.
Prime Gaming getting plenty of love this map. And Riv, when was the last time we got 5 rounds, or we hit the 5th round of a map, and a team only has 1 kill? 1, right? There's just been 1 kill out of Sharks this entire time. That's insane.
That is absurd to think about because, one, you're not finding every alt point you want, as we see the run it back come through, Doug, and they're looking like they want A.
Yeah, and they've left it, right? Like, A's free, it's open, they're comfortable playing for the retake here. I was curious to see if Sharks were going to work their way in through tree to control the back of that site, but no, they haven't managed to get their way in, and you can see Solo's kind of like waiting for it. They expect that to be what they want to exploit. Leitch gets the spike down as Denaru drops a bit of utility to try to push them back. Allow has taken some damage, but that's it so far. This is going to be a spicy retake. The flash comes through, so Jess already takes care of 1. Gabshees is going to drop as well. There's a lockdown as it creates some space, and they have to respect it, right? They don't really have anything to get in there and deny that, so they give that space up. Now NUTURN find their way onto the site. Frost in a great spot. There are 2 still playing back and long. They both drop. Frost left alone. Frost good for 1, and Frost drops. Not able to pull out any of the heroics as NUTURN marches on.
Just util stuffed right now is Sharks try to get in. Everything they throw is either info denied, or it comes up with a ping they don't want to actually fight against. You know, they're like, oh, well, that means that's Killjoy and a Sky and something else that's just going to crush us down in combo of utility.
Yeah.
So we got a tactical timeout coming out for Sharks now. Things are getting a little out of hand here as Sharks, NUTURN has seemed to shake off all the cobwebs and have found their groove that is now extending from map 2 into map 3.
They can just do no wrong, Riv. Like, that's now another rifle. Yeah, it just seems that way, right? That's another rifle round. The Sharks have been able to dial things up. They even had the run it back where they were trying to exploit tree, and they got some space. They got the spike down, but then there was no counter for the retake. Right? There was nothing that they could do to stop them from fighting back for that site. And even with Fra on the great flank, right, knowing that his two teammates were back in wine, they were in long, they were just kind of stuck back there. Fra was on the great flank to kind of blow that up, knowing that's where the attention was going to be. But even in that, they just get mowed down in wine before Fra even gets a chance to show up. So then he shows up and everyone's looking at him. There's no way for him to have an impact on the play. It's been beautiful out of NUTURN. Achilles must be grinning from ear to ear right now.
I mean, they're looking good. They got to be feeling good. You got a Blade Storm here versus Fra's ult. This is actually a really big round coming in for Sharks. There's not a lot of utility. There's no Raze on the other side. It's a Sova Hunter's Fury that's going to be taking down your ult that is going to get that lockdown out of there. So they have a chance to get it up, and this is a round to start turning around at least a bit of the econ game, because look at the bankroll on the side of NUTURN. A few rounds tarnished, and they're still okay to buy. This is tough. Spectres as well, coming in on 3 members. 4. 5? 5. So I can't tell if it's a Phantom at this point. Yeah, Spectres, there they are. And we're going to see what they can do with these ones coming in here.
My goodness, the aggression, Riv. You often see a one-way drop there with the Gravity Well, but they just Gravity Well and they push their way in. Suggesty is able to get one. Yeah, the kill gets traded out, but you're seeing the pace at which NUTURN want to play, and they're not letting up.
And the focus for the Phantom is Gabshis. He takes it. That's where it could provide the most return on investment of taking one down for one. And they'll see how they work this now. I expect the round to go a little bit later. That's going to be good that they see Killjoy. Knowing lockdown is there may be more priority around it, and the info that suggests can grab there, but they have to consider everything. And Lakia hasn't moved. He is ready to rip anybody that comes into B, so you can see how comfortable NUTURN feels even having a somebody down here against 4v4.
Now, Lakia is going to get a chance at something because he's reading it, but it's all about how much they bite into this because the spike is still on A, right? That's still where they, well...
That's a call out.
That's still where they wanted to go. They're certainly going to reconsider things. Yeah, that spike's going to drop as well. They know everything that's going on right now. Denaru's going to show up along with Leich. They don't have the spike. They don't have health. At least Denaru doesn't. Leich has a chance at something special here in a 1v3. Nothing but a Spectre. Nothing. 6-0 for NUTURN.
There was quite a bit of util there for Sharks to get on the entry if Leich wanted to throw in a smoke or a paranoia. A lot of dry peaks coming in there. 4 kills to Sharks right now as NUTURN has found their groove coming now into the second map, or third map, I should say, second and third. And here we saw it, you know, coming out of the pause, we got to go aggressive, we got to do something. They were able to pick up the Phantom, and that was the Phantom going down. So they did smoke over towards Cat. There just wasn't one that we saw go up towards Heaven here. So it was just a choice in their play. And again, NUTURN seemed to be around the play instead of all in it like Sharks wanted.
All right, slightly different look here, right? They're heavy stacking towards B. We haven't seen this really since, what, round 2?
Yeah.
So this is an interesting adaptation from Sharks. Underslide. Oh my God. He has already gotten 2. He might get a 3rd. He heard him. Yeah, the orb was there. It's just unreal right now, Riv.
This is just a no situation. Like, you want to be able to gain ground. And Lakia has been doing this from time to time, sorts it out when he needs to, and does it this round to come up with 2. Right? It kind of feels like, he said NUTURN can do no wrong at this point as they just try things out. They're kitting, they're connecting. Fra's down to 4 HP. They had that with Gabshis, that's 34. And Light is full fight right now. They're waiting to get Frostin out of this situation. If he could waltz out. He'll be all right. But what do they do from here? A frag would be great. Dropping allows up would be huge, but those are really just chips off the block right now. It's a wall they're facing.
30 seconds left.
I think the one benefit to them is that NUTURN haven't taken space, right? Like they haven't taken any real estate away from Sharks, so there's a little bit of room for them to breathe, right? There's no process of elimination, right? If they've taken long here, if they've taken A lobby, if they've taken the middle of the map, you know that the rotation's coming back. But it looks like they're just going to try to save this out and save some of the rifles. And folks, let that be a sign to you of how dire of straits Sharks find themselves in. That this is where they are at this point. That they're trying to save 3 rifles, down 0-7. They just can't get anything going.
Great kill
was
there.
that kill number 5? Yeah, 5. NUTURN have won more rounds than Sharks have kills.
They're not getting the flows, and that's on your Phoenix, right? At a point, you can look at the scoreboard as we watch this again and say, okay, that needs to be run it backs. That needs to be a bit more aggression. The confidence opening shot that you would get from a Phoenix, from a Jet, from a Raze being the first one in, and it doesn't seem like you're getting that. It's a little shaky for Prozine, and he's one that does have that confidence. Like we were saying, Prozine and Life were both Crossfire world champions. They've been in this situation. They know how to recoup, and we're going to have to see if they can do that to make this a 7-5 or an 8-4, because things are getting a little dire here for the way it's going with NUTURN versus Sharks.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right, Riv. For as brutal as things have been for Sharks, I think an 8-4, you'll take that, right? Like, that's very much okay. But Seekers coming out from Suggest, you can tell they want to go there. There's the lockdown. Hunter's Fury, presumably to clear things out from Lakia. Yep, there goes the lockdown. And they're going to use a showstopper as well. Perry's in a great spot. Perry doesn't get spotted. My gosh, he's going to mow them down. He's already gotten 2. They never knew he was there. And if it wasn't Perry, it was Suggest. NUTURN refused to give up an inch. They don't allow anything in through that door. Another flawless round, courtesy of our friends over at Prime Gaming. An 8-0 statement from NUTURN.
The planning behind that, to then have it thwarted so quickly. The showstopper didn't come through. Sova's ult was up as the Hunter's Fury was achieved quite quickly. Remember, he didn't have that, but he did get 2 frags through the wall just last round to help get him ult points for it. So now he has the Hunter's Fury after a few more frags, pulls up a big impact ult that round, and you can see it's off of frags. Look at the amount of kill rounds there is to defusals or spikes. Or just timeouts rather. It's very, very wild for NUTURN here. Their aim is on, and we talked about how high their headshot percentage is, with Suggest, Allow, and Lakia being some of the highest in Korea.
Oh, and the thing is, if your Sharks starts like that, certainly don't help things at all, right? Like, there's so much pressure, there's no room to breathe. It feels so suffocating right now that right off the bat, you've got Allow doing stuff like that, right? And it's not just at the beginning of the map when you're trying to feel things out. When you try to take a little bit of control, you get a second. Allow almost gets a third there onto Fra, but Fra manages to stay alive. They don't have the spike. They don't seem to have any intentions of playing around that at all. As Allow has gotten to 3. I mean, that op is singing right now.
Oh, a 4. Oh, he wants the Frenzy last. He actually goes for the Blade Storm. Right-click miss. Frenzy out. Double to the head as he dink downs, and Perry grabs that one actually from behind with the Phantom over the shoulder of Allow. And they continue to take each other's aces, by the way. From Haven over here to Ascent. Another Prime Gaming flawless for us. And we'll see how this one went down to start.
I need a production. I need to know how many flawless rounds we're at. I want to say it's like 5 or 6.
5 or 6
at this point. Yeah, it's just been disgusting. 8? 8?
Wait,
8?
No, they didn't answer you that quick, did they? Holy shnikes.
Oh, 8 in total in the series. Either way, right? Like.
Oh, okay.
NUTURN have been on another level.
They
5
have
this game. 5. Thank you.
And Sharks way back in is slowly there each round. And it seems like NUTURN has already thought about it, right? You have these Sova ult now for Denaru. Can make it. Lich can really start to distract if he goes Boathouse. If they have a little bit of util grab before they execute. Here again, playing with mid ever so slightly, just to see what kind of utility can be pulled out. And they'd have to go versus the intel over at B or the backup retake kind of aggressiveness over at A. And like we said, you'll always get Suggest alive. He's in the back, ready to throw out Guiding Lights or the Trailblazer. Nice set of strat here. That's the dart going over as well, so they can spot, allow. I love the combo. This is what we need to see from Sharks.
Yeah, it was an excellent setup with the Paranoia and the Dart as well, and the Hunter's Fury on top from Denaru. Parry's gonna get mowed down as blasts across the screen, gets dropped. But the Shock Dart's delaying things. The spike now, it's gonna go down. What can Lakia do? Can they keep this perfect game alive? A 2v4? No, she drops. It's just solo. In a 1v4 with a Phantom. But a difficult spot. Now position's been given away as well. And Riv, there were doubts, right? Like there were doubts on whether or not it would happen.
Yeah.
But it looks like Sharks are gonna get on the board.
They need to. And I question what, I gotta go back and look at it. Obviously, we just saw NUTURN, Hunter's Fury ult back and really take down a nice strat that Sharks put together. But what was stopping Sharks from doing this before? It's such an aggressive strat. It's nicely played. I think it has a great return because everybody is relatively safe throughout it. Because you're either going through blinds or perfect vision with the Sova Dart. So that one just felt like Sharks were all confident in who was watching what corners. The communication was there, and it shows immediately in a play when you see a team do that.
Yeah, the setup was just great, right? And it really came off the backs of the Paranoia to displace Allow, and then the fight for that area of the map from Denaru's Hunter's Fury. You're right. They saw something. And it really could have just been Allow, right? Because you think about how many times they've tried working their way through there and Allow is taking their faces off.
I mean, hey, it's up. Do we rush it? Yes. You're right.
All right, what do Sharks have here? What else can they dial up? You hear the run it back has been used from Prozin. He's gonna flash. He's gonna get some space. But you've got to keep an eye on Solo. Is that Solo? Yeah, Solo's in a great spot again, right? Like, he's still undetected. A great crossfire. Lakia's got one. Solo gets two. The spike goes down as well. As NUTURN look to continue to put Sharks down, but it drops into a 2v2. Make that a 2v1. Allow has a Phantom. Light looking to get the spike down. Allow quietly working his way around as the spike gets planted. Oh, he's not going to check it. He's not going to check the 50. A couple bullets to the back of the head. Pop, pop. Good night. Sharks get a second.
Sharks are starting to find the groove. The third would be huge. And you see, it's everybody here for Sharks just came online at the end, and it looks like it. The teamwork is there. And maybe late, but you always want to be able to see that from any team in a competition, that you're never down and out. You always have more left in the tank, and it looks like Sharks is giving that last hit right here for the first half. See if they can make it 3, Doug. They do have the weapons and all the util they would need. Let's see if we can get another combo util strat out of Sharks.
Just don't have any ultimates. Allow tanking. Oh no, move out of the way, my man. Trying to get me killed. Suggest with the flash though, again going aggressively through the middle of the map. It's like a Cobra, right? They're just tightening them around them, trying to suffocate them out. You feel pressure coming in from so many different areas. They've got them on the run and they're chasing them down.
Oh my word. Look at Solo. He gets taken out by Lights right away as the Seekers try to pinch in where Sharks is. NUTURN want to make this round count, but Sharks are saying no way. We've already thought of that. One goes down now from Allow, and it's going to be off the op.
Very good for one as well. Lakia already good for 2. My goodness, a statement made. NUTURN, they just dominated that half from top to bottom. And I want to apologize. I realize it's a Python, not a Cobra, that does the suffocating thing. Cobras are a bit more direct with how they go about things. But either way,
okay, there you go.
The point's the same, right? Like, NUTURN, they dial up pressure at the exact right time. Sharks have no room to breathe here.
Honestly, I think everybody looked for the op going up, because I was like, it's going to be about Allow. And then Lakia and Perry did all the groundwork down right in front of A entry. I don't think that Sharks realized that was going to happen so quick with the double tap on both of them coming out. So it is only 2 rounds. Pistol round becomes even more pivotal now for Sharks here to keep themselves in that upper bracket, to keep themselves in this game against NUTURN.
Silver lining here for Sharks fans at home. If you're keeping up with stats, if you're a numbers guy like I am, they do have a better win rate defensively than they do on the attack. So there's a sliver in there, right? Like there's a thread of hope that you could hang on, but you hear the ult orb has already been taken from NUTURN in B. They rotate back, considering potentially going over towards A. The middle of the map, they're totally blind to what's happening there.
I love the little combination they have with the turret on the side of Sharks, along with Prozine in mid. Nice little crossfire there that allows Fra to work in B. And then Fra stays there. He's got mid, he's got B, and you can get Donaru to rotate. I love the fluidity of the way Sharks is playing this first round. You always have to stay mobile, and we see now Donaru has leaned towards A.
Light with a great paranoia, but the flash is there to counter things out. Allow dancing around the gen. No, not able to land the shots. As Gabshe's is the one who cleans him up. Looking for a second, gets a third as well.
Spike down.
He's been a thorn in their flesh. A 4th kill. As Perry is left alone. He's got the spike and is hightailing it back to B.
He's out of there. A little Doorbala from Gabshe's there. He comes up. And Perry's going to have to run now. He's on the other side of the map. He will have a few star for himself, but that's about it. He's going to have to be praying to the stars for this one. 3v1, and he sets it out. Which one will it be?
The smoke to buy time. Hot hand's not going to land. Perry playing this pretty well. Good for 1, not able to get the second. Gabshe's gets the ace. I believe that's the first one of the series, and well, they needed that one. They needed that one desperately. Riv, Sharks get to 3.
Yeah.
Ace.
That's a very, very big one. Now they have a few to keep in their pocket. Is this the time the NUTURN pulls out just all the Sheriffs again, though? Right off the bat, we'll see in just a second. Everybody picking up the pace here on both sides of the scoreboard. It's what you love to see. Vandals are here, no blast packs for Gabshe's, so you will see a bit of lack on Util, but they should be good to buy up here and feel pretty good about what's coming next. But that was a Vandal, right? Did they go straight Vandal? If you saw him running up there? We'll have to see as we get out of the replay here. But they may want to hold hard distant angles.
Yeah.
And there is a Vandal there for Gabshe's.
Reaping the benefits of his ace in the previous round, looking to pile it on a bit more here. Doesn't tag anything. Doesn't land. And it doesn't really land any shots, gets pushed back. As NUTURN turn their attention to A. And man, they're going Riv.
Firing in. That dart didn't really see too much. Not damage onto Light either, but they know where he is. In the middle of the site, he's going to take that fight. And it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Gabshe trying to hold things down from up top. Has the showstopper here. The 4v3, they still have the numbers advantage. And the more utility you draw out, things like that, right? Like, that's a win if you're NUTURN, because you know B is entirely open. Lakia has gotten onto the back of spawn. So this ultimate from Gabshe's, excuse me, does nothing. Right? That's gone. There's no value there. Lakia understands where the pressure's coming in from. They should be able to get the spike down. The thing is, Lakia only has a Sheriff. That makes things very difficult.
Bot, but not enough time to put it down. He wants to try to catch a 1v1 situation before they peek. That's 1. He looks for the second. The Naru with the 3K, and it's all starting to come together a little bit for Sharks. These first 2 rounds were necessary, but will they have the building blocks to start taking these gun rounds on the defensive side? That's their side to play on, to be strong on, and we'll see if they can put that defense up against NUTURN here.
And financially, Sharks, excuse me, predominantly Gabshe's, but Sharks across the board are in a really good spot because, again, Gabshe's had that Vandal. He didn't die, right? So he's sitting on a pretty penny.
That's huge.
He's going to be able, he's going to be able to bring an additional amount of firepower, allocate funds, you know, do whatever you have to in order to keep things spicy. But even that, you see for Sharks, it's only Leich who has a frenzy. There's a bit extra elsewhere. See Fra invested the most, while NUTURN, this is the NUTURN that we know. Light armor Sheriffs across the board.
Yep, there it is.
Let's see what they can do.
So just holding for now. They do decide to shoot it. Okay. Interesting, because you also, I guess it also gives the opponent something to think about. It's like always breaking Sage Wall when it goes down. It's, you know, you always have to have an eye on it now to make sure nobody is there. So that's one thing you can see Sharks don't grab onto is using an Odin in that situation, knowing somebody could be there. That is something that NUTURN favors, is getting that little frag, 1, 2, 3, make sure it's more util or position on the map.
You saw Denaru tried to get over to drop the shock dart off of the audio cue of the orb being picked up, but he just showed up late, so they were able to get away scot-free. And yeah, he got some info, tagged a couple of players with his drone, but that's all it was. The thing is, even with the Sheriffs here, Riv, this is a really hard site to get into, and Denaru's going to rotate his way back, but there is a good bit of Killjoy utility to work their way through. They know where Fra is. The Nanoswarm, that's key. If you can remove that from the fold, you've got a lot of room to work with. The lockdown's going to be used as well. Oh no, the flash. Brosen's not able to land anything, goes in for double. Got the ult, but that's all he got.
Still a great play, very heady there by Prozine to go in and take that down. He gets another one with the Spectre. He's holding just outside. Here comes the guiding light. Cavity's not going to be able to see too much off for that. He's Prozine. He's going wild right now. He lives in the light. And this is going to be Prozine once more, as Light was actually on the other side of that going down. A 3K for him, a 3K for Denaru last round, the 4Ks, and the aces for Gabshi. Like, this is exactly what they need. They needed to turn it on. They needed to keep going hard. And that play, I think actually NUTURN gave themselves up a bit early, because if a star they placed towards the back of Denaru at the time of taking the site needed to be replaced. So it was called back, time was waited, they replaced it almost in the same spot. And by that time, Sharks was there. Great identification of what was going on in the round.
Good call. Good call indeed. Decent, good weapons across the board from both teams. You've got a couple of Spectres scattered in there. But for NUTURN, they've had some tough sledding on the attacking side, and, well, I mean, it's been primarily weapon advantage for Sharks.
Yeah.
But now we're on decently equal footing as they try to work the middle of the map. You see Prozine again in that same little crossfire with the Killjoy turret that you mentioned earlier. There it is. That's the cue. The curveball comes out, not able to land the kill. As Allow gets away.
Damage.
But that's the setup.
We'll see. So Cerise Smoke over onto Cat, allowing a little movement here so Gabshis can get himself into position. NUTURN is really feeling out the map right now, trying to figure out who's where, allow a little bit of movement from Sharks. We actually saw this from Sharks on Haven on the first time. When Sharks was attacking, they would hit something, allow NUTURN to mill about the map. You knew NUTURN was never holding original angles by the time Sharks would be hitting with how much time they were wasting. And that's what kind of NUTURN's doing here. Wait it out. You see Sharks are committing to a site to say, hey, let's at least lean these ways. And then you have a definitive hit. You can power in numbers this site. It looks like they're going to use 3v2 over towards B as it pans out.
Oh, that's such a good hot handset. Delays really any entry. You saw that they had no way. Allow Lakia couldn't get through that, and then the curveball through the smoke lands another one as well as Prozine, then repositions himself onto the site. 12 seconds left. They have to get onto the site. They have to fight their way through this, and so far, so good. Lakia and Perry get a couple apiece. Perry should be able to get the spike down, and now the remaining members of Sharks have arrived. A great dart to expose where Perry is. Gravity well, he's just a sitting duck. Gabshis is as well. NUTURN take the round back.
And that's what will be expected there. The round goes long, power in numbers, death ball through the situation. And whether or not you're guaranteed to have better numbers than the other team, you're guaranteed to basically only have the people and utility you're seeing immediately. So you can instantly take the fight and know and assess what's going on. There, NUTURN was able to pull the 3v2 as it was only 2 members of Sharks in B.
Very, very good setup. And now we find NUTURN back in a comfortable spot, right? And I say that they've had a comfortable lead for a little while, but Sharks have been able to slowly claw their way back into the things, and it's been primarily off the back of Gabshis and things like that. Denaru using the Hunter's Fury, just narrowly.
Oh, that was real close. Where did they go? Just hanging out for the time being. Okay, so drone sees him. That'll pause things for a little bit more. Oh no, Hunter's Fury. That'll activate things, knowing maybe where the other Sova would be with that drone coming out. And it's going to be a slight play towards A.
No, it's a fake.
Gabshis.
it's a fake. It's all a fake, right? They invested the Hunter's Fury.
Yep.
They invested the Seekers, but Solo was
no!
on the entire side, but Prozen was in a great spot, holding down the middle of the map, spots the lurk, and gets the spike. Prozen is sitting on gold. Right now, the problem is he is the most wanted man in the server. Right now, they know where he is, and he's getting pushed in from all directions. He does eventually drop. They should be able to pick up the spike, and it's going to be a foot race to get to B.
2v2 as we come in, pretty tattered and hurt. Leitch is only 30 HP, so 155 stands for the side of Sharks. If you're added up, and a little bit healthier on the side of NUTURN. Utility is there in the Trailblazer, so they can get themselves in, but it's just one smoke and a shock bolt for the side of Sharks. Looks like they're going to try to work together here instead of the 1v1 smart play, as they'll able to find one person in the site, and this is going to be big. If Lakia comes back in time, there it is!
Lakia was key there, and you could see it. The writing was on the wall. If he stays alive, if they don't clear out showers, you're going to get blown to shreds. And you said it, Riv, like you spoke that thing into existence. As soon as the timing passed by, as soon as they knew where Suggest was and they focused in on him, Lakia shows up, hits him with the haymaker to get NUTURN to map point, to series point, and to threaten to push Sharks down to the loser's bracket.
Honestly, Sharks have shown quite a bit, and whoever's there, if they go down, it's not there yet. That's going to be very, very dangerous games to play against. Sharks will be very aggressive and fighting hard. 12-5 here. They're focused on this right now. These rounds could be the ones that matter for them. A quick last pack out. Gabshi saves all the rest of his util from going down there as Solo is just on his heels. We do have a Bulldog and a Stinger with a Spectre on the side of Sharks, so they're trying to pull out what they can. And Prozen wants to be aggressive with the ult. He doesn't find one there. Great job coming out of Fra.
And really great job coming out of NUTURN. You see there was no way that he walks out into the middle of the site without almost everyone on the team seeing him.
Yeah.
Right, Gabshies has already dropped. Excellent counter to the running back, but Prozen's still in a good spot. Well, he was until Solo happened. That's another one that drops as NUTURN continue to creep closer and closer to finishing off Sharks, to finishing off this series. They're gonna get on to B with relative ease. Fra's the last remaining member on the site. He's gotta go big here. Well,
Bow hits, Fra goes down. Leitch doing what he can.
You should run.
And he should run. But he wants to run at. He will deny that call. Ooh, there it is. Suggest and Allow are the ones to see it happen. Another flawless for you, Doug. Brought to you by Prime Gaming. And that is the map win for NUTURN Gaming.
I mean, for it to end on a flawless round.
On a flawless.
Of all things, right? Just like poetry. You can't make that stuff up. And I think for NUTURN, the first map was spotty, right? Like it was scary. Sharks looked really good. They were playing with swagger. They were kind of pulling them around the map. They were fighting into what NUTURN was throwing at them, and they handled it just fine. But after the first map, Riv, it was night and day, right?
So
like this is. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, please.
I was just gonna say, this is what we expected from both of those teams, right? Like the map 2 and map 3 are what the film suggested. That's what the film showed, and that's what we got.
Seeing that play from Solo there on Cat, knowing it was a Raze on the other side, just aggression. You could eat a nade there. You could eat a Roomba there. That's such a tight spot to be playing against the Raze. And honestly, seeing Raze is interesting as well, because it seems like on Ascent you can always dodge and get away from what she wants to provide for you, but the showstoppers were really what were able to help a little bit in that. When it comes down to it, at the end of the day, with Lothar guessing right in the 2-1, my take on it is that was adaptation from NUTURN.
Yeah.
They understood how their opponents were playing. They knew who liked to play in what situation, how they might play that situation, and that allows you to extend into, is this 1v1 okay to take? Have they been good at 1v1s? And you start to compile that information about your opponent, and you can almost read just about everything they do once you see that one person. Oh, they've been doing this around. So really, really mentally thought out from NUTURN. I think they figured out who their opponents were in Sharks after that game 1, and they brought it to a 2-1.
They did.
Great
They
game
did
for both
indeed.
teams.
It was, but they are going to advance. Sharks showed some semblances, right? Like some brief flashes of brilliance, but it was just not enough for the Korean squad as they take care of things in rather handy fashion. The first map notwithstanding. Folks, we're going to cut to a very quick break, and when we return, the desk is going to break down everything that we saw. You're not going to want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
That was legitness. Yeah. That was legitness. Yeah.
Oh, they had us in the first half. Not gonna lie, NUTURN really turned it around. I'm so proud of myself for that one. In that one, and they came out victorious for the last series of the day. I got my analysts here standing by, Veli, Achilleos, and Lothar. I mean, look, man, I feel like the name NUTURN, you kind of just got to go for it. Got to make the dad jokes happen.
Yeah.
You know, just embrace it. Just embrace what we are over here, okay? Anyway, you know, speaking of dad jokes, Lothar, let's actually talk about how this NUTURN team, you know, pun intended, but no pun intended, right? Like, they did really turn it around. This was a squad that we were very much questioning after game one. But Lothar, they've had some stupendous plays, and it comes down to their retakes and how they play the game and how they've evolved throughout this series.
Like the signature plays that we have seen in Korea were invisible on map 1, but map 3 it was beautiful. Here, this retake on A side, beautifully played by NUTURN. They knew exactly that there will be people on A short, so they baited them on that A short by using the lockdown. They hold it beautifully. They basically, everything was just dismantled by NUTURN here. Everything was planned out. The intent the intent was there for every single use of utility, but also for all the angles they had. And it was beautiful to watch, and there was not a single moment when someone was just dry picking from NUTURN, you know? They were always just going in tandem, like in the body system. The pistol round, when they just rushed through Garage B with the flashes, it was beautiful. Always beautiful to behold. This is how I basically was watching Korea in VODs. This is how it looked, you know? This map.
Yeah, and that was something that was a little bit lacking, for sure, on Haven. I mean, you think back to like Allow going forward with the Blade Storm out at sea, Long on defense, rushing, and he was disjointed from solo. They didn't have the flash out on Long for him to go out and try to get some picks, and it all just kind of fell apart. Both of them ended up dying. That cohesion started coming back through on Bind, and then we saw it on full display here, especially on Ascent.
Yeah, well, a partner that got a lot of play throughout this series was our dear friends over at Prime Gaming. This time, though, we have our match highlights presented by Prime Gaming. And Veli, NUTURN really, they just, it felt like Sharks just couldn't stop them. They couldn't figure out the recipe for success. The recipe was a pumpkin pie. They were out here trying to make an apple pie. What the heck was going on?
The recipe was basically whoop they butts, man. So there was a lot of talk about Brazil being aggressive, right? We stereotyped that playstyle with the region. So what did NUTURN do? Round number 1, they took that aggression and sent everybody middle. The YNG Sharks had no idea what the heck was going on, man. But it wasn't even that. So on Ascent, whenever you pass the enemy lines as an attacker, sometimes it's too late and you're gonna have to do your best to defend that site. Well, YNG Sharks tried that. They pushed through middle. We saw the Astra smoke cloud and they wanted to execute into B. But there was a big reason why they weren't able to. Sitting in the back with an Odin was gonna be Lakia, and he was able to mow down, I believe it was 2 to 3 people, and basically the aggression and the pace was controlled all by NUTURN. I'm gonna tell you now, Golden Boy, Achilleos told me this a while ago. Korean team scared me, man. We got to put some respect on their name because the way they're looking, they look like the best team that we saw today.
You know, I'm just going to be upfront. Like, this narrative that Korean players don't play FPS games, like, we got to stop, yo. All right? Like, real talk.
Nasty,
they
man.
do. All right? I've been, me and Achilleos have been watching them for years dominate in Overwatch. We're seeing it here as well. Come on, man. Like, they are good. Let's just put that narrative to bed for a moment here. But something that I love to do is, well, I love to talk about the high speed of Verizon. That's right. For a Verizon high-speed moment of the match, NUTURN actually, they looked really good on their pistol rounds, and they were flawless, I believe. Achilleos is the right word to use.
Yeah, they were. They were Amazon Prime Gaming flawless. It's Prime Gaming flawless here at the end of it all. I mean, they completely caught Sharks off guard with this play. They go charging out, you know, a pinch from mid, a pinch from short, coming out through B main into lobby. The blinds flying through from Suggest were absolutely perfect, completely caught them off guard. And that was just one of very many flawless rounds that ended up coming through. They got 9 flawless rounds throughout this series. 6 of them were in that last map. That is 46.2% of their round wins on Ascent as flawless rounds. That is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I'm actually tight that you brought it up because I wanted to bring up the 46%. That is a wild statistic when you really think about it. And it just became like such a joke with all of us here in production. We were like, man, if they actually would have stopped and they would have been at 7, it would have been a prime number of Prime Gaming flawlesses. That would have been absolutely prime to see throughout the day. It was getting absurd. But Veli, what I do think is interesting about all this is that Korea now, you know, they are going to be moving on in this competition and in the upper bracket portion. And I think a lot of people are certainly going to be taking note. But, you know, NUTURN has to ask himself the question, what happened in Game 1?
They were warming up. Achilleos actually tweeted it was just a warm-up map. And to be completely honest, we have to give it the benefit of the doubt, Golden Boy. This is the first time ever their playstyle was matched up against somebody from Brazil. We don't see this often. It's kind of like when the Sonics finally came to NA and we had that matchup against Sentinels. Yeah. This is all new. They had to fill each other out. But the moment they did, you saw that flip switched on Ascent. That first round that Achilleos highlighted, That was everything to them, man.
Yeah, yeah. And Lothar, while I'm over here covered in my smoke, you know, I did want to get your reactions to Sharks, because you know this team had a very bombastic start to this competition. They fizzled out 100%. But what are some of the takeaways that you think Sharks could take here going into the lower bracket? As I'm sure you know they will live up to the name of being Sharks in the water.
Well, I would say that the first map that I played was actually really pristine, and I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see the same approach on the other maps. It feels like they, if you remember Bind on the pistol round, first round of Bind, it actually started for Sharks perfectly. It seems like they do their homework. They read NUTURN with the pistol round where the breach just flash and Jet Dash were going into lamps, and that was the Toxin Cloud with the Snakebite setup to just punish that. So I believe that Sharks is doing everything correctly to be set up for success. But the problem is it might be a little bit, you know, still. This is me just guessing, right? I'm not in the heads, but I feel like there still might be some confidence problem when to just lock down games, right? They had a really explosive start, but once they start crumbling, their nerves might be coming in, and this is something they're lacking. So getting this first match out might be important.
Yeah, I mean, playing on LAN, you know, in the first international tournament, I don't think the importance of that can be overstated or stated enough. I mean, this is the first time that we're having international competition clashing. They're in the same room. They can look across the way and see the people that they're getting ready to play against. You know, that adds so much pressure. So if you are a streaky team, as soon as that starts slipping out of your hands, all of the other added elements can really apply that extra bits of pressure that you know, cause you to crumble. So I'm still hopeful for the Sharks in the future as they do fall down into the losers bracket. I thought that they showed us pretty good fundamentals overall. Gobshis for sure, like, good God. If they can just play to enable him all the time, then I think that they'll find some more success, because he was just nutty pretty much throughout this, but especially on that first map.
Yeah, well, for right now, we'll put a pin on the remainder of this game, but it's been a wild day of Valorant competition. We've had a blast watching each and every game that's taken place, and so many players showed their strength today, but one rose above the rest, and that's going to be FNATIC's Durka is our player of the day today for his performance against KRU Esports. And Lothar, why was he the obvious choice?
This guy just opens up space everywhere. It's insane. You know, he's being supported by the entire team. FNATIC is just always there to make sure he has, you know, if in case he fails with that headshot, he's always being traded. But this guy doesn't miss. You know, he's nuts. He's absolutely nuts. 16 first bloods. Are we seeing this? 16 first bloods in one best of 3, right? So it wasn't even a best of 3. So
I was gonna say 2 maps.
Right? Durka is one of the most consistent entry fraggers in EU scene, and he showcased that on his first international LAN. Like, the consistency is just insane on this guy.
Yeah, and we have plenty more to talk about, but let's actually also discuss, you know, our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because we've had some really fun moments, but this one in particular you really wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, there was just overall insanity throughout here, and we're gonna take a look at Lakia.
Oh,
getting ready. He's going for the setup here. He's got the Odin in hand. Yeah, this is the Odin play.
No.
And I mean, he just gets the audio cue. The dart doesn't go through, so he doesn't actually even spot them. He just mows down off the audio cue, and it's just hugely impactful. I mean, you can see Gobshish's HP there as well, knocking him down to 30. Decent little chip damage on the front. So it was just a huge moment for Lakia to be able to rip them to shreds.
Yeah, he heard the cue, so he knew exactly where he needed to aim. And, you know, Lothar, Achilleos, I'm so used to working in a studio environment where you guys are going to be next to me. I didn't realize I didn't tee you up for it, Papa. So I'm so sorry about that. But, you know, yeah, man.
I'm a big boy.
I get one, you know, little screw up. And then that's it for the rest of the week. So be ready, people. It's going to be flawless. By Prime Gaming. Nailed it. So
got him.
Now, let's actually zoom out for a moment and take a broad look at the competition. Veli, you know, we've settled on what is it going to be? FNATIC versus Sentinels. That's going to be taking place, and then we have, I think it is actually we could probably take a look at the bracket here. Thank you so much, production, for being amazing and bailing me out. So yeah, so FNATIC will be facing off against Sentinels. We will have the Vikings going up against X10, but then NUTURN, they're moving on and awaiting the winner of Team Liquid versus Version 1. Veli, this is going to be shaping up to be some wild games.
Let me paint a picture for you. Coming into this event, and we saw the tweets and we saw the articles. All the talk was about NA versus EU. It was even in the NA hype trailer. I know Pansy was like, yo, no, this is ridiculous. But the one team that we should really be focused on is the one that's above the rest. It's going to be NUTURN, right? Team Liquid versus Version 1 is going to be a beautiful game, but I'm really interested to see what the Vikings are going to bring as well. We still have a series from two teams that we haven't even seen play yet. So the next day of Valorant action is going to be ridiculous. But also, there was a piece that Shazam sent out, a piece of content, where they were asking him about, hey, what should we expect here? You know, comp lineups or whatever. Shazam says, what you saw Masters 1, you know, the playoffs to get here, is literally nothing like you're gonna see when we get on stage this event. So, GB, I'm ready, man.
Man, look, dude, you talk a big game, you got to show up, right? Achilleos, that's what's important. And I think that a lot of people are looking at this bracket and thinking to themselves, well, one, we're finally going to get this NAEU. It was set up for it. It was in the script. We nailed it. So proud of everyone for getting the script right. But now, you know, I think NUTURN, Achilleos, kind of has, you know, I think a lot of people got to be paying attention to them because they look like the team that can adapt like that after, you know, being handled the way that they were in Game 1 and looking so dominant. They're scary, man.
No, they absolutely are. And this is what I've been saying for so long since we started back in Stage 1, Challenges Week 1. You know, I've been talking about Korea as a region. Then, you know, the narrative was primarily around Vision Strikers, but NUTURN very clearly are the best representative. And the stability to be able to bounce back after losing 5-13 on the first map. You know, also worth noting, every single map in the series was 13-5 as the scoreline. But being able to come back and be that dominant 2 maps in a row is just an immense showing of mental fortitude, as well as the efforts from Solo. You know, we were talking about this during the pre-show before this match. Solo is the foundation. He's the anchor for this squad. He keeps their spirits up. He knows how to temper them. He knows how to keep this roster focused in on the game. And it's just that, you know, decade plus of experience being an FPS player that he has that is really helping push this team to the limits. And now we get to see it off the bat, either NA or EU versus a Korean squad in the upper bracket. That is insane, and I just cannot wait to see that matchup to see who is going to be able to come out on top. Because if NUTURN wins, I am going to be insufferable on social media.
Yes, you will.
Everybody watch out. Mute me if you have to, but I'm going to be calling out everybody who doubted, everybody who said, oh, Korea doesn't aim good. I'm coming for you.
Oh, boy. It's... I love it. You know, he's that guy. He's going to have the Korean flag on his chest. He's going to be spinning out there, going nuts like a psychopath. You love to see it. It's like I appreciate it, Achilleos. Now, though, we actually do have Dash, who's standing by with Solo in our Verizon post-match interview. Let's head over to Iceland.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I'm here with Solo after an intense series that went the distance against the Sharks. So we're going to talk about each of the games and maps in just a moment. But before we get to that, I'm curious. There was a lot of conversation about difference in style, Solo, between your team, NUTURN, and the Sharks coming into it. Did you perceive a similar difference in style? And if so, how do you feel it played into the match?
네, 그 뉴턴 게이밍과 샤코가의 스타일 차이가 되게 많을 거라고 판단이 됐었었는데요. 솔로 선수는 이 스타일 차이를 어떻게 보고 계셨는지 네, 좀 답변 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단은 저희가 브라질 팀이랑 해본 적도 없고 처음 해보는 거니까 긴장도 많이 했고 스타일이 어떨지 몰라가지고 약간 저희는 좀 천천히 하는 그런 플레이를 네, 했어요. 네.
We were pretty nervous because we had never played a team from Brazil, so we tried to play it slow and take it one at a time.
Well, and we saw that first map did not necessarily go your way. On Haven, it was a 13-5 victory for the Sharks, and so it didn't look good. At the end of that map, I'm curious what the team discussed and identified as the major problems that you needed to solve going into the second map.
첫 번째 맵 헤이븐에서는 13대 5라는 점수로 조금 좀 세게 졌었는데요. 혹시 그 어떤 문제점들이 있었는지 그 2경기 들어가기 전에 어떤 것들이 논의됐었는지 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
1경기 할 때 저희가 이제 세계 대회가 처음인 선수들도 있고 저도 진짜 오랜만에 나오는 거라서 긴장을 한 것 같아요. 저희 멤버들 전부. 그래서 커뮤니케이션도 잘 안 되고 뭔가 저희가 준비했던 것도 잘 안 돼서 진짜 너무 쉽게 진 것 같아요. 상대방이 잘했던 것 같아요. 네.
We have some players on our team who have never been in an international tournament, and even for myself, it's been a while since I've been in an international tournament. So I think overall we were pretty nervous, and I think we have to give credit to Shark because they played pretty well.
Well, that's interesting that you talk about for some of the players on the roster not having an incredible wealth of experience, while players like yourself have had a lifetime in the competitive esports scene. So I'm curious what you think, that kind of combination of experience across multiple different FPSs allows this team as you warm into the tournament.
어떻게 보면은 팀에는 좀 다양한 FPS 게임에서의 경험을 가지고 있는 선수들이 있잖아요. 그래서 이런 경험들이 이 대회에서 앞으로 경기를 치러 나가는 데 있어서 어떤 영향을 줄 것 같으세요?
일단 제가 전 종목들이 이게 발로란트랑 거의 흡사해가지고 뭐 제가 뭐 전략을 짜든 뭔가 어떤 플레이를 선수들한테 가르쳐 주는 게 제가 알고 있는 모든 기억, 뭔가 좋은 플레이들은 잘 알고 있기 때문에 발로란트에 접목을 시키면 확실히 좋은 것 같아요. 다른 종목에 비해 그 전 종목이 발로란트랑 비슷하기 때문에 확실히 뭐 전략이나 플레이적으로 도움이 진짜 많이 되는 것 같아요.
So my previous experience is really beneficial I mean, it's easy to carry over into Valorant. So when we make calls or make decisions in game, for me, it's very easy to use those skills I had from before into the shot calling within Valorant. So, yeah.
Well, that brings us to the third and final map, and that's where I want to close. You guys put up 6 flawless rounds on Ascent, more than any other team throughout the day. In fact, double any other team. I'm curious if you feel that map 3 was the most accurate representation of NUTURN's ability, and if that's what we can expect to see in every round going forward.
3경기 그 어센트에서 6연속으로 무결점 라운드가 있었는데요. 다른 팀들의 오늘 다른 경기에 있었던 무결점 라운드보다 2배나 많았었어요. 그래서 이 라운드에서 이 맵에서 있었던 뉴턴의 실력이 어떻게 보면은 정확한 뉴턴의 실력을 보여주는 경기였다고 생각하시나요?
일단 저희가 1경기 때 긴장을 많이 해서 2경기 때 진짜 손이 다 풀렸거든요. 그래서 3경기 때 무조건 이겨야 된다 저희 선수들한테 말을 해줬고, 그리고 저희가 어센트 맵을 그렇게 잘하진 않지만 좋아해요. 그래서 약간 저희가 좀 분위기를 타서 상대방이 좀 뭐 말려서 그런 것 같기도 하고 저희가 잘해서 그런 것 같기도 하고 약간 좀 의아하긴 하네요. 네, 잘하긴 했어요 저희가. 네.
So after the first map, we were really nervous in the first map, and having finished that, we were warmed up and ready to go starting in map 2. And for map 3, Ascent is not really our favorite map, but we do enjoy playing it. And I think we were able to show what we prepared for, and the Sharks played well, but I think we played better.
Well, an incredible turnaround and overall an incredible showing. Solo, I want to congratulate you here on your victory and moving on to face your next opponents. David, thank you so much for taking the time to help with the translations. From here, we're going back to Golden Boy and the analyst desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Dash, for that. Also, enjoy your hike over to the Blue Lagoon. You look very prepared for that. I just like his outfit, man. The jacket, I'm feeling it. Just got to keep it real. Yeah, well,
cozy.
Yeah, it is very cozy. It has to be cold in there as well. I can only imagine. So, Lothar, we heard it from Solo and NUTURN. Very nervous coming out of that first game. Sharks certainly took advantage of that. And that's going to be a running theme throughout this entire competition, wouldn't you say so? Because each tier is going to come with a new challenge.
Yeah, and I would say that applies to every single team here in this tournament. the nerves, playing against teams that you don't really know well. You are not really well prepared as for every single angle that can be taken by your opponents, right? There's so many pieces of the puzzle that might be missing still, right? So some meta choices, some plays that you didn't see before, like small stuff. Like an example from NUTURN, we have seen a double fake on an Omen teleport on Bind when Omen made the teleport, which sounded like a fake, but in the meantime, Breach with her soul just went into the teleport and just stayed there. Small things like that can catch someone off guard. You might not be prepared for that. This might throw a wrench into your mental state, so you're gonna be shook. And I feel like this LAN is a huge test for every single team, but at the same time, I feel like the expectations that we had for every team's set up were lower than what we actually see, which is amazing, right? Because we expected some teams to perform, most the big names, but the smaller names, we didn't expect them to do so well, and they surprised us during the first day, which is a fantastic tell for the next days of this tournament.
Yeah, that's right. And as we wrap the day up, Kilios, I know you're going to be calling some of the matches tomorrow. I want to get your thoughts, though, on overall on the day, NUTURN's performance, but, just the entirety of this one, because it's been awesome so far.
It really has been. I mean, it's been a long day. It's 8:30 a.m. over here in Korea, but I'm still wired, especially after that win. But it also, might have something to do with these, but those are all empty. But it's been a fantastic day. We didn't know really what to expect. Crazy Raccoon absolutely surprised. They gave us one of the most entertaining series that we've had so far. One of the most entertaining series I'd say that I've seen in a while, just kind of period. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from them. As well as the teams that we haven't yet seen, with those upcoming matches tomorrow. So, swapping from being on the desk over to being on the mic and bringing the cast alongside Paper Thin, I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, and Vel, final thoughts. Tomorrow, I wouldn't say, we settle the score, but, it's going down. NA versus EU. We're getting it tomorrow, man.
No, we're not getting it. NA is getting it. We're going to see FNATIC go against Sentinels and then version 1 against Team Liquid. Those games are going to be bangers, but there's something that we really didn't call out. We know the first elimination game, YNG Sharks versus KRU Esports.
Yeah.
That's going to be fire right there. I can't wait till those two teams go to battle, but I also want to give Crazy Raccoon some love as well. Despite their not clutch post-plant situations, they could have won their series. So don't underestimate any of these teams, because like we saw last series, you never know what to expect. I'm excited for tomorrow.
That's right, man. Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for joining me on this wild ride today. It has been an absolute blast to work with each and every one of you. Some of you for the first time, some of you once again. Truly, the pleasure has been all mine. Thank you, guys. And for thank you so much. And from all of us here in the studio and those on the ground in Iceland, we want to thank you all so much for watching. Tune in tomorrow for more Masters 2 action. We'll see you then. Take it easy.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Got one.
Spike down. You should run. Nowhere to run. One enemy remaining. 또 30. Enemy killed. One enemy. Restam 30 segundos.